Byon Rosa Elliot was a beautiful and powerful queen, possessing fame and fortune, yet she died tragically due to a love she could not hold on to. After her death, she unexpectedly woke up in her youth, carrying all the painful memories and regrets of her past life. Realizing this was a second chance, Byon was determined to change her destiny and not let the tragedies of the past repeat themselves. On this journey, she must confront tangled emotions, old memories, and the complicated relationship with Prince Sirius. Every new choice opened a different path, and Byon gradually rewrote the script of her life with a new ending. Join Nezuko Recap and step into the emotional journey of this captivating story. The story begins with a beautiful name, Byon Rosa Elliot. She was born into a Marquise family, the legitimate daughter of the house, and was always the center of attention. Even standing at the pinnacle, she always took it for granted that the whole world was at her feet. But as it turned out, all of this was just her illusion. The stage lights shone directly on a girl, a foolish woman. Her desperation and helplessness were evident. Why did she crave love? Why did she greedily seize what did not belong to her? The girl looked up, her forced smile mixed with tears. Despite having everything, why was she still yearning? Below the stage, a figure silently watched the performance. The corners of that person's mouth lifted slightly. Those who don't love me. That should just be eliminated. At this moment, the performer's smile was no longer as strong as before. When the next line was spoken, the person in the audience suddenly widened their eyes. Don't forget, the girl on stage lowered her tired eyes, blood dripping from her mouth. A shard of blood-stained glass fell, clearly reflecting the face of the person standing below the stage. I am you. The scene changes, a mansion gradually appears, and the warm sunlight from outside the window fills the space. In the quiet room, the girl raised her hand to block the pouring sunlight, her voice sounding softly. This is my room. She sat up, 1,000 thoughts running through her mind, both familiar and somewhat strange. Her feet slowly slipped into her slippers. She turned her head, her gaze sweeping across the familiar room, still just as she remembered it, the warm sunlight still quietly passing through the window frame. Gia stood still, gazing intently at the mirror, a firm thought echoing in her mind. Yes, I am very familiar with this face. That faint smile appeared again. Byon Rosa Elliot placed a hand on Gia's cheek and reminded her, don't forget, I am you, Gia. Faced with the reality before her, Gia became confused. Am I now the Byon who died and was reborn, or the Gia who just wanted to escape a boring life? Her consciousness was still hazy, or am I the young Byon who foresaw the future? Gia reached out to touch the mirror. Perhaps it's all just a dream, but I'm sure of one thing. Her thoughts were endless. I was once Byon Rosa Elliot, a person who died in resentment. I was also once Gia, a person who lived a peaceful life and passed away quietly. And now, I am the Byon standing in front of the mirror. She stood quietly, thinking, it's really strange to have the memories of two people in the same body. Suddenly, a servant walked in, her tone somewhat panicked. Oh my goodness. Marie's face was clearly filled with fear. I didn't know you were awake, milady. She then bowed deeply and said respectfully, I'll prepare the washing water right away. Gia glanced at Marie and thought to herself, she left before I could even speak. She must be very flustered. Then she slowly walked away. That's right. Considering my former personality, this kind of reaction is... Gia secretly recalled the strict rules she had set for herself. The temperature of the washing water must be just right, and today's dress and jewelry must also be properly prepared. Before I wake up, everything must be perfect. Even the slightest deviation would make me throw a tantrum all day. After a while, just as she was still lost in thought, Marie brought in the water basin. At least until yesterday, I was still that way. She trembled and pleaded, please forgive me, milady. Gia asked softly, what's your name? The question made Marie even more frightened, and she stammered in reply. She repeated the question in a cold tone. I asked for your name. Gia looked at Marie indifferently, who seemed not to have expected the young lady to ask this. At this moment, she quietly observed Marie, looking at her rough hands and tanned skin. It seems she's just a low-ranking maid. Why is it not a lady-in-waiting, but such a maid serving me? Marie answered in a hesitant voice. It's Marie, milady. Hearing this, Gia asked softly, "All right, Marie, why are you here?" Then she continued in a steady tone, which made Marie even more worried. "I was originally the only legitimate daughter of the Marquis' household. How dare a maid like you, who only does menial tasks, serve me?" Marie stammered that it was because of the nanny. Marie immediately knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "I was wrong. Please spare my life, milady." Seeing this, Gia felt a little confused. "You're lucky. If it had been a day later, you wouldn't be alive to see me." She asked, "What about the nanny? Did she tell you to come here?" Marie was stunned and slowly raised her head. "Yes, that's right, milady." Gia continued to question, "Why did the nanny bring you here?" She reflexively said, "I also." Meeting Gia's sharp gaze, Marie realized she had misspoken and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. She didn't make things difficult for Marie and gently told her to leave. "All right, you can go out." Hearing this, she was slightly taken aback. But Gia's next words made Marie blush with shame. "How can you serve me dressed like that?" But then Gia suddenly realized the hidden, unintentional meaning in her words. I guess she thought I was saying she's a clumsy maid, and that's why I don't want her to serve me, right?" "Not exactly." Her voice softened. "Go out and drink some water to calm your hiccups." Her voice remained unchanged. "You might even choke." Hearing Gia's concern, Marie could hardly believe her ears. She took a sip of water, bowed, and swallowed it. But Marie remained seated there. "When I was escaping," Gia thought wearily, "if I speak softly, she won't understand." So her tone revealed clear annoyance. "Get out quickly and call another lady-in-waiting over now." Seeing her anger, Marie quickly ran out. As she left, Marie was still very upset. Has she gone mad? Seriously, it's a good thing she didn't see me yesterday, or she would have been done for. After that, the other ladies-in-waiting were allowed to enter the room. Comin. At this point, Gia began to doubt everything. "But the nanny surely knows my personality. Milady, we will prepare for you right away." Then why did she send an inexperienced maid? Then she suddenly realized, no, sending her here was not a random choice. Gia thought about the troubles around her. It was probably so urgent that they didn't realize Marie was just a menial maid. Gia quickly asked one of the ladies-in-waiting, "Where's the nanny?" The maid immediately replied, "She is in the madam's room." After listening, she walked forward, her mind still full of thoughts. It's rare for the nanny to go to the Marquise's room so openly. The lady-in-waiting beside her called out in confusion, "Milady." She asked awkwardly, "Milady, where are you going?" But Gia kept walking, not bothering to answer. If it were the old Byon, she would definitely have vented her anger on the maid. Gia suddenly remembered the nanny's sincere care. The only person who cared for and looked after Byon was the nanny. With Byon's selfish personality, she couldn't stand the nanny prioritizing the Marquise. Over her, she continued walking down the hallway, full of doubt. But why? The more she thought, the more confused Gia felt. Now all of this just seemed incredibly foolish to her and meaningless. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and the two worried ladies-in-waiting quickly shouted, "Milady." Gia ignored the calls and kept walking, her expression unchanged. "I knew it would be like this." "Madam." Gia frowned and shouted unhappily at the two maids behind her. "Open the door." They said worriedly, "Milady, now is not the time." Looking at them, she felt annoyed. "I know the tragic future, so I should live well to change it." Annoyance showed in Gia's eyes. "But from the beginning, I never had such thoughts." "Oh, well, there's no need to try too hard now." She forcefully pushed aside one of the ladies-in-waiting. Immediately after, Gia kicked the door open. "I suddenly feel like seeing the Marquise." The chaotic scene inside was immediately presented before her eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Gia slowly walked in. Looking at the scene before her, Gia showed a clear expression of boredom. "I thought it was something serious, so everyone is gathered here." At this moment, the blue-haired man quickly left and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." The red-haired woman shouted angrily, "Don't go." She lost control and kept screaming. Gia's gaze followed the man, thinking to herself, he didn't even turn his head when he left. Then she looked at the woman who was about to go mad and realized, looking closely now, the Countess's current appearance is really similar to the Byon who died in resentment back then. The legitimate daughter of the Count's family, famous as a great merchant at 18, married the Elliot Marquis and became the Marquise. The story of her falling in love with the Elliot Marquis and pursuing him for many years is still a hot topic in high society. Because she wanted to win the Marquis's love, she spared no expense in money and manpower. However, the Marquis was an extremely cold person. Not only did the Marquis never show any affection, but he also went to great lengths to avoid touching her. No one knew why he treated his wife that way, so there were also rumors that he accepted the marriage only because of the huge dowry she brought. As time went on, her desire grew stronger and stronger. She tried her best to conceive an heir, hoping to win his love. But even if it was her own child, a girl could not be an heir, which was meaningless. Suddenly, Madame Elliot turned to Gia and shouted, "This is all your fault. If I had given birth to a son." Hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. But even if it were a son, would anything have changed? Gia remembered the man's cold back and understood. The Marquis doesn't care about her not because I'm a daughter. He simply doesn't care about this madam. The more she looked at her, the more tired she felt. Even if I explained all this, a mad madam would never understand. She completely lost control, clutching her head and screaming, "Ah, it's all your fault. It's all your fault." Suddenly, Madame Elliot rushed towards Gia. Disappear from this world. Fortunately, the nanny managed to hold her back in time. "Madam, please calm down." But Madame Elliot struggled and accidentally elbowed the nanny in the chest. She broke free from the nanny's embrace and charged fiercely towards Gia. Gia quickly dodged to the side. She thought, is she really trying to kill me? Whether it's real or not, Gia lifted her feet and told herself, I have to run first. Then she ran forward with all her might. Once outside, Gia slammed the door shut. She did this because she also understood that even she couldn't handle a madwoman alone. The guard at the door saw Gia and shouted worriedly, "Milady." On the other side, Madame Elliot was still screaming incessantly. Gia turned her head with a cold face and said, "Don't just stand there, stop her." The guard hesitated. Gia looked down at the sword hanging from his waist and ordered, "Take that, hook it on the doorknob and block her." The guard hurriedly complied. Yes. It didn't take long for him to complete the request. On the other side, Madame Elliot was still screaming nonstop, scaring the guards and maids until their faces turned pale. Only Gia calmly assessed the situation, even picking at her nails on the door. No matter how I search my memories, the madam has never lost control to this extent. She sighed and guessed. It must be because of the Marquis. Thinking, Gia turned around, smiled warmly, her voice full of sweetness. Everyone has worked hard. After saying that, she abruptly turned and walked away, leaving the maids unable to react for a moment. By the time they realized, Gia was already far away, and they panicked, chasing after her and shouting, "Milady." Meanwhile, Gia was lost in thought. In this life, I have never seen the Marquis in the madam's room. In fact, he had guards posted at his office and residence, so that the madam could not enter and exit freely. Suddenly she stopped. Gia was full of doubt. Really? How was I born? She began to analyze. I definitely look like the madam, but my face has no features resembling the Marquis. Even when I look at the family or relatives on my paternal or maternal side, I've never seen anyone with golden hair like mine. At this thought, Gia's gaze lowered, revealing a fleeting sadness. She struggled. Am I really the Marquis's biological daughter? Looking at the sunlight passing through the window frame, she believed that no matter how obsessed the Marquis was with the Marquis, she didn't think she would cheat. While her mind was in a mess, Gia unconsciously said aloud, "Should I go and ask now?" Which confused the maid behind her. Yes? She suddenly walked towards a room guarded by many guards, startling the maid. "Milady, that place." But Gia continued forward with this thought. Whether I am his biological daughter or not, nothing matters now. Anyway, life has already failed once. There's nothing left to fear. The guard saw Gia and asked politely, "Milady, is there anything you need here?" She froze as soon as she opened her mouth. Flustered, she shook her head and corrected herself. The Marquis. "Oh no, I've come to visit my father." "Is he inside?" The guard hesitated after hearing this. "He is, but..." Suddenly Gia shouted, "Then move aside," and she forcefully pushed the door open. In the room, the Elliot Marquis was working at his desk, and the butler was brewing tea. Both were startled by the noise. Realizing the atmosphere of the room had fallen silent, the butler spoke politely, "Milady, you've arrived." In contrast to him, the Elliot Marquis made no movement and showed no hint of human warmth. Looking at him like that, Gia really didn't understand. For what reason did the Marquis love this man? Seeing her silence, The butler came over and asked, "Milady, would you like some tea?" Gia replied coldly, "No need." She walked up to the Elliot Marquis. Then, under the horrified gazes of the butler, the guards, and the servants outside the door, she asked loudly, "Am I your biological daughter?" Even the Elliot Marquis stopped his pen after hearing this. He finally spoke. "What?" Gia didn't think much and quickly replied, "Take it literally." The Elliot Marquis asked decisively, "Is this important?" Gia lowered her head, her voice soft. "No." Hearing this, the Elliot Marquis frowned slightly. "If you're joking, go play somewhere else." Gia hesitated before daring to speak, her voice very soft. "It's not a big deal to me." She took a deep breath, her voice still low. "But if I want to stand at the highest position, then this is a problem that needs to be resolved." The Elliot Marquis looked up, his gaze sharp. "Do you want to become a queen?" The people inside and outside the door were all shocked to hear this. Some even made a sound, making Gia think uncomfortably. "I should have closed the door when I came in." Facing the Elliot Marquis' probing gaze, Gia said clearly, "I'm just doing what I want. Can I do it?" The Elliot Marquis looked directly into her eyes and said calmly, "Indeed, these are all meaningless words." Gia's face darkened, her voice choked. "The rumors about my bloodline will become a fatal weakness." In her past life, when she actually became the queen, the issue of her bloodline always made Gia's position unstable. This was partly because the Marquis never brought up the issue. That attitude helped prevent the issue from becoming a topic of public discussion. But thanks to him, Gia had to endure the gossip of society, like invisible blades stabbing at her. Remembering those things clearly, Gia made a decision. "Then I need to be more certain now." With this thought, Gia said firmly, "I'm not stupid enough to bring my own weakness into the fire pit." She lowered her voice, "So please answer me." Gia repeated the question again. "Am I the biological daughter of the Elliot Marquis' house?" The Elliot Marquis' face was as cold as ice. He was emotionless, bluntly remarking without a care that it was a question not worth answering. Seeing the situation was a bit unstable, the butler quickly slammed the door shut, while Gia fell into thought. Not worth answering. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Ah, now I understand." She finally realized that the Marquis wasn't just being silent on this one matter. He always told the truth, because he had never doubted that she was not his biological daughter. So whether it was an affirmation or a denial, he felt no need to answer. Gia lowered her face, countless thoughts flooding her mind. So he's a man of few words who doesn't often show emotion. So I and everyone else speculated and doubted him based on our own thoughts. Gia finally came to a realization. So the thing that had tormented me for so long was just an illusion created by my own inferiority complex. After a long period of contemplation, Gia was pulled back to reality by a harsh voice. "If you just plan to come here and spout nonsense, then get out," said the Elliot Marquis. Gia thought silently. "I understand after talking." Gia smiled happily and contentedly. No more doubts. "I am indeed this man's daughter." Seeing that brilliant smile, the Elliot Marquis was slightly surprised. He fell silent and began to consider if she was sick. Gia also realized, did I smile a bit too strangely? When her gaze met the Elliot Marquis', he immediately lowered his head and pretended to be working. That action made Gia think, so he does know how to express emotions. She stepped forward, her voice sweet. "Father, let me ask you, can I become the queen?" Then Gia asked naively, "Among the unmarried young ladies in this empire, how many don't dream of becoming the queen?" After saying this, Gia thought of her past life again. "I too once wanted to stand proudly by that person's side. I thought that if I became the queen, that person and I would live happily ever after. Just like in a fairy tale. But that fairy tale was very tragic. Even though I've been reborn, now that I still have the memories of an unhappy queen, do I still want to step into that position? Should I just live according to the arranged script?" She pursed her lips, pondering, what do I truly want at this moment? The Elliot Marquis asked coldly, "What do you mean by that?" Hearing this question, Gia once again fell into a void. "I was once sure I wanted to become the queen, but the position of queen is not something I can achieve. By my own wishes alone is not enough. It is a position dominated by countless overlapping interests and calculations." She had long understood that, in other words, even if I didn't want to, it was not a position I could avoid. Gia clutched her skirt tightly. Has my opinion ever mattered? The Elliot Marquis choked up at these words. Suddenly, a voice reached Gia's ears, startling her. "What? Who came in again? Did the Marquis chase me all the way here?" It turned out to be the butler. He ran in with a pale face. Gia immediately sensed something was wrong. Butler? But he wasn't the type to barge in rudely, nor was he someone who would easily lose control like this. The Elliot Marquis asked calmly, "What is it?" The butler, panting, bowed deeply. "Please forgive me." The Elliot Marquis could no longer maintain his composure. When the butler stammered out, "Madam," his eyes widened in alarm. He shot up from his seat. Gia was stunned for a moment, then remembered something and thought silently. "Ah, I remember now." She was stunned, recalling. This isn't the first time I've seen the butler lose his composure. That day was exactly like this morning. When Gia woke up, she didn't see her head maid beside her. She heard that she had been urgently summoned to the Marquise, which made Gia extremely annoyed. During a tantrum, she slapped the terrified maid who was stammering to explain everything. But that wasn't enough to quell Gia's anger, so she grabbed something at random and threw it. But even when Gia did that, no one came to stop her. It wasn't until much later that the butler came before Gia with a panicked expression, just like now. A calm person like him was now so hurried and anxious. Just like now, he seemed not to know how to begin. Gia's mind couldn't comprehend. Why did I forget about that? I clearly knew what he was going to say. Just as she expected, the butler's next words were, "The madam has passed away on a morning in a solemn castle." Gia put on a jet black evening gown. She looked up at the sky. The weather for a funeral today is bizarrely beautiful. The Marquise's body will be cremated according to the proper rites and then buried in the Elliot family cemetery. The cremation will only take place after everyone has left and only the deceased's relatives remain. Before the cremation ceremony begins, everyone can only see her body. The guests present kept whispering among themselves, "Oh my goodness, what happened? How did the Marquise pass away?" They whispered to each other. "Anyway, there will be a farewell greeting and blessing ceremony later. We'll probably find out how she died then." Then the Elliot Marquis had no reaction at all. He stood there blankly, letting public opinion stir. The Marquis didn't say much, so she probably didn't die of an illness, right? If it were an illness, they would have announced it in advance. Some even said coldly, "Anyway, I'm curious. I want to know what kind of makeup they'll put on someone who was once as beautiful as the Marquise. I want to see the body quickly." Gia showed her displeasure, thinking, how disrespectful. Do they think a funeral is an exhibition? Among the people here, how many are truly grieving her death? Suddenly, she noticed something unusual about the Elliot Marquis. He was tightly clutching a flower branch in his hand, his eyes never leaving the coffin for a moment. The people outside were still discussing. "It seems they're about to open the coffin. I wonder what she'll look like." The Elliot Marquis gently placed the flower branch on top of the coffin. Seeing this, the guests once again commented, "They haven't even opened the coffin lid. Is this to humiliate the Marquise and even ruin the funeral rites?" Seeing the Elliot Marquis turn and walk away, they sneered, "Not even a single blessing for the afterlife. He really is a man without any feelings." The guests confirmed with confidence, "It seems the rumors are true. The Marquis really never." Gia heard this and agreed. "That's right, I thought so too." Because she, like these people, couldn't understand the Marquis's attitude. Gia put down the flower branch in her hand and confessed, "There were times I misunderstood him too." She was calmly thinking about these things when a sentence drifted over. "So Miss Elliot is really as the rumors say." "Shoo, be careful. Keep your voice down." This made Gia flush with anger. "I heard everything." In fact, in her past life, Gia knew nothing. She couldn't stand the Marquis's cold attitude, the private discussions, and the pitying gazes of others. So angry that she couldn't control herself, she then left in the middle of the funeral. The Marquis didn't hold Gia's hand. Even now, if she were to get up and leave again, he would do nothing. She told herself, "But this time, perhaps because I understand the reason for the Marquis's actions, I don't want to do that again." Besides, Gia knew clearly that the Marquise had committed suicide. In the instant the maids looked away, she jumped from the window of her room. Madame Elliot's room was on the 3rd floor. If it were in the world where Li Jia lived, then the 3rd floor wasn't too high. But in Marquis's mansion, the height between floors was very high. It was rare for a funeral not to bring out the body for everyone to see. The exceptions were only when the deceased died of an epidemic or the body was too damaged to be shown to others. Even in that case, if the body could not be shown, the family had to announce it in advance to ask for everyone's understanding. But suicide was a taboo in the empire. Those who took their own lives would not receive farewell greetings, nor would anyone bless them in the afterlife. Looking at the blue sky, Gia realized that the Elliot Marquis's love was expressed in the fact that the Marquis ordered the matter to be kept secret. So the cause of the Marquis's death would never be revealed to the outside world. Even she didn't know the truth before until the nanny told her. She knew that matter would also be buried forever because from now on, her cause of death, that will forever be recorded as an illness. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the guests, Gia was emotionless. So just like the Marquis, she gently placed the flower branch on the coffin lid and lowered her head, deciding, I should also maintain full etiquette towards the Marquis. Even if everyone doubted her purity, and even if she had never treated Gia like her own daughter. Just as Gia was still lost in thought, suddenly someone arrived, causing the Elliot Marquis to flinch slightly. That person was 4 times taller than Gia. Gia lifted her head to observe the man closely, and it was a long while before she recognized him as the great merchant, Count Pekian. Gia stepped aside, thinking, he's my maternal grandfather and the Marquis's father. Of course he would attend the funeral. I can't believe I subconsciously forgot that. Count Pekian placed a bouquet on the coffin with a trembling hand. He sorrowfully caressed the casket, as if stroking his own daughter. Count Pekian's eyes flashed with a hint of sorrow. Gia thought how heartbroken he must be to send his black-haired daughter off when he has white hair, a daughter he raised with all his heart. She clenched her fingers. Witnessing this firsthand, I feel terrible too. After a long moment, Count Pekian pushed himself up, his expression suddenly turning grim. His eyes widened, and then he suddenly fell backward. Gia couldn't help but freeze. She raised her hand, screaming danger in her mind. Just then, a man came over and caught Count Pekian. It was Evan. He asked with concern, Count, are you all right? Gia breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that someone had caught the Count. Watching from behind, she grew curious. Who is that man? Seeing the Count so close to him, he seems to be someone he trusts. Gia tried to get a clear look at Evan's face. But just then, Evan glanced at her. Gia also sensed something was off and thought, wait, why do I feel like he's been staring at me like that? Gia kept wondering, or is it just my imagination? But then he stared at her again, making her more certain it wasn't a delusion. He's really glaring at me. What's going on? Are you looking for trouble? Do you think I'll back down? Since you know how to glare at people, I know how to glare right back. Suddenly, Evan whipped his head away. This surprised Gia. I thought he was going to say something, but he just walked away. Realizing her own attitude had been a bit strange, Gia lowered her head in embarrassment. Did I just get angry for no reason? How awkward. She tentatively raised her eyes, but looking at Evan, Gia grew suspicious again. Why does that face look so familiar? The Marquis's funeral lasted for 3 days. On the final day, at the crematorium where only family and blood relatives could enter, it was time for the Marquis's body to be sent into the incinerator. Her coffin was finally engulfed in the sea of fire. Gia's heart was heavy. Once upon a time, I also longed to be loved by that person. She recalled the past. I tried so hard to be a good girl. I even acted like a little boy, but nothing could please her because the Marquis only had eyes for the Marquis. She frowned, wondering if she would have cared for me if I had resembled the Marquis even a little. Gia pressed her lips together. Even if I wanted to ask, I can't get an answer anymore. Now she began to consider the current situation. The Marquis was dead, so the Marquis might more openly accept marriage proposals, as his only child was a daughter who couldn't inherit the family estate. Suddenly, she remembered her past life. Wait, the Marquis never took a concubine, not until the day I died. Gia subconsciously glanced at Marquis Elliot. So maybe he didn't hate the Marquis as much as I thought. I hope so. Then she realized, maybe I'm just trying to find some faint comfort from the person I once loved. At least don't hate me. Suddenly, Marquis Elliot walked over, handed the urn to Gia, and said, "Take it." Gia said nothing, quietly watching as he cut a lock of his own hair, and then a lock of hers. As he cut, he said, "You should know." Marquis Elliot dropped the 2 locks of hair into the urn. This was the final ritual, where a lock of hair from direct blood relatives is placed inside, symbolizing that the bond will continue even after death. Gia nodded slightly, I know. Marquis Elliot closed the lid of the urn. Is that so? Good then. The two of them walked out of the crematorium together. But Gia thought, shouldn't Count Pishan's hair have been put in as well? It seems the shock on the first day was too great. A woman walked over. It seems I'm not too late. Is that so? It was Anisha. She placed a hand on his shoulder and explained, since I'm not a direct blood relative, I couldn't go inside, so I could only wait here. Gia didn't recognize her at first. This person, Anisha continued, I was just worried I might be late. As she spoke with Marquis Elliot, Gia finished searching her memories. Ah, I remember now. It's because I've only seen her a few times. I almost forgot. Anisha is Lady Pekian, Count Pishan's concubine. Legally, she's my maternal grandmother, but I've never really thought of her that way. Because for Gia, this was the first time she had seen Lady Pekian up close. Since she had run off on the first day of the funeral, she never had the chance to meet this person. But originally, she was just a commoner with no blood ties to her, so there was no reason to meet. Anisha suddenly took something out of her pocket. This, I want to give it to you. She took out a lock of Pishan's hair. I thought he would be very sad when he woke up, so I took the liberty of this impolite action. Marquis Elliot carefully accepted it. He gently dropped it into the urn. Anisha was endlessly grateful. I don't know how to thank you. Marquis Elliot replied calmly. I was just doing what needed to be done. Then he suddenly started to leave with Gia. Anisha called out, my lady. Full of longing, she said, can I see that person? That person has been looking forward to seeing you. Gia remained silent, thinking. She says that person has been looking forward to seeing me. The person Gia thought of was Count Pekian. In this entire year, he had been in the capital only a handful of times. Moreover, ever since the Marquise went mad, he hadn't even been willing to come near. She asked directly, then why do you want to see me? Anisha then explained, you are his only bloodline. Gia lowered her head, muttering to herself, the only bloodline. According to her memories, not long after the Marquise's death, the Count passed away, unable to bear the shock. Although Gia also received a part of the inheritance, it was because Lady Pekian inherited a huge fortune. People began to suspect that a woman of her commoner background had killed the Count for his money. The nanny urged Gia every day to accuse Lady Pekian, and simply because she didn't want to hear people call her a murderer, she easily committed perjury, putting Lady Pekian in a disadvantageous position. And because of that, she lost the child in her womb during the interrogation. Gia had been blaming herself ever since. The child is gone. This is all my fault. Gia thought to herself, then said aloud, I am no longer the only bloodline now. Anisha frowned slightly, her lips tightening in anger, which made Gia suspicious. Does she feel insulted? She turned away. I just hope everyone can accept the facts. Although this isn't really my style, I sincerely hope the child in your womb will survive. Anisha said softly, it seems you've misunderstood something. The only one with his blood flowing in them is you. Gia cut her off, then pointed directly at Anash's stomach. That child, isn't it of the Count Pekian family's bloodline? Anisha was so shocked by the question, she nearly turned to stone. That child, isn't it of the Count Pekian family's bloodline? Her eyes filled with tears as she cried out, my lady, your words are too cruel. Gia also realized she had misspoken, so she coughed lightly and thought, if I remember correctly, the Count will die in 2 months, and Lady Pekian will miscarry during the interrogation, so she probably doesn't even know she's pregnant yet. She offered a kind reminder, getting too agitated is not good for the baby. The immense shock was too much for her to bear, and she cried out, my lady. Gia gave a polite bow. Whether you believe me or not is your right. But if you don't want to lose the child, you should take good care of yourself, my lady. Gia turned away, her cold voice reaching Anash's ears. You had better tell the Count as well, my lady. Of course. That is if the child truly carries the Count's blood. She clenched her hands, her shoulders trembling as she choked out. Not the Count. He is your grandfather. Gia stopped in her tracks, a thought crossing her mind. What's this? Is the bloodline issue I brought up more offensive now? A sarcastic thought rose in Gia's mind. She's getting angry at me just because I called him the Count. She replied coldly, how I address him is my freedom, Lady Pekian. Anisha gritted her teeth. She looked up, trying to restrain herself, and asked, why do you people? Why are you always like that to him? Gia retorted, you people? Are you referring to me and the Marquise, Lady Pekian? Anisha immediately snapped. The Marquise is not that person. She lowered her voice, as if talking to herself. To me, my family now is no different from strangers. Gia recalled that before she died in Byon's body, her biological parents were her whole world, so she only knew how to crave their attention. She remembered those precious days. But when she lived as Lee Gia, she felt what is called parental love for the first time. She realized one thing. Simply sharing the same blood doesn't necessarily make you family. Gia turned decisively. That's enough meddling for today. We've already wasted a lot of time. Gia walked towards the carriage with a cold expression. Anisha shouted from behind her, "Is your grandfather?" She asked in a rushed, desperate tone, "Are you really not going to see him?" Gia didn't respond at all and left quietly. The nanny sobs were heard. "Humph, my poor lady." She covered her face and knelt on the ground. "The Marquise was too cruel, leaving my lady to live all alone like this. What is she going to do?" Gia thought. "When the Marquise was alive, I also ate well and lived well on my own. The nanny is acting like the sky is falling." She sighed silently. So tiring. What is the nanny thinking, acting like this in front of a child in mourning? A maid beside her comforted, "Nanny, don't cry. You'll collapse too if you keep this up." Another maid encouraged, "Everyone has to hold on. If even the nanny collapses, what will Our Lady do?" Gia let out a deep sigh and slumped into a chair with a weary expression. "This is getting more and more ridiculous." The nanny sobbed, "I have to hold on. I have to try. Our Lady is so pitiful." She leaned back in her chair with a tired face. "An outsider would probably think I had died or something." Gia narrowed her eyes. I'm so sleepy. I could probably get some sleep now." Suddenly, she was startled awake by a commotion. "No, move aside. I must see her." She frowned in displeasure. "I was just about to fall asleep. What is all this noise?" Anisha said sharply, "Move." The nanny continued to block her stubbornly. "My lady does not wish to see you," she said unhappily. "I said I want to hear it from her directly." She was still blocking her. "If you keep this up, I'll call the knights." Gia felt annoyed. It seems she's planning to fight this to the end." Anisha frowned, her tone firm. "Personally, I am the young lady's grandmother, which is enough to qualify me to see her." The nanny retorted, "Someone like you. How could you possibly?" Gia interrupted, "What's going on?" She quickly turned her head and saw her approaching. "My lady." The nanny tried to cover up hastily. "It's nothing. My lady's probably tired. Please go back and rest." Gia ignored her and asked Anisha directly, "Haven't we seen each other enough for one day, Lady Pekian?" She said politely, "Don't just stand there." "Commune." The nanny was startled. "My lady, that woman." She frowned, her sharp gaze a warning. "That woman? Who are you talking about?" She shrank back in panic, stammering, My lady." Gia thought to herself, 8 years. She recalled her past. "I was the empress for 8 years. If I wanted to maintain my pride in that position." Gia turned to look at the nanny with a complex expression. But for the nanny, this was the first time I had shown such an expression. She must be very surprised. She threatened coldly, "If you can't stand there quietly, then get out." She sniffled, "My lady, how could you do this to me?" Gia completely ignored the complaints and turned to the two maids beside her. "Hey, you two." She ordered bluntly, "Take the nanny out." The nanny panicked, "My lady." Gia stared at the two maids with an icy voice. "Do you want to be dragged out with her?" She stammered, unable to believe what was happening. "My lady, how could you?" Gia paid no more heed to those words and walked towards Anisha, who had been standing there all along. "Please, have a seat, Lady Pekian." The two entered the drawing room and sat down. Anisha looked at Gia with a hesitant gaze. She picked up her cup of hot tea and took the initiative to break the silence. "Don't you have something to say, my lady?" She replied meaningfully, "My lady, you are different from the rumors." Gia pressed on, "Isn't there something else you wanted to say?" Anash's gaze suddenly sharpened. "She is your nanny, isn't she?" Anisha said in a low voice, "If I were to say, I want to accuse her of insulting a noble, what would you do, my lady?" Gia frowned at her. "It seems this matter won't be resolved smoothly. If I had known it would come to this, I would have taken a hard line from the start." Gia placed her teacup on the table. "I'm not one for beating around the bush. Speak plainly, Lady Pekian." Anisha lowered her voice and pleaded, "Please, I'm begging you just this once. Please go see him." Gia sighed wearily. "I didn't expect the nanny to get dragged into this." She thought, "Since it has come to this, it's hard to refuse." The next morning, she appeared at Count Pishin's residence as promised. Anash's voice was heard. "He is currently staying in the guest villa." She diligently led Gia along. After he fainted, he didn't wake up until shortly after the funeral ended. Anisha lowered her eyes and gently pushed open the door. "The first person he looked for after opening his eyes was you, my lady." Entering the sun-filled room, Count Pekian was sitting there, looking radiant. "You're here." He extended a thin, trembling hand. "Come a little closer." As Gia walked, she thought, seeing him in this state, I understand. She silently affirmed in her heart, Lady Pekian never killed the Count in the first place. She didn't need to kill him. Gia drew closer, allowing him to take her hand. In the Count's eyes, there was no longer any attachment to leaving this world. Count Pekian asked her in a weak voice, "Are you all right?" Gia thought, "Is there any reason for me not to be?" She suddenly thought of Lady Elliot. The Marquise and I were less than strangers. Before, at least I could still resent her. Painful thoughts suddenly flooded Gia's mind. And now, there is only a bit of sympathy between women. I, too, was once madly in love like the Marquise, even ruining my own life. Only pity, nothing more. She sank deep into those endless thoughts. Both of us loved too blindly. Just because of that so-called love, I turned a blind eye to that person. And then I made a foolish mistake. Gia recalled the painful past. So what about now? This time, can I avoid getting involved in that kind of reckless behavior? She clenched her skirt, her hand trembling. Or if I see him again, will I continue? Count Pekian suddenly reached out and hugged her tightly. "I'm sorry." He wept, sobbing. "No matter how painful it was, you shouldn't have turned a blind eye. It's not your fault at all." Count Pekian slowly released his arms. "It's all this old man's fault. So, my dear granddaughter, don't cry anymore." Gia was stunned. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not crying." He raised his finger and gently wiped a tear from her cheek. Count Pekian looked at Gia with pity, unable to speak, just crying continuously. "Don't cry anymore, my dear granddaughter." Count Pekian and Anisha bid farewell to Gia. "I will be back soon." His eyes were filled with warmth and infinite tenderness. "My good granddaughter, I'll say it again, this is not about abandoning you." Count Pekian gently stroked Gia's cheek. "So don't feel like you're all alone." He said softly, "I'm just leaving for a little while. This is just for you." A few days after the Count left, the nanny said excitedly, "My lady, what kind of dress would you like to choose?" Gia felt extremely tired, thinking, I shouldn't have let her off so easily, right? Maybe she wasn't this annoying when I was still throwing a fit about Lady Pekian. A nagging nanny is so annoying. She raised a hand to rub her forehead. Anyway, she's still the one who raised me, nominally. I can't just ignore her like nothing happened. The nanny approached and reminded her, "My lady, you must focus. Entering the imperial palace is a much more delicate matter than people think." She continued, "Usually, other young ladies are only allowed to enter the palace after their coming-of-age ceremony, but you receive an invitation at such a young age. You truly are a special person." The nanny sighed regretfully, "But not a single dress catches my eye. If we had more time, I'd really like to have some new dresses custom-made." She carefully brought a dress before her. "Among these dresses, perhaps this one looks the most presentable, right?" The nanny sought Gia's opinion. "My lady, how about this one?" She lavished praise. "Indeed, you look truly wonderful in sky blue." She frowned and touched the dress. The nanny continued to chatter. "Please try it on, my lady." Gia thought of Irene's image, that clear blue like a cloudless sky. She immediately objected. "I don't want to wear it." She panicked. "Are you not satisfied? Haven't you always loved sky blue?" Gia coldly threw the dress on the floor. "I don't like this color. Pick another one." The nanny looked at her, confused, then left. "Then I'll go find another dress to replace it." Gia stood there with an annoyed expression, her eyes fixed on the blue dress on the floor. Sky blue, a color I once loved. She gritted her teeth, complex emotions surging within her. "It's a color I both love and hate." Gia raised her hands to her head. "I can't take it anymore." After crying in front of the Count, she could no longer control her emotions. She stepped on the blue dress, venting her anger. "I haven't even seen him again, and my heart is already in such a mess." Gia fell silent. Just the thought of seeing him again was terrifying. Fear crept into every cell. What if I fall in love with him again? Just like the first time I was captivated by those eyes, without any resistance. Gia recalled the past and asked herself, will he still be dazzlingly beautiful? She held the invitation. The nanny's voice was heard again. "My lady, are you not feeling well?" Gia slowly turned to look at her, her gaze having returned to calm. She gently put down the letter and replied in a steady tone, "No, I'm fine." The nanny brought another dress. "We don't have much time left. If you still need to do your hair and makeup, please hurry and change, my lady." She exclaimed in surprise, "Good heavens." The nanny couldn't help but praise. "You are truly breathtakingly beautiful. In this empire, I'm afraid no one can compare to you." She stood quietly in front of the mirror. "I once thought I was the most beautiful person in the world." Her gaze suddenly dimmed. "It's not that I think I'm ugly, but to say I'm the most beautiful in the empire, that's not quite right. Gia subconsciously thought of Iran and Sirius laughing happily, because I once knew the woman who was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the entire empire. She remembered the moment she watched them from afar, that vibrant blue hair as clear as the morning dawn. Gia thought, I'm talking about the empire's most beautiful and lovely treasure. She was once again immersed in the river of her memories. The reason for receiving the invitation to the palace was that the emperor wanted to console the Marquis's daughter who had lost her mother. Gia bitterly realized the cruel truth, but those who understood the situation knew that the real reason was not that at all. She thought of the complex power structure of the harem. The emperor had one empress, 2 noble consorts, and countless concubines. The number of children born in the harem had long surpassed single digits. Gia calculated that among them were a total of 6 princes, and of the 6 princes, only 2 were considered strong contenders for the throne. She mused. One was the first prince, the eldest son of the first noble consort. The other was the 6th prince, the son of the late empress. The empress had passed away more than 10 years ago. Gia thought, as soon as the empress's son, the 6th prince, was born, the emperor named him crown prince. But unfortunately, in that same year, the crown prince's mother, the empress, passed away. Things continued, and the empress's successor was a young lady from a powerless baron's family. However, because she was unable to establish a new balance of power, Gia pondered. The aristocrat faction threw all their support behind the first prince, the son of the first noble consort. The first prince was 16 years older than the crown prince, so in many ways, this was a clear disadvantage for the crown prince. However, the emperor chose to side with the crown prince. She highlighted her own important but dangerous situation, and the starting point was me. Gia slowly stepped into the luxurious carriage. The house of Marquis Elliot had remained neutral for generations. It was a sweet fruit coveted by both the emperor's faction and the aristocrat faction. However, no matter the schemes of any noble or the efforts of the emperor, none could sway the Marquis. So the emperor turned his sights on me. She sat opposite Marquis Elliot. Going to the palace was never just a simple consolation. The emperor needed an excuse to bring me into the palace, and the Marquis's death was the perfect one. Gia looked out the window. Only members of the royal family or those recognized by the emperor were allowed to ride in the royal carriage. Everyone understood clearly what this meant. She mused again. I'm caught in the whirlpool of fate once more. Gia subconsciously clenched her hands. If I see him again, what should I do? He's in the palace, and just the thought of meeting again already frightens me. Her gaze suddenly dimmed. No, what I'm truly afraid of is that I will change when I face him. Gia asked herself, am I clear-headed enough to withstand Byon's intense love for him without losing myself? Marquis Elliot suddenly spoke, interrupting her thoughts. Do you, like everyone else, wish to become the empress? Gia looked at him, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to speak first. In her first life, when she entered the palace, her father didn't even say a word to her. She asked him back in a doubtful voice, does my opinion matter? Marquis Elliot replied, if I intended to ignore your opinion, I wouldn't have asked in the first place. Gia still couldn't dispel the doubt in her heart. Why are you suddenly asking for my thoughts? You've never done this before. He replied simply, because it concerns you. She felt very confused. What's going on? Why has it suddenly become like this? Back then, wasn't she considered to have nothing to do with it? Gia thought, even when I became the crown princess and later the empress, I was never asked. Furthermore, she decided to ask directly, what if I don't want to become the empress? Marquis Elliot lowered his head slightly. You don't want to become the empress? Gia gathered her courage and asked again, if I say I don't want to be that person, is that possible? She fell into thought again. In the emperor's mind, he must have long since decided that I would become the crown princess. Unless there is a major flaw, my end will still be to step into that position. Gia remained silent. He chose me not for love, but for the power behind me. He will choose me for that reason. She pondered her options. Even if my heart does not yearn for it, the emperor is forced to choose me as the crown princess, because at this time, there is probably no one more suitable for the crown prince than me. Gia said softly, if I say I have no interest in the position of empress, can all of this end? Marquis Elliot twitched his legs slightly. That would be difficult. She frowned in displeasure. I knew it. Gia replied bluntly, since you say it's difficult, why did you ask? He didn't answer the accusation, just gazed quietly out the window. A servant announced, "We have arrived." Gia looked out the window with very mixed feelings. Have we already arrived at the Imperial Palace? The two of them alighted from the carriage together. Marquis Elliot extended a hand to help her down. It is indeed difficult. He lowered his voice, just enough for her to hear, but not impossible. Hearing these words, she froze. What does that mean? Dia slowly placed her small hand in Marquis Elliot's large palm. He said it's not impossible. Is he going to follow my wishes, or does he have other plans? She walked slowly, and Gia looked up at him. I can't guess what you're thinking. The crisp voice of the guard at the door rang out. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Elliot has arrived. The Emperor's majestic voice responded, let him enter. The grand doors slowly opened. Gia looked down at the floor. So I've returned to this place again. The two of them entered the familiar palace together, into the familiar audience chamber. Gia pressed her lips together. In a little while, I will see him again in this very place. Gia and Marquis Elliot bowed at the same time. Your daughter, the eldest daughter of the Elliot estate, Byon Rosa Elliot, and your servant, Gabriel Critter Elliot, greet the son of the Empire. The Emperor was full of admiration. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter. As expected of the Chancellor's daughter, she looks so much like him, there's no mistaking it. Gia was stunned, secretly looking at him. Back then, didn't the Emperor also laugh so heartily? No, back then, His Majesty only laughed when I was too flustered to know how to greet him. The Emperor seemed very excited. Marquis, why have you kept your beloved daughter from me until now? Marquis Elliot replied briefly, I am deeply honored. He extended a large hand toward her. Come closer, let me have a look. Gia glanced at Marquis Elliot. He nodded. She gently approached the Emperor, who stroked his beard smugly. Good. How old is this girl? Gia answered calmly, almost 11. The Emperor was even more pleased upon hearing this. Perfect. Nothing could be more suitable. She remained silent, knowing the Emperor desired the qualifications she possessed. Gia quietly watched the Emperor, who was showing great enthusiasm. But why do I feel that His Majesty values me more than last time? I've only just greeted him. A servant's voice announced, Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. She shivered. The Emperor looked over. Good, let him in. Gia felt her heart fill with anxiety. He's here. The sound of steady footsteps drew closer. Will I still love him to the point of self-destruction like before? Or this time, will nothing be able to move my heart? Sirius walked in with a brilliant smile and bowed. Your son greets the Imperial Father. Gia turned, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. He looked much younger than the last image I had of him, perhaps because he is only 14 now. It's not surprising, she commented silently. Then and now, that face is still breathtakingly beautiful. Gia gently tugged at her skirt and bowed. The eldest daughter of the Elliot estate. Byon Rosa Elliot. She curtsied slightly. This subject greets the little son of the Empire. Sirius froze for a moment when he saw Gia. His Majesty called out softly, Crown Prince, come here and let me see. He couldn't help but laugh in satisfaction. Just as I thought. His Majesty looked at Sirius and Gia, standing side by side. A match made in heaven indeed. He turned to ask for Marquis Elliot's opinion. Isn't that so, Chancellor? He remained silent. His Majesty seemed unable to wait for an answer and turned to the Chamberlain. What does the Chamberlain think? He replied politely, Your Majesty, this humble servant thinks they are both very beautiful, like inseparable lovebirds. Truly a classic pair of talent and beauty, painting a picture of rare harmony. She was stunned and confused. Had His Majesty ever revealed his intentions so clearly before? I was too young back then, too busy looking at the Crown Prince, so I can't remember clearly. The Chamberlain gently reminded him, Your Majesty, my apologies, but it is time for the morning court. He was startled. Oh my, is it that time already? His Majesty laughed out loud, because I was with this young lady. I didn't even realize how quickly time passed. Gia replied with proper etiquette, I am deeply honored. She thought to herself, but I've only just finished my greeting. His Majesty's gaze suddenly sharpened. It would be a shame to let this young lady leave now. The Chamberlain immediately understood his meaning. The Risha flowers in the back garden of Asade Palace are in full bloom. Your Majesty, what do you think of taking the young lady for a walk in the back garden? Gia was completely speechless at this overly harmonious performance. What was that nod about? Looking closely, it was obvious the two of them had planned this beforehand. He laughed in satisfaction. That's a good idea. The young lady will feel more at ease waiting for the Chancellor to finish his business than going back alone. She thought to herself, I would be much more at ease going back alone. Gia quietly watched His Majesty, who was chatting and laughing with the chamberlain. I don't even want to see those gardens. The Emperor seemed to notice her gaze, but how could I go against the Emperor's wishes? His Majesty turned to look at Gia with a benevolent expression, which could be considered a command. He then instructed, "It would be best to have the Crown Prince lead the way directly until the Chancellor has finished his duties. You will take care of the young lady in your father's stead." Sirius smiled and nodded in obedience. "Yes, Imperial Father." He gently extended his hand to Gia and called out softly, "My lady." Sirius flashed a brilliant smile. She felt her hand tremble with anxiety. Gia slowly raised her hand and took his. This is no different from the past. Complex thoughts rose in her mind. If there was a difference, the trembling in the past was due to excitement over him. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but now it's fear, the fear that I will change upon seeing him again. The two walked slowly in the back garden. Sirius explained, "This is the back garden of the Sade Palace. It was once called the Crown Princess's Palace, though it has been deserted for a long time." Gia thought, "That's right, it was like this back then too." She looked up. The sky was clear and the sun was bright. It was a day without even a slight breeze. Gia closed her eyes tightly. However, it was as if God was playing a trick on me. Petals fluttered down as a sudden gust of strong wind blew past. At that moment, she opened her eyes and looked around, white petals dancing in the wind. Gia's gaze rested on Sirius, the petals blending with his silver hair. What a beautiful sight. His hand suddenly reached out, gently touching her hair, and then Gia's cheeks suddenly turned red from the unexpected touch. That's right, at this very moment, in this very place, she recalled every scene. It was here that I fell into a hopelessly deep love. He smiled and brought the small petal to his lips. Sirius Ice and Lo Preston, the crown prince of the Preston Empire and the future emperor. Gia pressed her lips together. "Even if I have to die, no matter how many times, I will probably never be able to forget you." She was convinced of it, because the person I once loved so much I was willing to throw away my life was you. Gia began to turn over old memories. Thinking back now, he didn't dislike me from the very beginning. She tried to recall every detail from the past. Although he wasn't exactly gentle, he was never as cold as the Marquis. Because he was raised as a crown prince from birth, he knew how to treat people. Gia looked at Sirius, realizing he maintained a moderate level of courtesy toward me, and I had mistaken that courtesy for affection. She remembered herself back then. At that time, I had never truly experienced what love was and couldn't distinguish between etiquette and sincere affection. I naively thought the way he treated me was love. She painfully realized the cruel truth. Only when he found someone he loved did I truly understand the difference. Gia thought of the moments Sirius spent with Irene. The way he treated her was clearly different from how he treated anyone else. She gritted her teeth. If I had let go the moment I saw what true love was, perhaps things would have turned out differently. The hatred from the past resurfaced in her mind. However, I refused to admit it all and poured all my resentment onto the girl he loved. Gia snapped out her memories. Even without feelings, he still maintained his etiquette toward me as a partner. She remembered Sirius's look of disgust. But since when did his gaze start to contain contempt? Gia clenched her hands. Back then, I tried to find a reason in her, thinking he changed because of her. She looked at them. I refused to admit it back then, but now I understand. Gia realized that even before he met her, those eyes were already looking at me with contempt. The nanny walked into the room happily, holding a bouquet of flowers. "My lady, flowers have been sent from the palace again." She continued to chatter. "It seems His Highness the Crown Prince is really interested in you." Gia remained silent, saying nothing. She raised her hands to her head. "It's not like that," she thought. "The nanny thinks that as long as the flowers are from the palace, they must be from the Crown Prince for me." Gia looked at the bouquet, but this gift couldn't have such a simple meaning. She felt very uncomfortable. Those flowers are Risha, the symbol of the Crown Princess. Moreover, it's impossible that the Crown Prince sent them himself. The Crown Prince surely doesn't even know that the palace sent me flowers. Gia couldn't help but shiver. This was a warning from the Emperor to the nobles through that flower. A warning that the eldest daughter of Marquis Elliot had been chosen as his own. She frowned, thinking, I have the blood of both the Marquis Elliot family and the Count Peckian family. So in the eyes of the noble scions, I must be a sweet and advantageous marriage prospect. And since women cannot inherit the family title, if I marry, my husband will surely take over. The The Marquis ate. Zasudeli Zembet Evan. Ah, but the Count must also have someone destined to be the heir to the title, right? It seems that in my past life, that person also appeared around this time. She regretted, I should have found out who that heir was back then. I was too immersed in my feelings for the Crown Prince at the time. Gia felt a little relieved. In any case, I'm glad this reunion with him was easier than I imagined. She thought, although Byon's heart is still pounding. Thanks to Gia's self pulling me back, I didn't lose control like last time and managed to keep a clear head. Gia stood up and walked around. But this is no good. If I just sit still, my thoughts will only return to the Crown Prince. The nanny watched her figure. My lady. She walked past her. I'm going for a walk. I'll be back soon. She suddenly cried out in surprise. Whoa. Before Gia's eyes was a messy, overgrown garden. The trees were overgrown. She looked around and thought, really, it seems the Marquis cared for nothing besides the Marquis himself. I thought it was a garden, but it's a wasteland. Gia gently lifted her head, looking through the dense foliage. Even so, she let out a breath. This silence isn't bad either. Gia continued walking. It's a bit desolate, but surely there aren't any wild animals, right? I'll just treat it as coming here to recuperate. A sudden rustling from a nearby bush caught her attention. She immediately denied what she had just said. It's a bit desolate, but surely there aren't any wild animals, right? Gia stared intently at the bush. Even so, it couldn't be a bear, could it? I'm inside the estate, after all. She focused on the bush as it rustled more intensely. At most, it's a stray cat, a ferret, or a lost little rabbit. Gia felt scared and broke into a sweat. She clenched her hands for more courage. Step by step, I'll go check and get this over with. Gia carefully parted the layers of the bush with her hands. I have to be careful not to get pricked by thorns. Suddenly, a small head poked out from the bush. She stopped. Is that a black cat? It would be a pity if it's hurt. Should I help it? Gia gently placed her hand on the small creature. Ugh, I have no resistance to small animals again. How annoying. She used all her strength to lift the curled-up creature, and then they both fell backward. Gia quickly got up and moved closer to observe. Now that I brought it out, let's see what this creature looks like. Her eyes widened in surprise. Huh, wait a minute. Gia stared at the boy. Is it a chinchilla? No, it's a child. She slowly approached and squatted down to look more closely. Ran looked at Gia in confusion. She watched the boy silently, her gaze suddenly darkening. Gia gently caressed the boy's cheeks with both hands. She happily pinched Ran's cheeks. Wow, this. Gia seemed very interested. I don't know why, but I find this really amusing. A voice called out, "Did you find him?" No, I didn't see anything. Ran flinched. She looked at the boy trembling with fear and surprise. Where did that little creature disappear to? Gia glanced in the direction of the voices. It would be bad if that child ran into the young lady. She stood up decisively. What is it? The two maids were startled. Oh, my lady. Gia asked coldly. Don't make me ask a second time. They stammered. That is. She continued. Now that the Marquis is gone, I am the lady of this house, which means this garden is also mine from now on. Gia placed a hand on her chest, daring to enter my garden without permission and not even bothering to answer. I can take that as disrespect toward me, can I? The maid hesitated. No, my lady, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Gia turned her head to look at Ran. The boy kept his mouth tightly shut. The maid continued to plead. Please be generous and forgive me, my lady. Gia thought, I don't need their answer. I can guess. It seems they came all this way for this child. She gently shielded the boy with her skirt. Then she commanded, it's too noisy, leave. Both were taken aback. Sorry, yes. Gia said calmly. I said it's too noisy, leave. I will tell the nanny about this, so be prepared for a scolding. As if pardoned, the two maids ran off, repeatedly calling out, Thank you, my lady. She looked at the bush and said leisurely, All right, it's fine now. Gia observed Ran and said slowly, What should I do with you? He looked up, his eyes filled with tears. Rant by Ron Elliot. Gia thought silently. The Marquis brought Ran back to the estate shortly after the Marquis's death. She tried hard to remember. Back then, I only found out about this after Ran had been living in the estate for some time. The nanny kept complaining about how pitiful the Marquis was, crying for days. Gia analyzed calmly. I used to hate Ran, my pride believing I was the Marquis's only child, and was deeply hurt. She thought of him from her past life, pondering quietly. Moreover, unlike me, Ran was the kind of child who looked exactly like the Marquis, so anyone could tell he was his. Flesh and blood. Gia thought wearily. Both the Marquis and I were forgotten. How could we easily accept a child brought in from the outside? Because of that, I never stopped bullying Ran until I entered the imperial palace as the crown princess. She recalled her past malicious acts. I had the maids tamper with his food, made a fuss over small things, and then used it as an excuse to beat him. Gia mused to herself. No one stepped up to stop me. Instead, to curry favor with me, they competed to suppress Ran without hesitation. Ran's sharp gaze flashed in her mind. She thought quietly. Ran silently endured all my malicious bullying. Even when beaten with a stick by the servants, he didn't let out a single cry of pain. Looking at Ran's small, thin frame, Gia thought with irritation. I see the Marquis's shadow again. No matter how much I longed for love, he remained unmoved. She lamented wearily. The anger I couldn't vent at the Marquis, I cowardly poured it all onto Ran. Even the Marquis, the only one who could have stopped me, showed no opposition or intervention. Gia thought with displeasure. Because of that, Ran must have had a very painful and exhausting time. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Thinking about it now, it's really strange. Ran is the sole heir of the Elliot family, although the Marquis never mentioned the matter of succession. Gia considered carefully, but besides Ran, there is no one else to inherit the Elliot family. The Marquis Elliot family has always been one with few heirs. She wondered to herself, although I heard the Marquis had a younger brother, that person passed away a long time ago. So shouldn't he have acknowledged Ran as his son and stopped my bullying? Gia recalled in confusion. Yet the Marquis just brought Ran to the villa and only taught him the knowledge necessary for a nobleman. She looked at the pitiful Ran before her and quietly made a decision. In any case, this is before I started bullying Ran. Gia silently asked herself, I used to hate him, but what about now? At this thought, she suddenly felt a little flustered. Is it because he looks like the chinchilla I raised when I was Gia? I suddenly want to raise him. Gia threatened. Hey kid, if it were the old me, this definitely wouldn't end so easily. Didn't the maid say not to let anyone see me? She thought with displeasure. That cold attitude really runs in the family. The father and son are truly two of kind. Gia sighed and announced, I have to treat the wound first. She thought silently. My room is impossible because the nanny is there. If I want to treat Rance wound without the maids or the nanny finding out, there's probably only that one place. Gia held out her hand and said calmly, let's go. Rance's eyes lit up. He looked at her happily. Immediately, Ran quickly grabbed Gia's hand. She calculated to herself. Let's see, Ran is probably about 4 years younger than me, right? The last time I saw him, he had already grown very tall. Gia tried hard to recall her past life. Taller than the Marquis, with a strong build. I'm not sure, but he must have been well loved. She looked at the crybaby beside her and lamented silently. Who would have thought such a little one would grow up to be so tall? A maid asked worriedly, haven't you found him yet? Another shouted in frustration. What if the butler finds out? We're done for. Where did that troublesome little brat run off to? Gia wondered to herself in confusion. Why am I hiding from the maids like I'm dodging a debt? It's not my turn to bully Ran yet. A maid said hurriedly, go find him. I'll check the other side. If the young lady finds out, things will get more complicated. Another person cursed angrily. That troublesome little beast. If I catch you, don't expect to get away. She thought in surprise. This is so unexpected. Gia pondered quietly. It's clear that Ran has the Marquis's blood. So why are the maids acting like he's a disaster? She glanced at Ran, puzzled. If he were really a troublesome child, rude and unruly, I could understand. But he doesn't seem like it. In fact, he's an obedient and gentle child. Gia thought with irritation. It seems something is going on in this house that I don't know about yet. She thought wearily to herself. That's right. When a master doesn't care much about what happens in the estate, the major and minor affairs of the house are handled by the butler and the nanny. An idea formed in Gia's mind, especially the maids. They are all under the nanny's management. Thinking carefully, the ones looking for Ran were all maids. She secretly made a decision. It seems I'll have to personally find out what's hidden here soon. Gia walked over and knocked gently on the door. The butler immediately went to open the door quickly. He saw the two children and exclaimed in surprise. My lady, the butler asked hurriedly. My lady, is something the matter? Gia said calmly. I'm here. Bring some medicine. He replied respectfully. Please wait a moment. Marquis Elliot asked, what's going on? Gia wondered to herself. I found it strange since last time. Why have you suddenly started paying attention to me? Even asking proactively at a time like this. Just then, the butler hurriedly brought the medicine. He examined the wound on Ran's hand and announced, this wound, it looks like a scratch from something sharp. The butler asked in surprise. His cheeks also seem a a bit swollen and red. Could it be that someone hit him? Gia turned her face away guiltily and saw Marquis Elliot's gaze. She thought in a panic. Oh no. Gia admitted reluctantly. It was me. The butler asked in surprise. What? She explained with displeasure. Because the soft feeling was fun, I tried pulling it and it ended up like this. Gia commented seriously. It seems this child's skin is very sensitive. The butler should pay more attention to his care. He replied hurriedly. Yes, my lady. She said slowly, when you're done, bring some cake to my room. The butler replied respectfully, yes, my lady. Gia paused at the door. She suddenly spoke. Ah, of course, Gia announced excitedly. This child has to come too. Hearing this, Rand's eyes lit up and he stared at her blankly. Delicious. An exquisitely decorated cake was brought in. His eyes were glued to the cake, the desire on his face obvious. She said calmly, here, try it. Rand quickly grabbed the cake in front of him. He picked it up with his hands and chewed greedily. Seeing this, whispers broke out. So vulgar. Rand's face turned pale and his whole body trembled. The maids commented disdainfully. As expected, you can't hide your status. Why is the young lady paying attention to someone like that? Gia thought quietly, I can bully this child. She glanced behind her and thought with displeasure. But if anyone else touches him, I'm not happy at all. Gia commanded coldly, get out. The maids cried out in alarm. Yes, she said with displeasure, you've gotten good at talking back these days. If words aren't enough for you to understand, then I'll have to teach you with actions. They retreated hastily. Zasai Withili. Rand was startled. She looked at him and guessed silently. Just a sigh makes him tremble. Has he been abused? Gia thought wearily. What a hassle. I never intended to develop deep feelings for anyone. She mused to herself, but just keeping a child by my side probably won't change anything major. Gia asked seriously, do you want me to punish them? Her cold voice rang out. If you want, I can punish everyone for you. Gia gently stroked Rand and asked slowly, do you want me to punish them? He quickly shook his head. She asked in surprise, why? The maids mocked you like that. Gia taught him seriously. If you do something wrong, you must be punished accordingly. In this place, anyone who dares to treat you badly has committed an unforgivable sin. Rand suddenly cried out. She asked in surprise, what are you talking about? Tears streamed down his cheeks. Rand said in fear, it hurts. He cried loudly and sorrowfully. If I get punished, it will hurt a lot. Seeing that pitiful sight, Gia's eyes turned red. She rushed over and hugged Rand tightly. Gia patted him and then comforted him gently. All right, if you don't like it, then I won't punish them anymore. She quietly made a decision. Maybe I should reorganize everything in this estate. Rand cried, wetting her shoulder. Gia mused silently. In any case, I should first take care of what my little puppy needs. She suggested gently, let out all your pent-up frustrations, my good little puppy. Gia thought happily, the first thing in the world that is completely mine. Soft sunlight streamed in through the window. Marquis Elliot sat across from her and asked in confusion, what is it? Gia looked at him and made a decision to herself. In this life, I absolutely cannot let Rand turn into that block of ice. She took a sip of tea and announced calmly, I need a tutor. The butler exclaimed in surprise, you have many teachers teaching you many subjects from etiquette and history to mathematics and theology. Gia thought silently. The problem is I don't listen in class. She continued to demand, I need the best teachers in every field. Marquis Elliot asked curiously. The reason? Gia announced calmly. I want to teach something to someone. He asked in confusion. Who are you talking about? She announced leisurely. Rand. Marquis Elliot asked in surprise. What are you thinking? Gia explained slowly. Simply put, I need the best teachers to teach Rand. She put down her teacup and said slowly, and please dismiss all the teachers who teach me. Gia thought silently. They're all teaching things I already know anyway. She gave a brilliant smile and announced happily, I'm sure you will agree to this request. Gia stood up and said calmly, well then, I'll be leaving first. Marquis Elliot suddenly asked, why? Marquis Elliot asked seriously, why do you care about that child? Gia announced calmly, because he's mine. He asked in surprise, what? She explained calmly, I cannot accept the fact that my little puppy is looked down upon by others. The image of a strong Rand appeared in Gia's mind. She announced seriously, therefore, I intend to turn him into the most capable person. Gia said calmly, please cooperate with me. She calculated to herself, if I want to make that child the Marquis of the Elliot family, this is unavoidable. I must invest without hesitation. Gia thought proudly, although that child is still small now, a cute little puppy In the future, my puppy will surely become a powerful beast that no one dares to look down on. She thought silently. By then, the Elliot family will become the wings that support that beast to fly even further. Gia walked toward the door. She thought excitedly. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I'm really looking forward to the moment my little puppy grows up. Day after day, when she opened the door, she saw a maid eavesdropping outside. Gia asked with irritation, "What is it?" She quickly greeted, "Nothing, my lady. Are you returning to your room?" She walked past and answered calmly, "That's right." Gia glanced at the maid, musing to herself. How strange. She mused quietly. They seem overly concerned with me. Just now, in front of the door, they were even eavesdropping. In the dead of night, Gia thought carefully. Following my direct orders, Rant's room had been moved from the annex to the main house. She lay on the bed, exhausted, thinking silently. Due to the nanny's obstruction, Rant's room was placed far from mine, but at least it was under the same roof, so I put up with it for the time being. Gia couldn't calm down, thinking angrily. Damn it, I'm too annoyed to sleep. Finally, Gia sat up and got out of bed. It's almost dawn now. Rand is probably sleeping soundly, right? I'll just go take a peek at the little one's sleeping face, and then come right back. As she walked out, she saw that the nanny's room door was open. Gia thought in surprise. The nanny? Her bed is empty. She was secretly startled. Why wasn't the nanny in her room? An ominous premonition surfaced in Gia's mind, and she muttered to herself, "Could it be?" Immediately after, Gia hurried towards Rand's room, thinking worriedly, "I have to go check on Rand quickly." A vicious voice came from inside the door. "Someone like you dares to sleep?" She carefully peeked inside through the crack in the door. Inside, a group of maids were berating Rand. "I don't know what kind of mutt crawled out from where, but you should at least know who you stepped over to get in here." The nanny said contemptuously, "If that's the case, then don't even think about setting foot in this house." She had been coldly scolding from the start. "Coming here will only make our young mistress suffer." Zabutin, Souting Angili. "Have you all gone mad?" The nanny explained in a panic. "My lady, this isn't." Gia commented irritably. "It seems the nanny doesn't even realize what she's doing, does she?" She announced furiously, "You've picked on the wrong person this time." Immediately after, Gia shouted coldly, "Butler." The butler rushed over and asked in a panic, "My lady, what happened?" She said gravely, "I just witnessed Rand being abused with my own eyes." Gia announced coldly, "Everyone present is a perpetrator." The nanny shouted in anger, "My lady." Rand hid behind her in fear. She shouted frantically, "You can't do this to me. Why did the madam have to leave like this?" The nanny cursed viciously. "That damn mutt. Tearing him to shreds wouldn't be enough to quell my anger." Rand squeezed his eyes shut in terror, tears streaming down his cheeks. Gia shielded him and said coldly, "Nanny, this is not the time for you to be saying such things." At that moment, Marquis Elliot appeared behind them. He said calmly, "It's not just me who knows what you just did." Gia felt relieved, thankful that she had gone to Rand's room at that moment. Ever since I found out what happened to Rand that night, the villa was suddenly thrown into chaos. Through the testimonies of the maids involved, I learned that the mastermind was the nanny. Afterward, she went to visit the nanny in prison, but she didn't have the courage to watch her be punished. The image of the nanny locked in the cellar, her face filled with resentment, came to mind. Although she had indeed done something unforgivable, she was also the guardian who had raised Byon since childhood. In the end, the nanny was kicked out of the villa, so she personally requested the Marquis to show her leniency. Although somewhat worried, the Marquis accepted her request and had the nanny resign. However, she left some parting words before she left. The nanny left only a single sentence, and after saying it, she walked away without looking back. Returning to a normal scene, a maid was carrying a tray of water into the garden. After that, she replaced all the maids with people who were truly trustworthy. Everything came to a temporary close. Gia and Rand sat properly, ready. Since then, there has been no more news about the nanny. He opened his innocent eyes and stared at her. Gia asked calmly, "What's wrong, my little one?" Rand expressed hesitantly, "Maybe you've grown tired of me." Hearing this, she was stunned. "What?" Afterward, Gia gently stroked Rand's head and comforted him. "Don't overthink things." Despite this, he still seemed a bit confused, but that's what they said. Rand explained further. "They said that you've been tired ever since I came here." The more Gia listened, the less she understood. "Have I ever said that? I've never been troubled by your presence, so ignore that nonsense." She turned again to stroke Rand's head to soothe him. "I won't let you live in this house with your head held down. You're my little one. But Rand said, a little worried, but Gia cut him off and suggested cheerfully, forget everything else. You only need to remember one thing. She affirmed in a firm voice, I am your destiny. You only need to remember that. Subsequently, more of Gia's story was gradually revealed. Although my childhood was a bit different, those memories never faded, as if they were unrelated to the present. She recalled the old sequence of events. Just like in my previous life, I was engaged to the crown prince at his coming-of-age ceremony. Because I was too young, the first prince's faction strongly opposed it, so we still couldn't hold a formal wedding. This made Gia even more confident. From then on, I was certain of one thing. If things continued to develop as before, then on my 16th birthday, I would officially become the crown princess. She slowly lifted her teacup, 1,000 thoughts running through her mind. The Marquise had passed away, and 4 years had flown by in an instant. There were only 3 months left until the 5th anniversary of her death, and only that much time left until my 16th birthday. Thinking of this, Gia's brows furrowed involuntarily. At that time, the Emperor immediately urged the Crown Prince and me to hold our wedding as soon as I came of age. Just then, she began to make a decision. I need to have some countermeasures, or else I will again. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Gia's shoulder, startling her out of her thoughts. Sirius called her name worriedly, Byon. He also held Gia's shoulders to check on her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? In stark contrast to that concern, Gia turned her face away. It's not that this person was originally the type to be kind to everyone, don't get me wrong. Seeing her expression, Sirius became even more anxious. He finally decided to turn and leave. It seems I can't just ignore this. I'll go get the royal physician. But as soon as the words were out, Gia reached out and grabbed him. She began to dissuade Sirius. I'm fine. You don't need to call the royal physician. Your Highness. However, his tone was still full of concern. But you don't look well. Gia, still tugging on Sirius's sleeve, said, I'm fine, I was just a little dizzy for a moment. Although he was less anxious, he was still a bit suspicious. Are you really okay? Gia smiled reassuringly. Yes, I'm sorry for worrying you. Afterward, Sirius sat in the chair opposite her. Gia couldn't help but feel awkward about the situation. Really, although we've met a few times, this period of time still feels heavy. She watched Sirius leisurely drink his tea and commented, it seems the Emperor believes that if we spend time together 2 or 3 times a week, our relationship will improve. The problem isn't me, it's his son. Gia's hand also slowly touched the rim of her teacup. In any case, things seem different now. Originally, I was sure he must have found me extremely annoying. She saw a past version of herself in the reflection of the tea, but now I saw concern from him. If my affairs don't annoy him, would that be helpful? But then Gia concluded, what's the point anyway? I don't plan on marrying this person. She started speaking, breaking the silence. We've been engaged for over 2.5 years, haven't we? Sirius was taken aback and replied, why bring that up all of a sudden? A trace of confusion appeared in his mind. Did I do something wrong? Gia explained, what's wrong? You've always been kind and proper to me, fulfilling your duties as a fiancé, even though she was thinking something completely different. Perhaps the main problem was that everything stopped at that level. Her evasiveness only made Sirius more worried. No, please be direct. Did I do something wrong to you? Gia replied calmly, you're speaking unreasonably. You've never done anything wrong. But Sirius paused, then said slowly, with disappointment, but also a hint of a threat. Is that so? Do you feel uncomfortable being around me? The look Sirius gave Gia gradually became dark and dangerous. Sirius said in a dissatisfied tone, try to say it, Byon. Displeasure gradually showed on his face. Are you uncomfortable around me or not? On Gia's side, she couldn't help but feel a heavy pressure. Suddenly Sirius stood up, looming over her. If you really feel uncomfortable, then there's no need for this thing between us to continue, right? His voice became increasingly bitter. Sirius mimicked Gia's earlier voice. I am your fiancé, you know? In stark contrast to his anger, Gia said very calmly, an engagement can also be broken. Your Highness. But Sirius seemed to take what she just said extremely seriously. Do you understand the meaning of what you just said? Gia replied, I understand perfectly. As she said these words, she was very worried, tightly clenching her clasped hands. Gia continued to answer, yes, Your Highness. Sirius then asked why. She stated bluntly with a blank expression, because I don't love you. At that moment, Sirius froze. Then suddenly, he burst into a fit of laughter and couldn't stop. The atmosphere between them grew even more tense. Sirius sat down and said sarcastically, "I never thought you'd be such an interesting person. You really have a talent for surprising people." The look in his eyes now was filled with killing intent. Even so, Gia replied seriously, "I'm not joking." Sirius also began to mock her, "That kind of love. I don't know if you're truly naive or just pretending to be." He explained in detail, in royal or aristocratic circles, people who marry for love are extremely rare. Because marriage isn't just a private matter between two people, but a union of two families. Not only that, Sirius began to lecture her endlessly. Marriage was originally a means to consolidate the interests of both parties. You are also a lady born into a noble family. Having enjoyed such privileges your whole life, shouldn't you marry for the sake of your family? At that moment, Gia's thoughts were completely different from his. But if the end of that road is only tragedy, must one follow it? Life is short, and I don't want to waste my time meaninglessly. She also gently placed a hand on her chest and shared, "My dream is to meet someone I love and then live with that person until we're old." Gia concluded that it was the kind of happiness Gia knew when she knew everything, but the Byon of that time had been completely oblivious. Gia still asked cheerfully, "The person by your side doesn't necessarily have to be me, right?" In her heart, she had already made a decision for herself. "Even so, I still want that happiness, and I must obtain it." She gently reached out her hand to persuade Sirius. "Isn't this just a marriage arranged based on conditions? If a lady with better conditions appeared, wouldn't that be better for your highness?" He sat with his arms crossed, listening for a while, before deciding to speak. "It seems you've misunderstood something." He leaned closer, his face still as cold as ice. "To me, there is no one with better conditions than you, Byon." Gia remained seated upright, replying to Sirius with dignity. "Are you willing to say for certain that there is truly no one better than me?" After that, the two fell into silence again. She still tried to maintain her stance. "I must do everything possible to prevent this marriage with the crown prince. From the beginning, I didn't care about others' opinions or judgments, and now I have no reason to try to be nice to him anymore." Gia finally gave up on everything. "Yes, no need to worry anymore. Just ignore everything and act." She smiled cheerfully, as if the matter wasn't serious at all. "If you'd like, I can personally pick out a lady for you who meets all the conditions." However, Sirius was not very pleased and waved his hand. "Fine, let's say I'm conceding to you. Let's just say there's indeed someone more suitable for me than you." He asked, "So what?" Hearing this, Gia showed an unfriendly smile. "What do you mean, so what?" "Of course you should choose the better person." Sirius, determined not to give up, said, "We've already held an engagement ceremony. You are my official fiancé." Gia interrupted him, causing his face to darken. But before she could speak, Sirius reached out and caressed her face. "Isn't this easier and simpler?" He stood up, bracing one hand beside Gia and cupping her cheek with the other, demanding, "Love me, Byon." Their lips were now extremely close. Before their lips could touch, Gia's hand appeared. Sirius stopped just as the hand touched him. Contrary to his relaxed demeanor, Gia showed clear discomfort. Sirius's tone was now full of threat. "When prey runs, a hunter's instinct is to chase. And I'm a very good hunter, so it's best not to provoke that instinct in me." After speaking, he gently brought Gia's hand to his lips and kissed her palm. Sirius also said possessively, "My bi." A moment later, Gia couldn't help but clutch her head in exhaustion. Has he really gone mad? The carriage she was in was still moving. That's right. It would be strange if he had obediently agreed to break the engagement. Gia continued to console herself. Anyway, he hasn't met that girl yet. For him, for now, the conditions I offer are still valid. However, when she recalled the scene of Sirius kissing her palm, Gia couldn't help but feel a chill. But that reaction was beyond my expectations. He neither got angry nor showed any discomfort. This made her associate him with a familiar creature, like a bird of prey staring at its quarry. A suffocating feeling welled up in Gia's heart. That feeling of being suppressed by that aura to the point of powerlessness was truly frustrating. I should have slapped that handsome face back then, or at least kicked him. What a foolish reaction. But then she tried to rally her spirits. Actually, letting things proceed according to the original script wasn't a bad thing. I don't want to struggle half to death trying to change the future again. Then one day, when he meets her and loves her with all his heart, I'll give my position to that girl and live my own life. It's not a bad choice. Then Gia thought of her happy future. Meeting someone I love and living a peaceful life together, that would be good. Or meeting a soulmate and enjoying our later years together, that would also be good. Suddenly, her gaze turned serious and fearsome. But it can't be just like this. Gia was reviewing the situation she had just encountered. What prey? Do you think only hunters know how to hunt? Then suddenly, the carriage door was flung open. Just you wait. I'll definitely let you know that a hunter can also be taken down by his own prey. When Gia got out of the carriage, Maori was already standing there, saying, "My lady, you've returned." She replied, "That's right." Gia also asked, "Where is Ran?" Maori quickly replied, "The young master is still at the martial arts field. Shall I tell him you've returned?" Gia stopped her. "No need, I'll go myself." She walked step by step through the stately courtyard. When she reached the martial arts field, Gia crossed her arms and thought, "When I heard that the kid had hired a retired knight as a teacher, I was worried." Seeing Ran training diligently, she also felt very satisfied. But indeed, he is worthy of being one of the top 10 masters in the Empire. His teaching is truly excellent. Gia observed carefully and commented, "Although I don't understand swordsmanship, seeing this situation, Ran, who can hold his own against such an opponent, is also quite a talented person." Ran and the bespectacled instructor stared at each other seriously. But then the instructor smiled slightly. He slowly lowered his sword. Then both of them stuck the tips of their swords into the ground and bowed to each other. Finally, Ran noticed Gia nearby, and his face lit up with joy. Ran called out softly, and she also looked at him gently. "Sister." Gia took a step closer and said formally, "Good work, Mr. Tilt." He smiled and replied, "It's my job. I'll take my leave then." Turning to Ran, he chatted happily. "Sister, what brings you all the way to the martial arts field?" Gia said nothing, but suddenly pinched Ran's cheek. Her voice rang out with a hint of reproach. "Didn't I tell you not to call me sister anymore?" Ran replied, aggrieved. But Gia's gaze at him was full of seriousness. "But what? Are you some gigolo who specializes in seducing rich madams? I'm just a little older than you, and you don't take my words seriously?" However, Ran placed his hand on Gia's hand that was pinching his cheek. "Your words are destiny." After that, he gently nuzzled her hand with his head. "I must never forget." Then Ran turned his head and asked her in a worried tone, "But you don't seem to be in a good mood today. Did something happen at the palace?" When Gia thought of Sirius, she replied in a not-so-pleasant tone, "Yeah, I was bitten by a mad dog, a big one at that." Hearing this, Ran couldn't help but feel anxious. A mad dog? How could there be a dog in the palace? "Are you hurt?" Gia just looked at him silently. But then she suddenly hugged Ran. This made his face turn red. He said softly, "You smell of sweat." Gia retorted, leaning against Ran's chest. "But it's just the smell of the warm sun. There's nothing unpleasant about it." Being held like this, she couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Just standing quietly like this was also comforting. If only everything could always be this peaceful. Suddenly, Maori appeared again, shouting loudly, "My lady." Gia turned towards the voice. Her tone was urgent. "My lady, something terrible has happened." The next words left Gia stunned. "There's a report that Count Pekian is critically ill." Fragments of memory immediately surfaced in Gia's mind. Count Pekian left on that day and returned exactly 2 months later. Was this a coincidence or fate? The day he returned was also the first anniversary of her death. She remembered her conversations with Count Pekian. He had moved into a mansion closest to the Elliot family and often traveled between the Elliot and Pekian mansions to chat with me. Gia couldn't help but miss his smile. As if wanting to make up for the time he had once ignored me, he spent most of his time with me. But could that have been an after effect of the Marquise's death? Back in reality, the people around him gradually began to prepare themselves mentally. It was time to say goodbye to him. And today might be that day. Gia and Marquis Elliot moved quickly. Then she saw Eli sitting in front of a door. The little girl heard a familiar voice and turned her face towards the sound, Bi. When she got close enough, Gia knelt down as if to hug Eli. "Why are you here all alone?" The little girl also stretched out her arms to hug Gia. "Bi, Elle wants to go into father's room." She comforted her softly. "In any case, you shouldn't be running around alone." After taking Eli away, Gia thought worriedly, "What if I enter the Count's bedroom at this moment? Even if Elle's eyes can't see, I don't want her to see that sight." Suddenly, the door opened, and a man appeared and said, "Ah." The man continued, "This is the first time I've met you, my lady." Gia looked up and recognized the man. He introduced himself. "I am Evan Lay." Evan placed a hand on his chest and greeted Gia. At this point, a series of information about him appeared in Gia's mind. Evan Le Pekian was a name shrouded in mystery. No one knew who he was, where he came from, what his nationality was, who his parents were. Everything was vague. She narrated that he was like someone who had walked out of the nameless void of this world. Everyone in the Count's family suspected him and even fiercely opposed him becoming the heir. But in the end, he still rightfully inherited the title and became the heir to Count Pekian. The story continued that from then on, Count Pekian's trading company entered a golden age. At tea parties and balls, noble ladies competed to show off newly purchased items from that trading company. In the end, it left consequences. Like a fever spreading through aristocratic circles, everyone wanted to own them at any cost. Dresses, high heels, sparkling jewelry. Most were luxury goods designed to captivate women. Gia observed Evan carefully and commented, "I heard he specializes in trading goods for women. I thought at his age he would have the appearance of a gentle merchant, but it turns out he's like this." She assessed his physique, then his demeanor, tall and well-proportioned, with sharp and cold facial features. It was hard to believe he was a merchant. Even seeing him wearing a sword made Gia more suspicious. "Doesn't he look like a knight?" Suddenly, Eli let go of Gia and called out softly, "Evan." Evan picked her up and said with a hint of reproach, yet playfully, "Elle, you ran away from the nanny again." Seeing the two of them so at ease, Gia was a little surprised. A shy child like Elle would actually throw herself into his arms without hesitation. "Yes, our Elle is always beautiful." The door was now ajar, and Evan and Eli stood neatly to one side. However, he gently refused, "But father is sick right now, so let's see him later, okay?" Eli asked innocently when. Evan quickly replied, "When Elle eats well, sleeps well, and becomes a beautiful girl." The little girl pouted, "But Elle is beautiful now, too. Could it be that they've met many times?" Eli shared, "Evan, I miss father." Evan replied in a gentle voice, "Yes, Elle, father misses you too." When Gia and Marquis Elliot realized the door was open, they were both slightly taken aback. The two didn't waste much time and went inside. They walked in quietly, one after the other. On the bed, Count Pekian was gasping for breath from his illness. His hand trembled as he raised it, Byon. Gia gently approached the bedside. Witnessing someone leave this world was nothing new. When I was Gia, I had experienced such partings of life and death countless times. She couldn't avoid the disappointment and sadness in her heart. Why did this moment of parting make my heart ache as if it were the first time? Gia held Count Pekian's trembling hand. He stammered, "Thank you." His breathing became increasingly unstable. "Live happily, my granddaughter." Before he could finish, Count Pekian added, "Marquis." He spoke each subsequent word slowly, as if he had no strength left. "I'm counting on you." As soon as the words fell, Count Pekian closed his eyes, and the hand Gia was holding gradually went limp. Count Pekian's hand fell limply onto the mattress, lifeless. "Zafar in shock." "Grandfather." Beside them, Anusha cried out in panic, "Darling, wake up, darling." Gradually, her tears fell. "Darling, please." Tears began to stream uncontrollably down Anusha's face. After that, she let out a scream of extreme anguish. Gia stood to the side, her heart surging with emotion. "Count, no. Grandfather." From the moment I became self-aware, the first person who made me feel true love was you. She stood, pensively recalling the small moments with Count Pekian. The gentle and subtle love he gave me was powerful enough to shatter the sturdy wall in my heart, named Byon, into pieces. The entire room became tense and unusually somber. I had also anticipated that he would leave this world. It's just that he stayed by my side for 4 years longer than I had imagined. That was enough time to prepare for a death, so I'm okay. Gia finally told herself, "It's okay." But then Marquis Elliot, who was behind her, steadied her when he saw her unsteady appearance. "Are you really okay?" Gia then turned her head to look at him. At this point, she could no longer hold back her tears. Seeing that weak appearance, Marquis Elliot hugged Gia. Marquis Elliot tried to comfort her. "Then I'll stay right here until your tears stop falling." Hearing these words, Gia also felt a sense of relief. The Marquis's strange actions confused me. I had intended to stop crying and quickly leave that embrace. She also gently blamed herself, but it seems willpower can't win against the heart. That stream of tears in the end. kept flowing and didn't want to stop for a long time. A moment later, a voice rang out in the room. "This is unreasonable. You must be mad to come up with something like this." A man shouted loudly about handing over the entire trading company to someone whose origins were unknown, who had crawled out of who knows where. Gia then sat to the side, assessing. Before attending the funeral, I thought things were just a little messy. Watching the quarrel in front of her made her feel tired. Who knew everything would be so chaotic? They even pointed at Evan and criticized. How could this happen? Who was he to inherit the entire fortune? Finally, Gia spoke up. "Calm down." They remained stubborn. "Calm down? How can we calm down?" That man also looked down on him. The entire trading company, the soul of the Pekian family, is about to fall into the hands of a man whose name no one even knows. Gia remained very calm. In short, a total of 4 people have inherited the bulk of the Count's estate. First was the image of Anusha holding Eli. The Countess and Miss L were left with the entire Pekian family mansion and territory, as well as enough cash and jewelry to live richly until old age without any worries. Next was Gia's portion. As for Byon, just like last time, he still left me a small piece of territory, some gold and silver, and a few pieces of jewelry. She also revealed the most important title the Count had left for the man who would become Elle's future husband. At this, everyone nodded. Everything was still as expected. But to the shock of the aristocratic circle, and ultimately to Gia's surprise once again, he had entrusted the position of Elle's guardian, along with the very soul of the family, the Chamber of Commerce, to Evan. Gia gently rested her hand on her chin, thinking, I must also feign surprise, but for a completely different reason than theirs. She also couldn't help but wonder, why was it Evan Lay and not Evan Lay Pekian? Back in the room, the 4 men were still arguing. Isn't it utterly absurd that a man with no Pekian blood is taking over the renowned Chamber of Commerce? Another added, and there's the matter of Ariel's guardianship. Ariel's guardian should rightfully be the duty of this family's elders. They began to turn to Anusha, pleading, Countess, please say something as well. How can you let a complete stranger with no blood relation step forward to be Ariel's guardian? But she answered confidently, I trust him. This caused an even greater uproar among the men. Does the madam mean to say you'd rather trust a stranger than those who live under the same roof? Suddenly, a man exclaimed loudly, from the very beginning, accepting a woman of unknown origin who came out of nowhere was a mistake. The others chimed in. Who knows? Maybe that Ariel has that fellow's blood in her too. I'm afraid the will needs to be re-examined. For the sake of clarity, a teacup fell to the floor, shattering into many pieces. Gia finally spoke. Perhaps my ears are deceiving me. She stepped on the shards. Gia appeared unusually calm. Gentlemen, could you please repeat that? She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Aunt Elle does not have Pekian blood. That is what I just heard, correct? Gia smiled brightly. If that's the case, is someone implying that my grandmother had an affair? She deliberately pressed again. You actually dare to say those words in my presence. This left the brown-haired man utterly bewildered. Gia was furious, but she remained outwardly composed. That sentence you just uttered can be considered an insult to me. He lied blatantly. It wasn't like that. The brown-haired man trembled in fear. I absolutely did not mean that. My lady, please forgive this ignorant man. Gia knew his aim. The person you should be apologizing to is probably not me, right? The brown-haired man thought to himself, does the lady mean I should apologize to the Countess? He stubbornly believed that woman was no noble at all. Even if she's called madam, she's just a commoner who got lucky and married a nobleman. The brown-haired man was well aware of her status, not to mention that this marquis's daughter was about to become the crown princess. With power and influence, I understand. One man tried to defend him. He is merely young and impetuous. Please, my lady, be magnanimous and forgive him. Gia merely glanced at him. You just said he was young and impetuous. He gave an unconvincing reason. That's right, young people make mistakes sometimes. The group of scions chimed in. Yes, it's normal to make mistakes. If one doesn't make mistakes in life, what's the point of being human? She sighed wearily. How absurd. In front of whom did you just say that? Who are you implying is young and impetuous? Aslet, instead of admitting fault, blamed Gia. My lady, we have been patient because you are young, but that is enough. He loudly scorned Gia. This is not a place for a child who hasn't even had her coming-of-age ceremony to interject. She still maintained her calm demeanor. Gia asked clearly, now, May I have your esteemed name? Aslet was very arrogant. I am Chrysa Aslet. She crossed her arms over her chest and smiled brightly. Aslet, is it? Gia retorted directly. I have never heard of that surname before. Aslet could not tolerate such an insult. My lady, your words are a bit too much. She deliberately exposed his true colors. How strange. For someone who claims to be a family elder, I thought he would at least inherit the surname, only to find he doesn't even have one. Gia no longer held back. A person who is not even permitted to bear the Pekian family name dares to open his mouth to discuss matters here. Aslet flew into a rage because she had hit a sore spot. My lady, she had the right to be proud. Yes, as you said, I am a lady, a true lady, unlike those who are not even worthy of a middle name. Gia deemed them unworthy of hearing this. Having a middle name was a sign reserved only for the main branch of a family. However, I suppose there's no need to explain such basic knowledge, is there? She indirectly mocked Aslet. None of you here are qualified to pass on a noble title to your descendants. You must know this better than anyone. He was still putting on the airs of an elder. My lady, aren't your words too harsh? Though you are young and inexperienced, I never thought you'd be so muddled as to not know right from wrong. Gia knew better than anyone. Yes, I admit my words are a bit heavy. So heavy they're hard to swallow, right? She had realized it long ago. But let me ask, who is it exactly that is too muddled to tell right from wrong? Gia stepped on the glass shards. No sernam, she confirmed based on a few details, not even a middle name. Gia's arguments were always sharp. So, on what grounds should I regard you as the elders of this family? Aslet was about to explain, my lady, but she cut him off immediately. You had best shut your mouth. Look at you, not even granted a noble surname. How pathetic. Gia didn't even bat an eye. Her words silenced them. Isn't that so? Suddenly someone shouted, my lady, don't you yourself not inherit the family surname? The brown-haired man couldn't contain his annoyance. Gia didn't need to explain to him. A person who didn't even grasp the most basic knowledge of the aristocratic circle dared to call himself a member of the Count's family. She knew Aslet condoned the mistakes of others. Now I have to ask, who is to be held responsible for this? The brown-haired man couldn't suppress his anger. Instead of answering me, you're spouting nonsense. Aslet had to maintain order. That's enough. Aslet just wanted to confirm. Does the lady mean that we should accept him? Nothing escaped Gia's eyes. If I had only intended to stop at this level, I wouldn't have spoken up in the first place. Because people like them would sooner or later become a burden that would drag Elle down. She felt perplexed. By what right do you make the decision? Aslet didn't know what to say. Gia clearly recited her full name. Byon Rosa Elliot. She knew its meaning clearly. Although in my name, Rosa is not just a middle name, but also an independent surname. Gia explained in detail. A noble lady usually takes her husband's surname after marriage. But in cases where the family has no heir, or with the clear intention of the family head, the right of succession can also be passed to a daughter. She had also mastered the law. According to imperial law, a daughter cannot directly inherit the family. Therefore, the right of succession is transferred to that daughter's husband or child. Gia gave a classic example. But if that child is an only son, a problem arises, right? Because one person cannot inherit two families at the same time. She proved her authority by interpreting the name. In such cases, the child will take the father's surname, while the inheritance from the mother's side is embedded in the middle name. Byon Rosa Elliot. In this case, the name of the family's founder becomes a symbol of the right of succession. Gia wanted to hear the brown-haired man's opinion. So, let's go back to the beginning. Can you guess what my middle name, Rosa, signifies? He was suddenly stunned. Rosat, but Gia didn't pay it much mind. That's right. She revealed to everyone, more or less, Rosat Riddle Pekian is the title of the founder of the Pekian family. All decision-making authority belongs to Gia. With that title engraved in my name, I have the legal right to expel you from this family. Her threat was still rather mild. By the way, let me make it clear, you should prepare yourselves beforehand. The crime of impersonating a noble is no laughing matter. Gia had just realized that after her grandfather's funeral, today was the day she was to return for an audience with the crown prince after a week of silence. She looked around blankly. But this isn't the way to Visadi Palace. The servant leading Gia said, My lady, I was ordered by His Highness to take you to Bahara Palace. She was quite surprised. An order from His Highness the Crown Prince? What's the reason? The servant stated the facts. How would I dare to speculate on His Highness's sacred intentions? I am merely a person following orders. She couldn't help but worry. What is the Crown Prince plotting to summon me to that palace? Jia soon arrived at the Crown Prince's palace. The Emperor welcomed her warmly. "Oh, Byon, come here." She greeted him politely. "Your daughter, Byon Rosa Elliot, pays her respect to the son of the Empire." The Emperor sighed. "Enough. Let's do away with those rigid formalities. What are you still standing there for? Come quickly and sit by my side." Sirius gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Jia. "Bii, come here." She questioned her life. "Summoning me here, but not in the palace, but in this garden. What's the reason?" He suddenly whispered in Jia's ear. "You look beautiful today, my Bii." Her first reaction was to turn her head, to look at Sirius. The Emperor was very pleased. "Haha, it's a delight to see you two so close." The Chamberlain immediately understood the Emperor's meaning. "I am also delighted, Your Majesty." He already knew everything. "I heard you've been working hard lately." Jia bowed gratefully. "I am deeply honored to hear those words, Your Majesty." The Emperor felt a little awkward, still maintaining that rigid tone. Unexpectedly, Sirius stood up to defend her. "Isn't that just Bii's own charm? Please forgive her, Father." He was displeased but could do nothing. "Don't I know that already?" The Emperor suddenly called her name, Byon. "Oh no, Bii." Jia replied politely. "Yes, Your Majesty, please speak." The Emperor felt a distance from her. "I'm truly a little disappointed in you. When will you start treating me like real family?" Jia clutched her dress. "Like family? You mean?" He broke into a happy smile. "That's right. Aren't we about to become a family very soon?" The Emperor had always been concerned about her. "You're 16 this year, aren't you?" Jia seemed to guess the reason. "Yes, that's right. So this is why you call me here." He began to calculate. "Your coming-of-age ceremony must not be far off." Sirius already knew everything. "Only 3 months left, Father." The Emperor was taken aback. 3 months? It's time to prepare. Jia subconsciously felt a sense of panic. Just like last time, Jia was not happy. "If this continues, my coming-of-age ceremony will probably turn into my wedding with the Crown Prince." The Emperor asked him, "Is everything prepared?" Sirius was extremely confident. "It has been in motion for a while now. So everything is well in hand. Please rest assured, Father." Jia was not surprised at all. As expected, the wedding was still being prepared in secret. "That's right. I didn't find out until there was only a month left before the wedding," she thought to herself. "The Emperor probably doesn't know I've already heard the news, but it doesn't matter even if he does." Jia made a decision. "From now on, I will pretend to know nothing." Jia spoke up. "Your daughter is being too impolite, Your Majesty," she said in a weary voice. "I'm not preparing for a coming-of-age ceremony." He froze on the spot. "What?" The Emperor wanted to know the reason. "Zaza-fa. What did you just say? No coming-of-age ceremony? That is a once-in-a-lifetime ceremony for the people of the Empire. Even commoners hold coming-of-age ceremonies. Why do you say there's no need to prepare?" He tried to persuade her, not to mention the nobility, who see the coming-of-age ceremony as an opportunity to formally enter high society. "If you don't hold a debut ceremony, how will you establish your position in society?" Jia deliberately used filial piety as a shield. "It hasn't even been 10 days since my grandfather passed away. I simply cannot prepare for a coming-of-age ceremony in such a scene of mourning." The Emperor showed no signs of giving up, even knowing it was a once-in-a-lifetime day. "Please reconsider." Tears streamed down her face. "But even if it is an important day in my life, when the only grandfather I have in this world has just left me, how can I possibly hold a cheerful party?" He was a little worried. "But daughter, we could put the coming-of-age ceremony aside for now, but what do you plan to do about your social debut?" Jia said weakly and sorrowfully, "I am still too young. I have never organized a banquet on my own." "Your Majesty." The Emperor tried to regain his confidence. "I know. Although you are now shouldering the role of the lady of the Elliot family, your official high society debut has indeed not yet taken place." He held out hope. "Regardless, you must have a formal social debut." Jia made a request. "I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to organize a party right now." Before she could finish, the Emperor had already planned it out. "Your Majesty, it's all right. As long as you agree, I will immediately organize a debut banquet for you for all of high society." She shook her head repeatedly. "I am very grateful, but at this moment, I'm afraid I cannot." His expression grew tense. The Emperor suddenly shouted, "Why?" Jia didn't know what to say. he still insisted on organizing it. Regardless, the debut into high society cannot be missed. She extinguished the emperor's idea, reporting to your majesty, I am deeply honored, but my heart is still in turmoil and cannot find peace. I would like to wait until my mind is more stable before considering entering high society. He was very anxious. And when will that be? Gia replied calmly. Well, perhaps next year at the palace. The emperor was provoked to his limit. Next year? Isn't that too late? It's only just the beginning of spring. She had her reasons. Your majesty, according to the rules, as long as the wedding is completed within 2 years, the debut into high society is still considered valid. So next year is not too late. Sirius had been sitting there for a long time, just sneering. Sirius couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. He agreed with her. Please forgive her, father. But doesn't Byi have a point? The emperor was very displeased. Whose side are you on? Sirius gently placed his hand on Gia's shoulder. I am, of course, he affirmed immediately, on my fiancé's side. Sirius also stood up to defend her. Isn't Byi's filial piety towards her grandfather praiseworthy? Father, please consider Byi's feelings as well. The emperor could only say helplessly. Finally, the chamberlain gently reminded him, Your Majesty, it is time for the morning court with the civil and military officials. The emperor did not object this time. Since you have already decided, I can only concede. So be it. He paused for a moment, but the emperor still hoped she would agree. There is still time. Think about it some more. Sirius followed behind Gia. She didn't know what to say to him. Gia was a little angry. How far do you intend to follow me? Sirius still smiled gently. Isn't seeing one's fiancé out of the palace the least a fiancé should do? It seems she was truly displeased. This is a concern I've never received before, Your Highness. He quickly closed the distance with Gia. There was nothing Sirius didn't know. I never expected you to use the dead as your shield, Byi. She refused to be outdone. Compared to the person who uses his majesty as a tool, you're no better. Gia was always thoughtful. Using the emperor to pressure me was indeed a good move. In my past life, probably to avoid troublesome conflicts, I obediently listened to you. Sirius had to admit a fact. Actually, this time, I was completely defeated by you. She couldn't help but be surprised. I've never seen the crown prince laugh so happily. Gia became more flustered. For some reason, seeing you laugh like that makes me feel like I'm the one who lost. She lifted her skirt, wanting to leave immediately. I shouldn't get entangled with this kind of person, but she was pulled back by Sirius's hand. The two stood side by side, close together. He gave a special reminder. I warned you clearly, don't foolishly provoke me, my Byi. Gia didn't want to joke with Sirius. I never gave you permission to call me by my nickname. It was the first time he had a fiancé refuse to be called so intimately. Gia was about to lose her temper. Honestly, I just want to punch you hard right now. She watched the movements of the two maids. But unfortunately, there are too many eyes watching. I can't act rashly. And those people, why have they been cleaning the same spot since just now? Gia was secretly pleased, but standing so far away, they probably can't hear what we're saying, right? She gave a suggestion. As a fiancé, you should be more polite. The hem of Gia's dress covered Sirius's shoe. She suddenly smiled brightly. The prey often knows how to bite back at the hunter. Gia actually stepped on his foot. What she was thinking in her head was one thing, but the expression on her face was another. What a pity! If I were wearing high heels, I could have broken his leg. Sirius blurted out a shocking statement. You truly are a difficult person. But he was always so gentle. I'm worried about you, Byi. Sunlight streamed into her room. Marie was waiting happily outside the door. My lady, you're back. Are we going straight back to the villa today? Gia wasn't done yet. No, I'm making a trip to Baldy Street. She could tell at a glance. You look tired. Are you all right? But Gia hit it. I'm fine. Gia asked herself, what on earth does that crown prince want from me? The moment Sirius gave her that sweet kiss, Gia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Are you really planning to make my heart fall into the trap of your love? Or did I touch something I shouldn't have? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. I thought I had dealt him a heavy blow, but his reaction was not like someone who had just been struck. No, quite the opposite. Gia also noticed the strangeness. He looked extremely happy and pleased. She couldn't help but wonder, where did I go wrong? Suddenly someone called out, my lady. Gia didn't want to waste any more time. It's fine. Just take me to Baldy Street. Marie hurriedly explained, yes, it's not that. She informed Gia, my lady, we've arrived at Baldy Street. As Gia stepped out of the sedan chair, she grumbled to herself, Really, whenever I run into the crown prince, nothing goes right. Marie took her hand and asked softly, "My lady, where would you like to go?" Gia was still lost in thought. She asked absent-mindedly, "Is Rant's birthday coming up soon?" After struggling with it for a moment, Gia gave up. "Yes, there's no need to shortchange myself by constantly thinking about the crown prince." She started to care about the matter at hand. "Now, I have to think about what Ran would like." Suddenly, a deep red streak splashed onto Gia's dress. The culprit who had soiled her dress was sitting right in front of her. Eli's face turned red. The boy could only stammer out a few words. Marie stood beside her, hands on her hips, and asked the boy, "Kid, do you not know who this is?" Gia immediately stopped her. Marie stopped mid-sentence. Seeing Gia shake her head, she replied, "Yes." Seeing the chattering crowd around them, she breathed a sigh of relief. I almost turned into one of those cheap villainesses from a comic. An arrogant noble. How ridiculous. Looking down at the stain, Gia guessed, "The stain on the dress doesn't look like blood. Is it dye?" At the same time, Evan came running hurriedly from a distance. Evan shouted loudly, "Lie." Hearing his voice, Gia turned to look. Evan breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he arrived. Then he regained his composure and greeted Gia. "Miss Elliot," Eli called out with a choke in his voice. "Boss." "Lie, what's wrong?" The other children also came over to ask him, "Are you okay? We brought the boss over." Evan also quickly bowed his head to ask for forgiveness. "Please forgive us, Miss Elliot." Then he lowered his head, listening as she questioned from above. "It's been a week," Evan lay. But Gia said nothing more after that and decided, "There are a lot of people watching. You better go change your clothes first." Eli was full of questions. "You know the boss?" Gia sighed and lowered her head. "I know there's no benefit to getting involved in high society gossip." In front of a luxurious building, a voice was heard. "My lady, please come this way." Looking at the sign, Gia guessed, "Isn't this a building owned by the Pekian family?" Although I don't know much about their assets, I'm very familiar with this jewelry store because I frequented it when I was the Empress. Gia walked on with many questions. Thinking back now, it seems I've already passed the entrance. Where are they planning to take me? The building's large doors gradually closed. Gia continued walking. She observed carefully as she went upstairs. Although I've been to this shop many times, I never knew there was a door at the back leading to the third floor. Entering a door, Evan said from outside, "Miss Elliot, please wait here for a moment." Before Gia was a magnificent place. She looked inside and began to process the data. It's really a bit strange. Looking at this jewelry store, it seems Evan intends to expand the Chamber of Commerce into the field of women's luxury goods. Gia couldn't stop worrying. However, why do I keep feeling uneasy, as if something is amiss? As far as she knew, shops run by the Pekian family were usually branded with the family name, but the luxury shops managed by Evan did not use that name. They used a completely new name, Lu Yasha. Lu Yasha was originally a brand that catered exclusively to the daughters of the powerful, and it was special only to them. Lu Yasha's products always emphasized uniqueness. After connecting these events, Gia found it commendable. Looking back now, it was indeed a frivolous affair, but I cannot deny that Evan's business strategy at the time was admirable. He must have understood the female psyche in a trustworthy way to have thought of this. She observed and assessed the surrounding room. No wonder the guest room's decor has this kind of atmosphere. It's not like the usual masculine aesthetic, but rather as if a woman's hands have carefully touched every corner. Gia thought of another aspect. Could it be that beneath that knight-like exterior, such a delicate soul is hidden? Just as she was guessing, Marie came in and called her, "My lady." Marie brought magnificent attire. There are many clothes stored on the second floor here. I'm a little late, because I took the trouble to select a few pieces that might suit you. Gia showed a look of disapproval. Too extravagant. Hearing these words, Marie's face turned pale. She quickly asked, "Should I change them for something else?" After looking closely for a moment, Gia asked doubtfully, "Are these clothes really on the second floor?" Marie quickly answered, quoting Evan, "Yes, that boss said that as long as you need them, you can take as many as you want." Gia seemed to have guessed. Not only was the jewelry store prepared, but clothes were as well. As expected, Lu Yasha is preparing to make a comeback. After a moment, she chose this one. Marie replied, "Yes, my lady." Gia was finally changed. As soon as she came out, Marie was full of praise. "This dress truly suits you perfectly, my lady." She was moved to tears. "The other dresses would also suit you beautifully, my lady. It's a shame I can't put all of them on you." But Gia asked, "Only dresses?" Marie answered honestly. Yes. The room I entered was full of dresses. Do you need anything else, my lady? Gia was silent for a moment. No, that's not necessary. She continued to feel worried. Evan preparing for Luyasha was not in itself noteworthy. Gia tidied her hair, her mind a mess. On the contrary, this was an opportunity for the Pekian Chamber of Commerce to become stronger. There was no disadvantage for me. However, what exactly is this feeling of unease? Gia felt very uncomfortable with this feeling. It was as if I had missed something but couldn't grasp it. Let me think back. Back then, I spent a huge amount of money just to satisfy my own vanity. Of course, that couldn't have come from the National Treasury. Gia recalled. Every year, I transferred money from the inner treasury along with my private property to the palace and lived a life of luxury. Although I inherited a lot of property from the marquise and my grandfather, that amount of wealth was not enough to support my extravagant lifestyle at the time. There was a hint of contemplation in her eyes. Even so, I never noticed a shortage until I was imprisoned. I naively thought, my assets are a never-ending stream. At this point, a big question arose. Where did all that money come from? Outside the door, Evan and Eli were standing. Evan spoke. Please forgive us again, Miss Elliot. Eli apologized shyly. I sincerely apologize to you. Gia sat down to assess the situation. Ruining the dress didn't truly make me angry. Although it was a bit troublesome and annoying, it wasn't unforgivable. Her sharp gaze swept over the two people outside the door, but this was not something that could be dismissed with a smile. Gia looked at the trembling Eli. The child's careless act today could completely tarnish the future reputation of the PC trading company. Although it was just a guess, I was sure I had seen it. When Evan ran towards the child, she looked up at his face again. Gia watched Evan, his face filled with concern for the boy. She had anticipated it. Could the person in charge of this trading company truly value that child so much? She thought of the back of a girl whose hair texture was the same as that woman's. It was truly unsettling. Gia looked deeply at the boy. Were the child's eyes the same color too? She slowly opened her mouth and asked, "Is your name Eli?" Eli was still hesitating. Yes. Gia questioned him. Do you understand what you just did? Eli lowered his head again. I'm sorry. Gia turned her gaze to Evan. Her words seemed to want to punish Eli. What should I do with you? Gia's rosy lips curled up arrogantly. She asked distractedly, should I just end that child's life? Hearing this, Evan shouted loudly, Miss. Eli was so frightened he knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with tears. Even if I were to kill you right here, right now, no one could stop me. She walked over to Evan and taunted, even the man you trust doesn't have enough power to stop me. She warned Eli, this is the mistake you've made. Gia seemed to notice the child's eyes. They were amber-colored, with pupils as clear as a cat's. At that moment, Evan reached out and shouted Mississippi. He grabbed Gia's hand, pulling her upright. Evan looked worriedly at the girl before him. Gia then began to question, it seems I have a lot to hear from you. Just then, Eli reached out and grabbed the hem of Gia's dress. The boy said through his tears, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The boss is not at fault in this matter. Gia ruffled the boy's hair and asked probingly, you already know my true identity, don't you? Eli was actually from Neari, a tribal kingdom located in the west of the empire. In that place, the people who lived in the desert led an isolated life, so much so that almost no one knew about them. In fact, Neari was not a kingdom, but a completely different race. Their bodies possessed physiological traits different from humans, and their savage customs were the clearest proof of this. The Neari people were prominent in all these characteristics, the most striking of which was that their pupils resembled those of a cat. She recognized this in Eli. Normally, those eyes were not much different from an ordinary person's, but whenever they were stimulated or their emotions fluctuated greatly, their pupils would contract, becoming thin and long, just like a cat's eyes. The child's eyes indeed carried the distinct traits of Neari blood. She had vaguely guessed this. However, the child was definitely not a pure-blooded Neari. His skin tone was vastly different from the characteristic complexion of people living in the desert. Gia mused. The problem was that the Empire's hatred for Neari half-bloods was even greater than its hatred for the pure-blooded. Then she spoke, do you know? Gia began to reprimand Eli. Just because of one mistake, you've not only put yourself, but also that man and the entire trading company in a dangerous situation. Gia began to lecture. If you don't want to endanger those around you, then be vigilant at all times. If you show a single opening, not only you, but everything around you will be in danger. Eli's tears streamed down like a river. Seeing the boy crushed before her, Gia asked, "Do you feel wronged? Do you blame me for being so harsh on you just because a dress got dirty?" Gia straightened her back. She said, "If you feel wronged, if your heart is filled with resentment, then become strong." She began to remind Eli, strong enough that no one dares to look down on you again, strong enough that even if they know who you are, they won't dare to lay a finger on you. Gia then provoked, "If you can't do that, then live your whole life in obscurity, with your head down, holding your breath, living in fear like a scurrying rat." Then Gia commanded, "Mari, take the child out." Mari then obeyed. "Yes, miss." Gia returned to the sofa and sat down, crossing her arms. She spoke, "First, tell me that story." Her gaze was sharp, her words cold. "As for the disrespect you've shown me, I will demand an explanation later." Evan also slowly sat down opposite her. He spoke first. "First of all, I sincerely apologize for this discourtesy, Miss Elliot. To be honest, I don't know where to begin, nor how to express it properly." Hearing these words, Gia began to mock. "Those are hardly the words a trading company owner should be saying. If you are a merchant, shouldn't you possess the ability to captivate others with your words?" Evan replied, looking somewhat perplexed, "Yes, you could say I am more of a knight than a merchant." The Count said so as well and resolved the matter completely. Gia observed him carefully, thinking to herself, grandfather really understood this man's character, but he still placed him in the position of the trading company's chairman. She frowned, questions inevitably surfacing in her mind. What did grandfather see in him to entrust the entire trading company to him? Was it his business acumen? Evan suddenly spoke. "From the first time I saw you, you really resemble the Count. I felt it." Hearing this, Gia showed a puzzled expression. "The first time? Are you referring to the day my grandfather passed away?" She noticed Evan's strange gaze. What did that look mean now? Could it be said that our meeting was under less than favorable circumstances? The two sat facing each other, dazzling sunlight streaming in through the window. Gia was lost in her thoughts. I don't like how he blindly protected that child, and he couldn't have a good impression of me when I spoke such harsh words directly to the child. However, for what reason? She kept thinking about Evan's gaze. He looked at me with eyes full of deep trust. Finally, she spoke. "Those words are truly unexpected." Evan smiled faintly. "It's understandable that you would feel that way." The sky outside the window was azure. His voice echoed. "As for how you treated Eli, did you do that on purpose?" Gia replied, "I'm not sure what you're referring to." The image of Eli holding Evan's hand surfaced. He said, "As you know, Eli is a child of mixed Nayari blood. If he makes even one small mistake, it could endanger the entire trading company." He asked with a serious expression, "You must have wanted to issue a warning about that, right? To that child, and to me." Zia rested her chin on her hand, listening quietly to Evan. "So is that why, even though you understood this, you still allowed that child to be so disrespectful? You let that child run free without any measures?" He bowed his head slightly and closed his eyes. "Regarding that, I have nothing to say. I cannot make excuses for that mistake. It was all due to my own negligence." Then he slowly opened his eyes, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Indeed, my feeling was not wrong." His gaze rested on Gia. "You're truly very similar to the Count." Evan recalled calmly, with deep respect, "The Count used to be very strict with us." He remembered his younger days, when he was a homeless child, sitting dejectedly on the cold road, and the Count walked over. "I was an orphan who struggled like an insect just to survive day by day, until I was personally saved by the Count." Count Pekian smiled faintly, looking at the Evan of that time with a gentle gaze. "Pekian, my maternal grandfather." He reached out and took his hand. "If it weren't for Lord Count, I'm afraid I wouldn't be alive today. It wasn't just me, but many other children as well." Evan continued to pour his heart out. He extended a helping hand and rescued them from hell, including the child I just mentioned. Gia asked calmly, "Did he know that child's identity?" "Yes, the Count knew everything." But one of her hands gripped her other arm. "Why?" Evan replied. "He said it was for atonement." Hearing this, she paused, her eyes widening slightly. "Atonement for whose sins?" Gia looked deeply into his eyes. Could it be? The image of Count Pekian gently embracing her was like a parable, and she gradually realized the truth. He lived a life of atonement by rescuing those children abandoned in the darkness. From then on, he dedicated his entire life to me and the Marchioness. Gio was silent for a moment, then asked, "So, how many children like that are there?" Evan answered swiftly, "Many." She continued to ask, "Surely all the children are engaged in work related to the trading company, right?" He answered honestly, "Almost all of them are." Gia observed Evan again. The reason grandfather entrusted the trading company to Evan was that he needed someone to share and protect those secrets. After observing for a moment, she commented silently in her heart, "Although Evan is steady and seems loyal no matter what, he doesn't look like the person who created Luyasha." Just as Gia was wondering if someone else had created Luyasha, there was a sudden knock at the door. Evan quickly stood up and walked to the door. He reached for the doorknob and opened it. The person behind the door was Anusha. She softly called Gia's name. Meanwhile, Gia was curious as to why Anusha was here. Gia seemed displeased. She said, "I didn't expect to see you in a place like this, Anusha." Anusha ignored her words and began to stride in. She sat opposite Gia, with Evan standing beside her. She seemed to realize something and smiled faintly. So that's how it is. The image of Count Pekian embracing Anusha, the two of them smiling brightly, looking very happy. Louis, that was the intimate name that girl used to call my grandfather. And Anusha was the intimate name grandfather used to call Anusha. Returning to reality, Gia shifted her gaze to observe Anusha. Louis Anusha is the brand founded by Anusha. She let out a soft laugh. How absurd. I'm only realizing this now. Then Gia quickly wiped the smile from her face, her eyes cold, and raised an eyebrow slightly. How am I to understand the meaning of this? Anusha said gently, "I hope you don't misunderstand me, Gia." Gia retorted with a grim face, "What have I misunderstood?" Anusha lowered her head, looking as if she was about to cry. She took out a box. "This is what he left behind." Anusha smiled faintly, sadness in her eyes. "I just thought that the person who should have this, rather than me, is probably you, Gia." However, Gia was filled with suspicion. Could that appearance be just an act, just to deceive my grandfather and seize the trading company? She reached out and took the box from Anusha's hands. "Even if she really did deceive me and grandfather, it doesn't matter. He passed away under her gentle care, and I haven't suffered any loss." Gia immediately opened the box. Inside were a few small pieces of jewelry. As she stared at the contents of the box, Anusha spoke. "Those are things your mother, Sharona, used as a child. I had heard about them." Gia said bluntly, "To me, those are just unnecessary items." Anusha's expression turned slightly sad. "You still won't acknowledge Sharon as your mother." She closed the box and said, displeased, "Don't meddle in things that don't concern you." Hearing this, Anusha bit her lip. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer and revealed, "I hate you, Gia." Gia leisurely crossed her arms and looked coldly at Anusha. "Is that so?" She flinched slightly, her voice trembling. It's just... Gia leaned back wearily, thinking, what's the point of this? I just want to go home and lie in bed. Suddenly, a hand slammed heavily on the table. It was Anusha. She stood up and asked loudly, almost losing control just by pretending to want it, "You can grasp everything in this world. Why do you act so calm, as if you've given up on everything?" Gia looked at her, displeased. "Why are you doing this to me? Shouldn't I be the one shouting that here?" She asked. "So what are you trying to say, Anusha?" Anusha was flustered. You. Gia lost her patience. "Can you be a little clearer? I'm a bit tired." The gentle sunlight from outside streamed in, as if trying to ease the atmosphere inside. She was silent for a moment, then asked, "Aren't you going to ask me why I'm here?" She immediately retorted, "Should I be the one to ask first?" Anusha finally couldn't hold back her tears. "It's precisely because of this that I can't bring myself to like you. You're like someone who has given up on all troubles and is indifferent to the world around you." A memory surfaced. Behind Gia were other ladies, talking and scrutinizing her. A voice continued, "Do you really not care how high society views you?" Gia replied with complete calm, "Why should I care about those less-than friendly gazes? I don't even have enough time for the things I want to do. If I also have to be constrained by worldly gazes and measure myself by other standards, then the only one who'll be exhausted is me." When living as Li Gia, she had tried to live a quiet, simple, and unremarkable life, so there was no need to repeat this to her. Anusha suddenly mentioned someone. "Do you know how worried that person is about you?" Gia fell silent. "I've been living so indulgently that I've made someone worry. Even though I keep thinking I can't guess anything." She began to think about the past and made a self-assessment. Honestly, although I've been living as I please during this time, objectively speaking, it hasn't been too arrogant. Every day, I just wander around my residence and stay by Rant's side. She closed her eyes, filled with disappointment. She looked as if she couldn't understand anything. Anusha continued with her next question. The reason you acknowledged Elle's inheritance rights. Gia admitted it was a very sudden question. The image of Eli appeared in the middle of the story. You must know about Elle. That child has a disability. According to common sense, she originally couldn't have inheritance rights. Gia unexpectedly appeared behind the girl, one hand on her shoulder, the other covering one of her eyes. She continued, if the one who bears the ancestor's name objects, that will cannot succeed from the start. Returning to reality, Gia closed her eyes and sank into thought. If that's the case, then in my past life, I objected to giving the Count's inheritance to Evan. Finally, she denied it. I see no reason to strip Elle of her title. Anusha was still persistent. Your half brother was also granted a middle name, wasn't he? She asked in confusion. So, what do Rand and Elle's matters have to do with the story we're discussing here? She looked directly at her. Do you have no ambition? Gia reached out and waved her hand lightly, affirming calmly, of course I do. If I'm not a saint, who in this world lives without greed? Anusha's hand tightened slightly. Then why don't you bother to claim the titles you could have? You not only have the standing for the Count's title, but also the Marquise. Perhaps you've forgotten that I am the Crown Prince's fiancé. The question she raised made Gia frown, showing clear discomfort. Are you saying that position is something I would even postpone my coming-of-age ceremony to avoid? Her eyes narrowed. The fact that I won't be holding a coming-of-age ceremony is known by no one other than His Majesty and the Crown Prince. And even those two were only informed after I entered the palace today. So how did you know, Anusha? Anusha looked at her deeply and replied calmly, you don't need to be so tense, because that's not the key point. The background image changed to Gia sitting on someone's hand, with a symbolic cage in the distance. She keenly realized something. Perhaps this is a trivial matter to you, but to me, it's a serious problem. What you just said is tantamount to admitting that you always have spies around me. Anusha hurriedly explained, Gia, I have never sent anyone to follow you. It's just that there are too many eyes and ears in this palace, and I happen to be acquainted with one of them. She swore righteously, I swear on Elle's name. Gia crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly. To plant a spy in the Imperial Palace, you must be quite capable. She admitted that to run a trading company of this scale, it was unavoidable. Anusha clearly showed her curiosity. Gia, let me ask you something. Why did you give up everything? Gia crossed her legs. Are you talking about the titles? She explained clearly, not just the titles. You've always been cold, not just to people, but to everything around you. That title is just a very small part of that indifference. Anusha said what she had observed in Gia. She didn't give up, so does the word family have any meaning to you? Gia was silent for a long time, lost in thought. Family. To be honest, I've never given it any special meaning. Anusha unexpectedly shed tears. When I look at you, I always get the feeling that you could leave everything behind at any moment. Gia was stunned, not expecting her to say such a thing. Do you know how crazy that would make the people around you? Anusha sobbed, trembling, I hate this indifferent side of you, even though that person gave you all his care and love. A teardrop fell on her clenched hand. I resent you because you never intended to understand everything that person did for you. Even so, Anusha raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears. She revealed something that surprised Gia even more. But I have always loved you because you were so similar to that person. The entire room was silent, with only Anusha's lament. I just wanted to hate you, to resent you, but my heart is filled with gratitude for what you've given me. Gia called her name softly in her heart, Anusha. The image of Count Pekian embracing her flashed through her mind. She didn't approach him because she wanted to seize the Pekian family's fortune. She just wanted to be by his side until the very end. Anusha smiled faintly in Gia's mind, her expression content and gentle, because she genuinely loved my grandfather. Suddenly, she forcibly cut off her thoughts and turned to a new question. Wait then. Gia's gaze fixed on Anusha and Evan. What is the relationship between these two? Evan suddenly spoke. Anusha is also one of the people the Count saved. He began to walk as he explained. He was a benefactor to me, and the light I saw in the abyss of despair. Evan walked to Gia's side and stopped. He spoke of Count Pekian with immense praise for those who lived in pain and suffering, only wishing for each day to pass quickly. The hand he extended was nothing short of salvation from God. He moved, then bowed. "Miss, do you know the reason he saved us?" Evan immediately knelt on one knee respectfully, showing his reverence, his eyes filled with sincerity. "Because everything was for her," Evan explained, bringing to mind images of those taken in by Count Pekian. The Count had traveled far and wide, carefully gathering orphans, some of whom possessed extraordinary talents, as if by fate. He mentioned Anusha, who was the most outstanding among them, her business acumen undeniably astonishing. The Count never skimped on resources for the development of Anusha or the other children. As long as a talent was discovered, he was willing to provide unwavering support. Evan revealed, all of this was for the young miss. Gia was utterly bewildered after hearing this. "What does that mean? How could my grandfather sponsoring these children be for me?" Evan continued, "This trading company does not belong to me, nor to Anusha." He revealed a truth that astonished Gia. "It all belongs to you." She was silent for a moment before questioning, "Why? Why am I only hearing about this now?" Anusha spoke up. "We had to hide everything." She lowered her head and revealed helplessly, "Because no one could completely protect you in name." Scattered white flowers and bloodstains on the floor hinted at Anusha's statement. "You are now the Crown Prince's fiancée. Those who oppose the Crown Prince will likely conspire against you. If it were publicly known that the entire assets of the Pekian family belong to you, they would not hesitate to find a way to eliminate you immediately." Gia wondered in her heart, "Then why did Anusha never reveal this to me in my past life? What's the difference between the people then and the people now?" She looked directly at Anusha, considering thoughtfully. "Come to think of it, she once said she hated me because I got all of grandfather's attention. But she also said I was lovely because I resembled grandfather." Eli appeared in her mind with a brilliant smile. Finally, she expressed her gratitude for entrusting Elle to her. Gia had an epiphany. "Oh, now I understand." She recalled the past. So, the reason she didn't tell her the truth in the past was to avenge her dead child. But even with resentment in her heart, she still chose to devote herself entirely to repaying grandfather's kindness. Gia finally understood that the source of her inexhaustible wealth in her past life was none other than the Pekian Trading Company. Evan lowered his head and made a vow. His expression was solemn as he spoke clearly. "I swear upon my soul and my heart to offer eternal loyalty to my master." The carriage sped along the road. Since that day, time had passed quietly, and today she had to face the Crown Prince again. Gia sat in the carriage, holding out her hand and looking at it. Her gaze was fixed on the ring on her index finger. The crest of the Pekian family was an eagle holding a shield. All the trading groups under the family's control bore that mark as an irreplaceable symbol. There was only one exception. A four-leaf clover mark appeared. Only Luyasha used a different symbol. The family crest was also the seal of the family head. According to custom, nobles would have their own personal seal after their coming-of-age ceremony. However, on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony at 16, she became the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess's seal was her own seal, so she never had a seal that was truly her own. Gia recalled related matters. But that gold ring with the four-leaf clover pattern. A voice rang out. This ring was specially handcrafted for the miss by her grandfather. He started making it from the moment she was born, and gave it to her when she came of age. So it was from Anusha. She looked at the ring in her hand and said with a warm smile, "He began preparing everything from the moment the miss was born, for her happiness and also for any dangers that might arise in the future. He sought out, selected, and nurtured people who could become her support." She described in detail. "Evan and I are two of those people. Lewis, worried about unforeseen events, made Evan the head of the trading company. Anusha revealed her position, and I am your aide." She also pointed out Evan's position, who was looking at Gia with a gentle smile. "Evan was trained to be your loyal knight." Anusha explained the reason. "The reason I became his wife was simply because it was a convenient position to get closer to you." She remembered the moment when Gia, as a child, had pointed at Anusha. "So when you first mentioned that child, I thought you were insulting me." She smiled brightly and gently, expressing her feelings. "Because between him and me, there was only that one time. At that time, I begged him to hold me, even if only once. Anusha said earnestly, while Gia listened quietly, because for the rest of my life, I am willing to live for Gia. She took her hand and carefully placed the ring on her index finger. A shameless and embarrassing request, but I dared to say it, and I don't regret it, because thanks to that, I had that child, Anusha mentioned the instructions she and the others had received, while Gia looked at the ring on her hand. The most important point in the instructions we received was to protect the Mississippi. She swore solemnly, for that promise, we are willing to do anything, no matter what it is. Gia was lost in thought again. For over 4 long years, her grandfather had been so gentle and warm to her. He had secretly prepared all these things for her. Why did she still feel so tormented and choked up? She stared at the ring on her hand for a long time. In her past life, he must have prepared many things for her as well, both then and now. Gia felt extreme regret. I realized grandfathers love too late. She clutched the hand wearing the ring, her eyes filled with sorrow. Only when it's impossible to repay this love do I understand its weight. Suddenly, the sound of a carriage door came from outside. A worried-looking servant said, "Please forgive my tardiness, Miss Elliot." Gia looked at the unfamiliar face. I don't think I've seen this face before. The man began to introduce himself. "It is an honor to meet you, Miss Elliot. I am Zeke, a vassal under the Hafe Palace." Gia raised an eyebrow slightly. "Hafe Palace? So a vassal of the Queen has come for me. What happened?" Zeke explained carefully. "His Highness the Crown Prince is not in the palace at the moment. Her Majesty the Queen was worried the miss would make a trip for nothing and specially dispatched me to deliver the message." Gia turned her head with a hint of annoyance, complaining in her heart, even if he's not in the palace, shouldn't he have left a message? She said irritably, "It seems I've wasted my effort." Zeke quickly pleaded, "Miss, please wait." He announced unexpectedly, "Her Majesty the Queen is waiting for you." Gia glanced at Zeke. "The Queen is waiting for me?" She fell into a long silence and thought. The Queen has no reason to summon me, especially when the Crown Prince is away, which made her even more confused. The young lady was completely lost in thought. If it was really someone sent by the Queen, it would be inconvenient to refuse. After all, even if she is only a queen in name, her position is still legitimate. Finally, Gia opened her mouth and commanded, "Lead the way." After a while, Zeke led her to her room and knocked on the door, reporting, "Your Majesty the Queen, Miss Alliant has arrived." Gia stepped into the room where the Queen was waiting. Listening to the sound of her own approaching footsteps, she seemed a little nervous. Sitting opposite the Queen was the royal noble consort. Gia stopped in her tracks and bowed respectfully. Byon Rosa Elliot offers her highest greetings to the moon of the Empire. The Queen happily excused her from the courtesy. At the same time, she turned her head to look at the royal noble consort. "Welcome, Miss Elliot." Gia also bowed to her, but without much enthusiasm. "Byon Rosa Elliot greets your Highness, the royal noble consort." The royal noble consort glanced at her disdainfully. "Welcome, my lady." The Queen pointed to the seat beside her and invited Gia to sit. "Please have a seat, my lady." She bowed politely. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Queen." The royal noble consort smiled brightly. "I heard that the Queen had summoned you, so I took the liberty of requesting to come along. I hope my presence does not disturb you." Gia glanced at her and immediately understood her intentions. Could the royal noble consort just want to join in on the fun? Seeing the royal noble consort's hypocritical smile, she guessed that it was not the Queen who had truly summoned her, but the royal noble consort using the Queen's name to make it legitimate. Gia also started acting, returning a brilliant smile. "You are right, Your Highness, the royal noble consort." She was equally hypocritical, and it was as if sparks flew between the two. "It's all right, I feel very fortunate." She turned to the Queen and asked, "Your Majesty the Queen, may I ask why you have summoned me?" The Queen hesitated. That is." The royal noble consort spoke up to answer for the Queen. "There is no particular reason. Her Majesty the Queen has no friends in the rear palace and has been lonely for a long time. If my lady could visit often, she would feel better." Hearing this, Gia confirmed with the Queen, "Is that so, Your Majesty the Queen?" The Queen, in her confusion, quickly confirmed, "That's right." right. Gia had already seen through the truth. The inner palace was full of consorts and princesses, yet they claimed there was no one of the queen's age. The lie was so obvious they didn't even bother to hide it. Gia keenly realized that it was this royal noble consort who, from the way she interjected, clearly had no respect for the queen. She spoke. It was my impoliteness. It is my honor to be able to see your majesty the queen. The queen stammered in response, "It's nothing, my lady." She mentioned Count Pexian. I heard the news about Count Pexian. Gia immediately followed up, "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you." The royal noble consort smiled slightly, thinking to herself, that incident certainly caused quite a stir. She gestured towards Gia. "I also heard some rumors that you have already severed your blood ties." She looked at the royal noble consort's triumphant smile and recalled her from her past and present lives. Whether it was the royal noble consort from before or now, Gia concluded without a second thought. She really hasn't changed at all. Recalling her past life, the royal noble consort had laughed out loud while Gia's face turned red with anger. At that time, with that kind of smile, she had skillfully wounded her with sweetly coated barbs. She now responded calmly, "It seems your highness, the royal noble consort, is very concerned about my family affairs." She continued, "Isn't this quite normal? Who knows? Maybe one day we will become one family." Gia let out a small laugh. "That's right. We are about to become one family, so it's only natural to care for each other." The scene suddenly changed, showing an image of a wedding hall. The royal noble consort was the eldest daughter of a count's family. Although she was already engaged at the time, she voluntarily entered the palace to become the emperor's consort. She smiled while holding a newborn baby. She had given birth to the first prince, the emperor's eldest son. She even elevated the status of her maternal family, the Moteneral family. Before the crown prince was born, the first prince was considered the temporary crown prince. The royal noble consort also once enjoyed power equal to that of the queen. However, once the crown prince was born, their dynasty fell apart. To the royal noble consort and the first prince, the crown prince was nothing but a thorn in their side, difficult to swallow, and even if swallowed, it would not be satisfying. Gia observed the way the royal noble consort looked at her, as if looking at a lowly person. In the royal noble consort's eyes, she was naturally no match for the crown prince. She gave a slight, cold smile, "Although I'm not interested in this marriage." However, Gia clearly showed her competitive spirit, "But I will not let the royal noble consort overwhelm me." She brought up the first prince's wife, which made the royal noble consort's triumphant smile fade. Speaking of which, it seems the first prince's wife has not had any good news yet. She rested her hand on her cheek, looking sorrowful and regretful. "After all, we are about to become one family. I can't help but worry about it. I heard they have been married for over 10 years. Then Gia turned to ask the queen, "Isn't that right, your majesty the queen?" The queen was startled and said in confusion, "Ah, that is. Anyway." She gave a cold glance at the royal noble consort. The first prince's palace had one side consort and 3 concubines. Her face no longer showed joy or triumph. Gia thought about the current situation. Although she married young, she is now in her 30s and still has no children. The royal noble consort forced a smile, with a flash of anger in her eyes. "Thank you for your concern. I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted." Gia mocked her earlier words, while the poor queen was like a prisoner caught between the two women. "I dare not accept such a noble compliment, your highness." The royal noble consort. The royal noble consort did not give up for a person of such high moral character as you. "I don't understand why those strange rumors are circulating everywhere." She feigned concern, even saying that this palace of Her Majesty, the Queen, has to worry for you. Gia fell silent, thinking, what rumor does she want to ask about? In the end, she decided to ask as planned. Gia politely expressed her curiosity, which seemed to be exactly what the royal noble consort wanted. "I'm also curious what that rumor is." She immediately recounted the rumor about Gia hugging Evan. "People are saying that you hugged a man on a crowded street. For someone who is about to become the crown princess, to be involved in such a scandal is truly shocking. The world will have a bad opinion of you, and hearing this, I am really worried for you." As soon as she heard this, she knew where the rumor came from. It was about the day she met Evan. "We didn't even touch the corner of our clothes that day." It was a rumor indeed. However, Gia thought calmly, if it's only to this extent, it's much lighter than she imagined. As the royal noble consort stared at her intently, she replied, "I thought it was something serious." She sneered sarcastically. The royal noble consort emphasized, "This absolutely cannot be taken lightly. If it reaches the ears of His Highness the Crown Prince or His Majesty, how do you plan to respond?" The royal noble consort continued to apply pressure. "Isn't that right, Your Majesty the Queen?" Hearing this, the Queen stammered yes. Then she continued, "If His Majesty gets angry because of this, what do you plan to do? You should also pay more attention to your words and actions." Seeing the Queen's attitude, Gia secretly realized that if the story passed through the mouths of these two, even fiction would become reality. She couldn't help but admire in her heart. Truly worthy of being called the royal noble consort. No one can match her in using rumors. Then Gia remembered her past life, where she had fallen into their traps countless times. Even now, one wrong step could lead to danger. Worse, they would use her unrighteousness and unhappiness as an excuse, leading to the cancellation of her engagement with the Crown Prince. In silence, Gia fell into deep thought. I understand the royal noble consort's intention, but for me now, those rumors no longer have any meaning. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Hearing the possibility of canceling the engagement with the Crown Prince, she didn't understand why she felt a little attracted to the idea. But if she were labeled as unrighteous and unhappy and had her engagement broken, then in the Elliot family, she would no longer have a place to stand. Rant was already at a disadvantage as an illegitimate son, and the path to inheriting the Marquis title was already full of difficulties. If Gia attached herself to the family, she would not only be of no help, but would also become a burden. Moreover, returning to the Pexian family would not be easy, as the inheritance had already been given to Elle. If she went back at this time, it would only make things worse. So the only option left was the trading company. Thinking of this, she raised her head. Come to think of it, it's not like I have nowhere to go. She slightly parted her lips, as if about to speak her mind. It's no big deal, even if the engagement is broken. It's just, she stared at the royal noble consort's sinister smile. I have no reason to let her profit from this. At this moment, Gia spoke softly, speaking of which, her next words stunned the royal noble consort. Your Highness, the royal noble consort, has also had some mixed rumors, haven't you? Her words made the other person increasingly angry, her hands clenching unconsciously. If I remember correctly, the first prince is already 35 this year. That incident happened around that time, right? Gia became more animated as she spoke. I heard it was quite a scandal, the fiancé from before you entered the palace. Her gentle words made the royal noble consort very uneasy. Did His Majesty get angry with Your Highness, the royal noble consort, at that time? Shortly after being granted the title of consort, she became pregnant. The first prince's appearance is indeed very similar to His Majesty's when he was young, and it was only with the tacit approval of the Black Priests, the guardians of the royal bloodline, that the past rumors gradually subsided. At this point, Gia paused, thinking silently. The incident happened 35 years ago. They probably didn't expect someone to still retain this memory. Seeing her arrogant attitude, the royal noble consort pressed her lips together in anger. A corner of Gia's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of triumph. All right, let's see how she handles this. The royal noble consort tapped her palm lightly with her fan, her tone filled with anger. You really don't know anything. Gia covered the smile on her face with her hand. If you become the queen, the head of the inner palace, you must know how to control your subordinates. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and every word she uttered was extremely cold. In the palace, there are many people who are not clear about their status and spend all day thinking about climbing higher. Hearing this, the royal noble consort's face darkened with anger. Excess is not courage, but recklessness, Miss Alliant. However, in complete contrast to the gloomy aura around her, Gia seemed to radiate a brilliant, sun-like light. She placed her hand on her chest, but before I show recklessness, I also have to see who that person is. This can also become a skill. Sparks seemed to fly from their gazes, and the royal noble consort laughed in anger. Ha, ability? Ha! At this moment, the queen, who had been listening silently to their conversation, stammered and interrupted, now that I think about it. She looked at everyone's face in fear and quietly expressed her opinion. Isn't it not long until my lady's coming-of-age ceremony? Seeing this, the royal noble consort just smiled and fiddled with the wooden fan in her hand. On the contrary, seeing her like this, The queen became even more flustered. I was just curious about how the preparations are progressing. Gia smiled and answered her, I don't know what to say, with your majesty the queen being so concerned. The royal noble consort also replied naturally, I'm also very curious. She retorted softly, what is there to prepare? After all, it's just a coming-of-age ceremony that everyone goes through. But she was not concerned about her at all, saying coolly, isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime day? The royal noble consort raised her hand, the smile not reaching her eyes, and my lady's coming-of-age ceremony is even more special. Gia looked at her raised hand, her heart gradually growing cold. The royal noble consort couldn't possibly not know that I'm not holding a coming-of-age ceremony. Is she deliberately trying to bring this up again? Just then, the royal noble consort suddenly pursed her lips and giggled. Oh my, I completely forgot. She then pretended to be concerned about her, but deep down, she held a sinister contempt. Is it that my lady has no one to prepare a coming-of-age ceremony for her? Oh my, what would it look like for a noble lady to hold a coming-of-age ceremony without godparents? Hearing this, Gia had already anticipated the royal noble consort's next move. Does she want me to say out loud that I'm not holding a coming-of-age ceremony? From the beginning, she had no intention of holding one. She looked away, a newly formed plan budding in her mind. But the royal noble consort kept interfering, so she wanted to change her mind. Outside, the sky had darkened at some point, with only a glimmer of starlight remaining, while Gia's thoughts were still wandering. There was no one around who could act as a guardian or the like. Thinking back on her maternal and paternal relatives, she still saw no suitable candidates. At that moment, a hand reached out, accompanied by a proposal. If my lady doesn't mind, I can take that person's place. The royal noble consort harbored a sinister plot. What do you think, my lady? Gia's brow furrowed slightly as she belatedly realized a cruel fact. Damn it, I've been checkmated. She knew exactly how the royal noble consort would treat her if she accepted that seemingly kind offer. News of the royal noble consort's offer would quickly spread among the nobility. Now, which noble lady would dare to offend the royal noble consort to be her guardian? Even if I'm laughed at, maybe I should go and ask Anusha. Gia thought, slightly parting her lips, my lady. But before she could finish, another voice came from the other side. I thank your highness, the royal noble consort, for your kind intentions. With it came a firm hand on her shoulder, as if gently reassuring her. That person was none other than Sirius. He stood behind Gia, supporting her, and smiled as he answered for her. But my maternal grandmother has already agreed to be her guardian. After saying that, he knelt down and took his beloved girl's hand. I miss you so much, my dear Bii. The queen, who had been silent all along, witnessed this scene and shouted in anger, Crown Prince. But the reply she got was Sirius's cold voice. I have been impolite. I hope the queen can forgive me. I heard my fiancé was here, and I couldn't sit still. The royal noble consort immediately clicked her tongue. Her mood instantly plummeted, and she had no choice but to reprimand him. The crown prince of the empire is too impulsive and rash. I hope he can maintain the proper etiquette. Sirius responded to her with a cold demeanor. I am at an age where my blood runs hot. With my fiancé by my side, how can I not be moved? Seeing all her plans ruined by him, the royal noble consort couldn't help but feel angry, her face darkening. As for Sirius, after protecting his person, he smiled brightly, his hand wrapped around Gia's slender waist. She quickly noticed the gesture. Ah, this is... Gia turned around, placed her hand on his firm chest, and asked with concern, should I play along with you? Why did you only arrive now? She acted spoiled with the noble prince. You don't know how long I've waited for you, your highness. Sirius also instantly played along. I didn't expect you to be here. Then he leaned down and planted a kiss on Gia's forehead, which took her by surprise. If you had come directly to my palace, I wouldn't have had to wait so long. Seeing this, Gia's expression instantly turned cold. She raised her hand, thinking, you probably thought that with the royal noble consort here, I couldn't do anything. Then she directly called out the other person by name. It was Her Majesty the Queen who summoned me here. As soon as Gia finished speaking, She threw herself into Sirius's arms, while his face turned red to the tips of his ears with embarrassment. She laughed. He probably didn't expect things to turn out this way, did he? Sirius was at a loss for words, breaking the silence. Today was originally a day specially designated for us by His Majesty. He held her and turned to remind the Queen. It seems Her Majesty the Queen has temporarily forgotten. Am I right, Your Majesty the Queen? She nodded repeatedly in fear, stammering her affirmation. Of course, yes, His Highness the Crown Prince is absolutely right. But even now, the royal noble consort couldn't fully accept this fact. Garfield's wife will be Miss Elliot's guardian? Sirius smiled and confirmed, yes, that's right, Your Highness, the royal noble consort. She continued to ask, you've been hiding in the manor for so long without seeing anyone. It seems you've changed your mind. Sirius was not to be outdone, declaring bluntly, isn't this lady going to be that person's granddaughter-in-law? This is only natural. Hearing this, although she felt extremely uncomfortable, even her hand holding the wooden fan was trembling. She had to smile and agree, thank goodness, that's wonderful. The coming-of-age ceremony should be held at the Elliot residence, right? It's a pity that members of the royal family cannot attend my lady's coming-of-age ceremony. Sirius saw through the royal noble consort's intention and interrupted, does Your Highness not know? The palace was filled with golden sunlight streaming through the window frames, adding a magnificent beauty to the place. His Majesty is personally preparing a coming-of-age ceremony for my fiancée at Earthrack Palace. This meant that the royal noble consort could not attend the lady's coming-of-age ceremony, so he wasn't too worried. The royal noble consort's face turned livid with anger. Earthrack Palace? But that place. Zah also understood in her heart how noble those two places were. It was the largest hall in the palace, only opened on national holidays, and they were actually using it as a venue for a coming-of-age ceremony. The fire of resentment in the royal noble consort's heart burned fiercely, and she gripped the fan in her hands so tightly that she broke it in half. Is it really going to be held at Earthrack Palace? Just for the coming-of-age ceremony of a marquis's daughter? Isn't that too absurd? The atmosphere between the two was extremely tense. Not just a marquis's daughter. Miss Elliot is my fiancée and will become the crown princess in the future. Even so, the royal noble consort could not agree. A banquet is being held in the rear palace, and even the queen, the head of the inner court, doesn't know about it. Isn't that too unreasonable? She bit her lip and turned to the queen, asking, isn't that right, Your Majesty the Queen? Seeing herself suddenly dragged into this argument, the queen hesitated to answer. That matter. Seeing her helplessness, the royal noble consort flew into a rage. I'm asking you, is it or is it not? Sirius was clearly displeased by this, and he whipped his head around to issue a warning. This is His Majesty's decree. Even Her Majesty the Queen cannot go against His Majesty's will. Is that so, Your Majesty the Queen? The Queen hurriedly bowed obsequiously and nodded repeatedly, stammering, that's right, just as the Crown Prince said. Sirius then revealed a smile. Even Her Majesty the Queen has approved. This banquet is personally organized by His Majesty. Every word he spoke carried extreme coldness. I ask Your Highness, the royal noble consort, not to foolishly touch upon matters of disloyalty. After saying everything he wanted to say, Sirius wrapped his arm around Gia's slender waist and turned to leave. I will take my leave. A moment later, the two stood before the grand gates, leaving all the suppression behind them. At this moment, Gia slowly raised her head. She noticed that Sirius was frowning in anger, and she guessed in her heart, his expression doesn't look good. Is he angry? Suddenly, Gia's feet left the ground, and she cried out in surprise, ah. She soon found herself nestled in the arms of the respected prince. The sound of footsteps echoed in the palace grounds. Sirius strode forward, carrying his beloved. After a good while, Gia, her cheeks flushed, asked in confusion, where are you going? Please put me down. Sirius remained silent in response, but then he placed her on the ground, as if a flash of light had passed before their eyes. In the corridor of the queen's palace, other palace maids who witnessed this scene cried out in excitement, The rear garden of the crown prince's palace. Memories flashed by like the wind. Gia felt very embarrassed, her cheeks already pink, to fall into a man's arms in front of so many people. At that time, Sirius, with a grim face, suddenly spoke. He asked bluntly, without any reservation, What on earth did you come to the palace for? Hearing this, Gia asked with some confusion. What? Sirius pressed on. Didn't you receive my message telling you not to come? Gia answered very honestly. I didn't. Was there a problem? Seeing this, he could guess part of it. It seems the royal noble consort has already started to make her move. She still looked bewildered. What move? Sirius didn't insist, patiently explaining to her, it means someone intercepted my letter and prevented you from receiving it. Gia quickly grasped the information. Are you talking about the royal noble consort? Sirius's face was grim. Not many people knew I wouldn't be in the palace today, so it's not hard to guess who's pulling the strings. After hearing all this, Gia fell into thought. So you just happened to hear that I had entered the palace and immediately rushed to see me, right? Were you worried about me? Sirius didn't say more, urgently telling her, since things have come to this, that person must make a concession. Gia asked in return, how? When he said those words, her eyes widened more than ever. Your coming-of-age ceremony, I will personally organize it. Gia stammered, could it be? She was shocked by Sirius's appearance. Did you lie to the royal noble consort? Sirius did not hide it. This is your coming-of-age ceremony. How can I proceed without the owner's consent? But even so, he was met with a barrage of objections from her. Even so, what you just said was too absurd. What do you plan to do now? The atmosphere instantly sank. I did not lie. It's true, His Majesty himself did intend to hold the coming-of-age ceremony at Earthrack Palace. Gia lowered her head, her brow furrowed. So are we going to have another wedding? Seeing her unhappy, Sirius placed his hand on her shoulder and gently soothed her. Bii, I've already said, nothing will proceed without your approval. He gently revealed his heart to her bit by bit, hoping she would open up more. I know you're still hesitant about the coming-of-age ceremony, or rather, about the wedding with me, right? During that time, Sirius had been extremely accommodating and indulgent towards Gia. How about we both compromise a little? You take a step back, and I'll take a step back. At this, Gia voiced her thoughts. If I take a step back and accept the coming-of-age ceremony, what concession will your majesty make for me? He also quickly agreed, whatever you want, I will grant it. Having heard the answer she wanted, Gia naturally voiced her long-held wish. Can you break off our engagement? Sirius immediately became much weaker. Breaking off the engagement is impossible. He tried to persuade her. Say something else that's possible, Bii. I will do my best to satisfy you within my capabilities. All right. She pouted and turned her head away. Besides breaking off the engagement, what else would I want? Seeing this, Sirius slapped his head in frustration and said helplessly, what on earth do you want? After a while, still unable to make her yield, he had to give in. All right, I give up. Although I can't cancel the engagement, I will find a way to postpone the wedding. Gia also smiled brightly in response to his words. As long as I don't have to get married right away, that's enough. I know. Let's each take a step back. But when she saw Sirius staring at her like that, Gia looked up in confusion and asked, is there something else you want to say? He commented casually, you're a strange person. Gia found it increasingly difficult to understand the person before her. I think I'm just an ordinary person. Although there's a lot I want to say right now, the time isn't right, so I'll hold my tongue for now. Sirius also quickly brought the topic back on track, trying to avoid the royal noble consort. He recalled her venomous appearance and could only issue a warning. That woman is a viper in human skin, and it's still too early for you to confront her. Gia was also aware of her humble status. I'm just the beloved daughter of a minor marquis. What power do I have to refuse a summons from Her Highness, the royal noble consort? Hearing this, Sirius could only smile helplessly. Oh my fiancé is so modest. Then he leaned his head close to her ear and whispered softly. Though a smile still lingered on his lips, it didn't reach his eyes. But your skill in teasing the royal noble consort is quite something. Gia was quite surprised by this statement. You heard everything? Sirius didn't deny it. They say the most interesting thing in the world is watching others fight, isn't it? He also took the opportunity to bring his lips closer to her. There's no need to rush and ruin the game before the time is right, is there? Faced with this flirtation, Gia's response was to stomp her heel hard on Sirius's shoe, but he had anticipated it and pulled his foot back in time. Then Sirius lifted his face and smiled brightly. Am I going to fall into a trap again like last time? But what he didn't expect was that Gia kicked him hard in the knee, causing Sirius to groan in pain. Ugh. The pain made him kneel on the ground, clutching his leg tightly. As Sirius endured the pain, Gia lowered her head and said softly, I also. She gently brushed her hair back and uttered a sentence as light as a feather. won't fall for the same trick twice, Your Highness. In the end, Gia still couldn't avoid her coming-of-age ceremony. All the preparations were handled by the Imperial Palace. She only needed to prepare a few simple things. As for Anisha, she saw this as an opportunity and immediately planned to use Gia as a model to promote the Lulasha brand. Although this method was different from her previous life, Gia thought it was a good plan and agreed. Gia put on a gorgeous red dress. Looking down, she couldn't help but admire it. Indeed, Lulasha's products are truly outstanding. At the same time, Rand came out and praised his sister generously. You're so beautiful. As for Gia, upon hearing that title, she said helplessly, Hey, when are you going to stop calling me sister? As the two siblings were talking, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. How's the craftsmanship of our staff? Seeing the girl before her, Gia spoke, Anisha. The box in her hand was opened, revealing precious jewelry inside. Congratulations on your coming of age. This is a coming of age gift from Evan and me for you. As she spoke, she walked behind Gia to put on for her. I thought they would be perfect for your coming of age ceremony, so we chose them carefully. Evan is sorry he couldn't. Give it to you in person. Gia looked at the red necklace that blended perfectly with today's dress and smiled gently. Even if you had said from the beginning that this was made to match the dress, no one would have doubted it. Deciding to choose my coming-of-age ceremony for Lulasha's debut, you're really smart. She looked at herself in the mirror. I'm very satisfied. Anisha had guessed as much. I thought from the start it would be perfect for Byon. Hearing this, Gia turned her head and said to her directly, As the promoter for the trading company, I should get paid, right? Anisha laughed happily. Everything in this trading company already belongs to you. How much greedier can you get, Byon? Gia placed a hand on her chest, a smile playing on her lips. I'm even greedier than you think. Even if you gathered all the wealth in the world, it wouldn't be enough, so I guess everyone will complain. Facing the smiling faces of the maids and Anisha, Gia spoke to encourage them, so work hard. Just then, Rand, who had been sitting behind her, suddenly spoke gloomily, catching Gia's attention. I want to go to your coming-of-age ceremony too. Seeing this, she gently rubbed the top of his head to comfort him. Just endure it for 4 more years. When you try to run away later because you don't want to go, I'll drag you back no matter what and personally escort you all the way to the banquet hall. Just as she finished speaking, Anisha also looked like she wanted to say something, but Byon. Her mood had clearly sunk rapidly. Can I really attend Miss Byon's coming-of-age ceremony? Her concern for Rand also made Gia think of her past life and her status back then. In her past life, she hadn't invited her, and the current Anisha, although called a countess, was still just a commoner woman. But things are different now, Gia thought, and slowly said aloud, Are you stating the obvious? But even so, Anisha was still uneasy, but Gia had been through it, so she clearly understood her feelings at this moment. High society is originally very conservative, so it's not easy for you to attend. I understand why Anisha would hesitate when she has to step into that place with me. Even so, Gia still hoped she would feel more at ease as she stepped out to see the vast world outside. Anisha, what do you think of me? Anisha also answered honestly, Well, to us, perhaps we think of you as family. Just as she finished, Gia's lips, painted with bright red lipstick, parted slightly. But that's too bad, Anisha. Every word she uttered made the other's face freeze in disbelief. I can never think of you as family. But Anisha didn't blame her. She lowered her head sadly. But that sadness didn't last long, as Gia continued. But I've always thought of you as my friend. Her words made Anasha's cheeks flush with emotion. Since we're friends, attending the coming-of-age ceremony is a matter of course. Gia smiled brightly, her voice as gentle as spring. So, walk with your head held high. Having said what she wanted to say, she finally turned to leave. See you at the banquet. In a place they didn't know of, Rand had quietly observed the entire conversation, feeling as confused as Anisha. Therefore, when he saw Gia leave, Rand immediately followed her into the empty corridor and grabbed her hand tightly. Gia noticed and looked up in confusion. Rand met her gaze, smiled brightly, and spoke the secret of his heart. I like you. As for her, she was still surprised at that moment. After regaining her composure, Gia also replied gently, Rand, I cherish you too. She spoke words that were like a bottomless abyss in Rand's heart, just except for the sister part. Hearing this, Rand also understood her hint and sighed. So I can't call you sister. A moment later, in a quiet space under the blue sky and cool breeze, Gia and Rand walked toward someone. The person stepping into the carriage was none other than Marquis Elliot. Gia also walked slowly towards him. As for Rand, he knelt down and supported her arm to help her into the carriage. Be careful on the road. Shortly after, Marquis Elliot sat opposite Gia with his arms crossed. The atmosphere between the two was extremely distant. Amidst the clatter of the carriage wheels, Gia looked up. Although I felt it for a while, she thought, carefully observing the man sitting opposite her. Why do I feel so strangely nervous every time I'm alone with the Marquis like this? Thinking of this, she lowered her head melancholically, lost in tangled thoughts. I should have asked Anisha to come along. Meanwhile, Marquis Elliot just stared coldly at a point in the void, but his gaze would still occasionally sweep towards her. A moment later, as the carriage reached the main gate, turning a new page, Gia's voice sounded, "We're here." Marquis Elliot got out of the carriage. Then, as Gia prepared to follow him down, he extended a hand to support her. Seeing this, Gia was a little surprised. The Marquis can be gentle sometimes. She looked at that cold expression, and that little fantasy vanished in an instant. But on second thought, he's always been someone who maintains basic etiquette. Thinking this, Gia also naturally placed her hand on his as a simple gesture. This is probably just part of the etiquette. Marquis Elliot lifted her small hand, his own still holding hers without letting go. This made Gia feel a bit awkward. "Father, is there something you want to say to me?" She hesitated. "If there's nothing to say, I hope you can let go of my hand." But before Gia could finish, Marquis Elliot interrupted her. Today, he praised her generously. "You are beautiful today." Seeing this, Gia's eyes widened in surprise. She thought in astonishment, "I never expected to hear such words from the Marquis. I've also noticed that Father's attitude towards me has changed compared to before." Gia recalled the times when the three of them used to dine together in dead silence. Since a certain point in time, if there was nothing special, he would always dine with the children, and he also gave her full authority to manage the Elliot family's internal affairs, allowing her to live more freely. Her lips parted, but she couldn't utter a word. Why? Since when did Father start changing so much? A sliver of doubt crept into her mind. Was it that day? Gia looked at Marquis Elliot's face, her heart still filled with unspeakable questions. Although I'm not yet clear in my heart, I don't think these changes are necessarily a bad thing. This half-hearted father-daughter relationship. Thinking this, she smiled and replied, "After all, it's my coming-of-age ceremony today. I have to dress up beautifully." Although she said this on the surface, Gia was still trying to comfort herself in her heart. Everything will be fine. Marquis Elliot was a little surprised at first to hear her say that, but in the end, he responded with a gentle smile. His deep and firm voice sounded, "That's right." Under the bright lights of the banquet hall, the royal noble consort still stood alone, surrounded by whispers. The coming-of-age ceremony is being held at Earthrack Palace. It really is Miss Elliot. Even so, she still had to put on an indifferent expression, completely unconcerned. I heard the Duchess of Garfield is personally serving as her guardian. But the more whispers she heard, the gloomier the royal noble consort's face became. Who knows? There might even be a surprise wedding today. Just then, a soft sound came from the main doors. The guards quickly noticed the movement. The doors were opened in an instant. Gia's figure immediately appeared, radiant and dazzling. Finally, the day has come. She entered the hall on Marquis Elliot's arm. The two of them strolled leisurely through the venue. The young ladies around them saw the dress on Gia and exclaimed in admiration, "My goodness, which shop made that dress? It's so elegant and beautiful." Those whispers all fell into her ears. The smile on Gia's face deepened. "This is the most outstanding dress I've ever seen." Just then, the sound of footsteps stopping came from behind. When that call sounded, it was also the moment Gia turned to look. It was the respected crown prince of this empire, Sirius, smiling at her in his neat formal attire. Gia and Marquis Elliot immediately bowed, greeting the prince of the empire. As for Sirius, he reached out and took her small hand. "Is it really you, Bii?" Sirius leaned down and kissed the back of Gia's hand. "You look truly magnificent today." She noticed the cheers of the young ladies behind her and thought with concern, because there are so many eyes watching, he's being even more obvious, huh? As for Sirius, He was still immersed in playing his role. With one hand gently on his chest, he asked amiably, "Would you give your fiancée the honor of the first dance, Gia?" Gia also understood in her heart what would happen if she didn't accept that proposal. "If I don't have the first dance with my fiancée, I'm afraid there will be gossip." "Fine, let's just dance. It's just one dance, what's the big deal?" Therefore, she had no choice but to comply with his words. Of course. Then she took Sirius's slender fingers, and the two began to dance together to the melody of the music. As the two danced, Gia's expression was somewhat pensive. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've had a proper coming-of-age ceremony of my own. In my past life, my coming-of-age ceremony turned into the crown prince's wedding. Just then, Sirius gently wrapped an arm around her waist and asked softly, "Bi, what are you thinking about?" While leading the dance, he tried to get closer to Gia. "Just focus on me." Hearing this, she felt a little confused in her heart. What on earth does the crown prince want from her? Thinking of this, Gia's face fell. "Today is my coming-of-age ceremony. I still have to greet many people." Sirius also joked casually, "I thought you were finally planning to love me." As she stepped to his rhythm, she replied coldly, "I have no such intention." Seeing this, he retorted, "So you have considered it before, right?" Gia didn't rush to answer immediately. She was lost in a vast stream of thought. The moment he sees her, his heart will change. The image of a young girl flashed through Gia's mind, her expression slightly sad. That mattered doesn't need. Sirius also noticed the change in her mood. He pressed his lips together and said no more. A moment later, he stopped. "You really are a person who gives me a headache." Sirius's expression carried a hint of exhaustion and anger. "It's a real headache, Bii." Gia's eyes widened slightly, and her cheeks turned red. "Ah, if that's the case, then that won't do." But then she quickly lowered her head, trying to escape this unrequited love that would lead nowhere. Wake up. After all, once the crown prince sees her, the image of that mysterious girl holding flowers with a brilliant smile became clearer and clearer in her mind. Oh, come to think of it, the crown princess, is probably having her coming-of-age ceremony this year too. Just then, Sirius's voice sounded, pulling Gia back to reality. In any case, he spoke the words from the bottom of his heart. "What I said today, that you're truly beautiful, was from the heart." Those words left Gia stunned for a long time. She looked closely at the gentle smile still on his lips. Was the crown prince always this kind of person, or has something about him changed? The moment Gia let go of Sirius's hand, she also felt a fire smoldering in her heart. Or am I, without realizing it, craving his affection again? After the dance, the two bowed to each other as a basic courtesy. No, it can't be like this. Gia immediately shattered that illusory dream of love. In 2 years, Duke Dacia and his daughter will set foot in the capital. Her face was full of vigilance. "Even if I have to use some tricks, I need to get information first." Meanwhile, documents were being flipped through, and that soft, distinctive voice sounded. "There's less information than I thought," Evan said seriously to the person sitting in front of him. "Regarding those documents, there are almost no records or transmissions. If you could give me a little more time, miss, I will send people to investigate further." Gia asked wearily, "Is there no way to find information on the spot?" But his response was an apology. "I'm very sorry. Because it's difficult to find people from the Western Territory, the amount of information is also very limited." He looked at the map on the table, his gentle voice sounding steadily. "Some territories border Ayari, and the residents should have already left to live elsewhere. But the people of the Western Territory are very hesitant to leave their homeland to settle elsewhere." Gia said softly to Evan, "If we don't send someone there ourselves, I'm afraid we won't be able to get more information." But he lowered his head and hesitated. It's easier in other places. Fear now filled his mind. But the Duke Dacia family is not easy to approach. As you also know, miss, even in the Imperial Palace, one must be careful when mentioning them. This made Evan hesitate. "I'm truly sorry." Seeing this, Gia couldn't force him anymore. "It's not because Evan is incapable, but because the order I gave is too difficult." She looked down at the documents in her hand. Although the documents Evan gave me have a lot of detailed information about the Western Territory, that was already common knowledge. Gia quickly realized a harsh truth. "But what I really need is information about the Duke Dacia family, and there's almost nothing there." At that moment, Gia stood amidst tangled thoughts, fear filling her mind. It's only natural. Duke Dacia has been in seclusion for so many years. Duke Dacia, he was an ill-fated member of the royal family who missed the chance to touch the highest position. Right before Gia, Duke Dacia's father was originally the late emperor's eldest son and the crown prince at the time. That crown prince was skilled in both literary and martial arts, but unfortunately, unlike the other princes, he had no heirs. During that time, miraculously, the crown princess became pregnant. The late emperor was overjoyed and held a grand banquet throughout the country. But that happiness did not last long. Before the crown princess gave birth, the crown prince fell from his horse and died. The late emperor was old and frail at the time, and couldn't withstand the blow of losing his eldest son, so he fell ill and passed away. Just before he closed his eyes, he bestowed the title of Duke upon his unborn grandchild and gave the child the surname Dacia. That sword, once a symbol of the family's glory, was now stained with a sea of blood instead of being crowned with the royal family's name. The final winner, the current emperor, did not leave a single drop of royal bloodline. Everyone was killed except for Duke Dacia, who could not inherit the throne. Duke Dacia was never registered in the royal family tree, so he was not considered a member of the royal family. This is the reason why that child was able to survive. However, it is undeniable that royal blood still flows in his veins. Gia rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. That duke has never left his territory in his entire life. The first time he leaves is to bring his daughter to the capital to prepare for her debut in high society. Her bright red lips parted slightly. Although very few people have seen his face, you could even count them on one hand. How could I not recognize him? The image of Duke Dacia with a confident smile on his face appeared before her eyes. Because he has golden eyes, the eyes that belong only to the royal family, the eyes of the crown prince. By Duke Dacia's side, his daughter was always inseparable. She was the same age as Gia, and even from the perspective of a girl like her, she was heartbreakingly beautiful. When that young girl smiled, her long hair swayed gently in the wind. Her slender figure was like a wisp of light smoke, and her delicate face made men feel pity and a desire to protect her, especially that innocent smile without a trace of sadness. Gia's face was filled with jealousy and a bone-deep loathing. Everything about her was different from me, so from the first moment we met, I had no good feelings for her. Just a few harsh words, and those bright eyes would fill with tears. That appearance was so hypocritical, it was nauseating. That name echoed in her mind again. Irene Hill Rhodesia. This will be the name the crown prince once loved and will love again in the future. Just then, a call startled her from her past. Miss Elliot. Evan knelt beside her and asked with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere? Or should I call for the royal physician?" Gia could only sigh and reassure him. "It's just my old problem, a migraine. It's not yet at the point of needing a royal physician." Her face was filled with worry and anxiety. "It's just that whenever I think of her, my heart is naturally flooded with uncontrollable, intense emotions." Gia really wanted to avoid marrying the crown prince. How can I bring her to the capital before the wedding? She calculated every future step. Or should I postpone the wedding until she arrives there? But neither of these things is easy. Gia placed her hand on her lips. Even if I have to risk my life, I need to get information first. Thinking of this, she turned and ordered Evan, "Immediately send people to the Western Territory. We must find out everything about Duke Dacia's family, with a special focus on inquiring about the Duke's daughter." He also replied obediently, "I understand, miss." But before leaving, he had something else to tell her. "Miss, could I ask you to wait a moment?" Evan said calmly to Gia, "The item you requested last time is ready. I'll go get it right away. Please wait here for a moment." Gia also stood up. "I'll wait." She muttered to herself, "That's probably the gift I had him prepare for Ran last time." After Evan left, Gia leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes in exhaustion. I should rest for a bit while waiting for Evan to return. Suddenly, a slight noise came from the doorway of the room. Evan couldn't be back this quickly, could he? The person cried out in surprise upon seeing Gia. Oh. As for Gia, she was equally surprised to see Eli. "Isn't that the Nayari child from the other day?" The boy approached her and bowed. "I'm really sorry about what happened last time. It was my first time seeing a noble, so I didn't know anything." She couldn't be bothered to argue with a child. "You should be more careful next time. Not all nobles are so generous." The boy replied remorsefully, "Yes, ma'am." Then Gia opened her eyes and gently reminded him, Also, hey, kid, if you're done apologizing, get out. I never gave you permission to set foot in this place. But just as she finished speaking, the boy shouted loudly across the room, "Please tell me how to become strong." Gia's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. "Scola Lily, huh?" the boy said anxiously, stammering out his feelings. I have to protect Byon." Hearing this, she was a bit stunned. "Huh? What? Who's protecting whom?" Eli's eyes sparkled, his cheeks red. "If I want to protect Byon, then I have to become stronger. Please tell me, sister." As for Gia, she was fed up with this kid. "Do you even know who Byon is for you to be saying these things?" Eli replied happily, "I know." The boy recalled the scene in the corridor and told her, "Last time, I secretly saw her with Annie Anisha." Gia became more and more suspicious. Could there be a child with the same name as me? Eli was still busy gossiping. Although no one taught me or told me anything before, I recognized her at first sight. The boy proudly placed a hand on his chest. "Ah, that child, the one he mentioned that I must protect for my entire life. But I heard that Byon is sick." Hearing this, she was a bit stunned. "Sick? Me?" Eli was sitting in his lap at the time, and he told him that Byon was a weak child with a lot of pain in her heart. So we must stay by her side and protect her. Upon hearing this, Gia immediately guessed who said it. Grandfather said something like that. Eli looked up at her with shining eyes. "If I want to protect Byon, then I have to become stronger. I'm begging you." At this point, she was at her wit's end. "Why are you saying these things to me? If you really want to become stronger, why don't you just go to Evan?" The boy said excitedly, "Because you're the strongest." Eli remembered how Evan knelt before her. "Even the clan leader doesn't dare to defy you, so you're the strongest." Hearing this, Gia laughed. "At such a young age, you've already seen through the entire power structure, huh?" Thinking of this, she spoke. "What's your name?" The boy answered quickly, "Eli." Her hand dropped. "All right, Eli, let's just say that, as you said, I'm the strongest. But why should I teach you how to become stronger?" Gia's expression instantly turned icy. Eli also felt it clearly. The boy froze. Gia's gaze only swept past for a moment, but it was enough to see through the world. He probably never thought about that, did he? If you want to persuade someone with words, his current way is still too naive. But Eli said something even she didn't expect, "Because you also have to protect Byon." Gia was stunned. "What?" The boy continued, "I know everything. You're also a member of our trading company, right?" Eli's face became serious, his voice sharper than ever. "Everyone in the trading company must protect Byon." Hearing this, Gia asked back emotionlessly, "Are you saying I also have to protect Byon?" The boy affirmed resolutely, "Yes, ma'am." Then she smiled brightly. "Yeah, you're right." Gia nodded in her heart. "I also have to know how to protect myself." She sat in her chair, looking down at Eli and instructing, "How do you want to become strong? If you just want to become a knight or a merchant, then go to Evan or Anisha would be more suitable." At that moment, Eli lifted his head and loudly declared the wish of his life. "I want to become a noble." Gia was puzzled by this wish. "Why?" The boy exclaimed, "Because nobles are the most powerful people." Hearing the boy say this, Gia found it absurd. How ridiculous that a child with Ayari blood would want to become a noble. Eli was startled and retorted, "I'm not an Ayari." Gia's voice grew colder, causing the boy's spirits to sink. "With eyes like that, you dare say you're not? You're very bold." She looked at Eli anxiously and touched his eyes. This was truly absurd. Her eyes were filled with thoughts. "You don't even know who Byon is, yet you want to become strong to protect Byon." Although she spoke such cold words on the surface, Gia was actually a little worried about Eli. "Normally, I would have just ignored him and let him be, but I'm also curious to see how far this child can go." Thinking this, she suddenly said, "All right." Under the boy's surprised gaze, Gia extended her hand. "I will help you become a noble." Eli remained stunned, unable to believe it. "Really?" But obviously, what followed was another condition from Gia. "But in return, you must prove to me whether you are worthy." Seeing this, the boy stammered back, "Worthy? How do I do that?" Gia spoke slowly. "Have you heard of Rochester Academy?" The boy answered honestly, "No, milady." She had no choice but to close her eyes and tell him about that place for nobles she had mentioned. Rochester Academy is the most prestigious educational institution on the continent. There, they teach everything, such as swordsmanship, diplomacy, politics, and medicine. But upon hearing her talk about that place meant only for nobles, Eli was still hesitant because of his status. "But a place like that, I'm not qualified to enter, am I? Because I'm just a commoner." Gia slowly opened the box. She stared intently at the wolf-shaped pendant inside and exclaimed, "So cool." Her Her voice was as gentle as the wind. That's what it says on paper, but in reality, almost no commoners can enter that academy. Gia pointed out the difficulties one by one. The so-called basic knowledge required by the academy is at a level that the descendants of nobles study day in and day out with private tutors from a young age. The tuition for this academy is so expensive that not only commoners, but even fallen nobles can hardly afford it. Every word she said made Eli freeze. Moreover, even if you manage to get in, you must pass countless difficult exams during your studies to graduate. If a student doesn't graduate within 7 years, they will be expelled, you know? As for Gia, she still maintained a cold and weary expression. If you think my demands are too much, you can give up. Eli also knew at that moment that he had no other path besides the suggestion she had just made. The boy could only clench his fists tightly. I just have to graduate. The boy placed a hand on his chest. As long as I graduate, will you really help me become a noble? Gia turned and nodded in satisfaction at Eli. That's right. The boy immediately responded excitedly. I'll do it. The afternoon sun shone on the place where the two were talking. All right then, I will make arrangements for you to enter the academy. Listening to her instructions, Eli showed obvious gratitude. But in return, you must absolutely hide your identity. You must absolutely not let anyone find out who you are. A blurry line seemed to appear between the two. From the moment you step into the academy, you are no longer a member of the trading company. Gia spoke for a while, her tone gradually sharpening. Even if your identity is exposed later, you must absolutely not let the trading company be implicated. Even if you must completely sever ties with this place, the place that was once your entire world. Obvious hesitation showed on the boy's face. Do you still want to continue? After a moment, Eli answered firmly, I can do it. I will definitely become a noble, so I can protect Byon. The corners of Gia's mouth curved into a smile. She looked at the boy with satisfaction. Good, then it settled. I'm also very curious who this Byon the child keeps mentioning is. Eli sat across from her, smiling brightly at Gia. But it might not be too late. Let's wait until he has gotten everything before asking. Suddenly, the door was pushed open forcefully, and Evan walked in quietly. Oh! Instantly, Eli's whole body stiffened. Disregarding etiquette, Evan rushed over quickly. This child, he said with a deep sigh. I'm sorry, milady. It's all my fault for not teaching him well. The boy was frightened by Evan's attitude and ran away immediately. I'm leaving. Gia looked at the two of them, somewhat annoyed. It's fine. Just then, she suddenly noticed the box in Evan's hand. Is that what I asked you to prepare? He answered slowly, bringing the box closer. Yes, please check it. Gia slowly opened the box. She stared intently at the wolf-shaped pendant inside and exclaimed, so cool. Gia gently caressed the pendant. Although it's a late birthday gift, I hope Ran will like it. Evan stood not far away, taking it all in. Shortly after, he saw her stand up and understood his cue. I will escort you home, milady. But Gia responded politely, it's all right, just call a carriage for me. Suddenly, under her surprised gaze, Evan blurted out, milady, does my presence make you uncomfortable? Gia slowly looked at the man beside her, wondering to herself, why is he asking me such a question? Evan said with a serious expression, I am your knight. His voice gradually became smaller. You are my goal and my mission. Gia replied softly, I know you want to keep the knight's oath you made to my grandfather, but please don't push yourself too hard. Her words made the atmosphere instantly heavy. You don't need to bind yourself because of a promise to my grandfather, Evan. Gia knew very well in her heart. Evan is an upright person by nature, and because he wants to honor his promise to her grandfather as well as his oath to her, he must be forcing and torturing himself. Therefore, it would be great if she could share a small part of the burden on his shoulders. With that, she walked away, leaving Evan with one last sentence. My grandfather will understand. Suddenly, he spread his arms and blocked Gia. She immediately looked up at Evan. At first, I only intended to follow because of the Duke's will. Suddenly, he asked an inexplicable question. But milady, do you know when I first saw you? Gia narrowed her eyes and answered, it was the day my grandfather passed away, right? Evan shook his head to indicate no. Gia subconsciously thought to herself, not that day. He explained softly, I once followed the Duke to the Elliot residence. It was the day of the Marchioness's funeral. At that moment, Gia realized with surprise, Ah, so the boy who was supporting my grandfather back then was him. Evan lowered his head and continued, amidst the whispering crowd. That girl's figure remained calm and firm. It really left a deep impression. From the first glance, I knew she was the girl I needed to protect. He placed his hand on his chest and answered respectfully among the crowd that didn't hide their malice. I suddenly wanted to reach out and protect that girl in my arms. Not because of anyone's request, but because my heart told me to do so. Unexpectedly, Evan extended his hand to Gia. Please allow me to keep that feeling from my childhood. Her eyes flickered. For so long, she had thought he protected her only because he was following her grandfather's orders. It turned out he had always sincerely wanted to be her own knight. Gia slowly placed her hand on his. She nodded in satisfaction. If this is the path you have chosen, then I cannot refuse. Evan bent down and placed a kiss on the back of Gia's hand. I sincerely accept your vow. The sky was getting dark and the carriage was ready. Evan followed. Gia said in a flustered manner, I sincerely apologize, milady. You might have to wait a little longer. The streets are very crowded at this time, making it difficult to prepare a carriage quickly. She looked up at him, an unconscious smile playing on her lips. Every time you see me, Commander, you bow your head and apologize like this. Evan was still a bit embarrassed. Please. Oh no. Gia turned her face away, her face full of smiles. Then she naturally recalled an old memory. Suddenly, I remembered Anash's words. Anash's words rang in her mind. In the end, what he cares about most is Byon's safety. The last time you argued with Eli, Evan suddenly pulled your hand so hard because he was afraid that you would panic seeing Eli. Anashan nodded in agreement. Usually, people freeze in fear just from seeing in Nayari's eyes. Gia thought silently. Yes, even I was too scared to speak the first time I saw those eyes. She remembered Eli's cold eyes from the past. His pupils instantly contracted vertically, and his eyes turned blood red. And in that moment, she was so scared she raised her hand to cover her eyes. The box slipped from Gia's hand and fell to the ground. She clutched her head and fell into Evan's arms, making him worry, milady. Doubt gradually grew in Gia's heart. In my past life, I only traveled between the Elliot family and the royal palace, and I never looked at anyone other than the crown prince. She asked herself a difficult question. Then why would I have seen a Nayari? Gia gradually broke out in a cold sweat. My memory is missing a piece. The seed of suspicion was planted in her heart. It wasn't a natural forgetting due to the passage of time, but as if someone had deliberately removed that part of the memory from my mind, so much so that not a single memory remained. Evan noticed something was wrong and asked again, Are you all right, milady? Gia, still covering her eyes, said, Indeed, I should call the royal physician. Hearing this, Evan bit his lip and replied, That won't do. Immediately after, he picked Gia up. I will personally apologize for this rudeness. Without delay, Evan turned to take Gia back to the estate. Suddenly, a mysterious voice came from behind. What is the meaning of this? Gia's eyes widened. She seemed to recognize the voice. Sirius said coldly, Why is my fiancé lying in the arms of a strange man across from me? Gia was also in a predicament. The crown prince's voice is cold. Is he angry? I have to get down immediately. Just as she was panicking, Evan tightened his grip. Why does it feel like he's holding me tighter? He said to Sirius, Please step aside. In response, Sirius seemed unwilling to back down. He immediately drew his sword. The guards, receiving the order, immediately pointed their swords at Evan. A cold sword was placed against Evan's neck, and a long bloody mark trickled down. Evan, Sirius's expression turned even uglier. He compromised. I'd appreciate it if you'd return my fiancé to me, all right? Seeing things getting out of control, Gia mediated, Evan put me down. Even so, Evan answered firmly, You need to see the royal physician first. Seeing that gentle words weren't working, she said sternly, Evan, this is an order. Put me down. Evan looked down at Gia with a reluctant expression. Then he gently put her down. Even so, Sirius's suspicion did not diminish in the slightest. How am I supposed to understand this situation? Evan took a step forward, shielding Gia. She noticed the wound on his neck and grew worried. At this rate, I'm afraid Evan will be in trouble. Their actions drew the attention of the people around them. Please lower your sword, Your Highness. Sirius replied without a change in expression. Why should I do that? At that moment, Gia stepped forward to mediate. Because I am asking you. Sirius gradually calmed down. He then sheathed his sword and hurried towards Gia. Oh, my Gia, you are too cunning. Sirius gently caressed her face. Et lai, da. Gia looked up and retorted. Why should I explain? Sirius still had no intention of letting it go, meaning, right in front of your fiancé, you were lying in a strange man's arms, and you don't even have a single word of explanation? Gia annoyedly avoided his touch. I don't feel I need to explain anything. Feeling ignored, Sirius directly picked her up. He warned her sternly, if you don't want to become a laughingstock, be quiet. Draped over Sirius's shoulder, Gia thought, why do things like this keep happening one after another? He carried her closer to the carriage. Sirius put Gia down effortlessly. He asked her sternly, with a hint of reprimand in his tone, what on earth is going through your mind? The two spoke softly in the carriage. I really don't understand why you're angry. Weren't you, Your Highness, originally unconcerned with your fiancé's honor or reputation? What does your reputation have to do with me? I can't think of anything but that. Knowing he couldn't win an argument against her, Sirius held his head and sighed. You're really. Gia sat across from him, her expression even more somber. I don't want to worry about the reason for your anger anymore. Just protecting my people is tiring enough. What do you plan to do about Evan? Suddenly, he spoke, his voice growing colder. Evan? Sirius did not hide the suspicion in his words. Hearing you call him by his name so directly, it seems the relationship between you two is even closer than what I just saw. Gia frowned deeply and replied, of course we're close, because Evan is my person. She widened her eyes as he slowly approached. You're saying another man is your person right in front of your fiancé? Sirius moved closer to Gia with an oppressive aura. I'm warning you. Don't make me angry, Gia. Gia's expression didn't change, but 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. What is he so angry about? She looked directly at Sirius opposite her, but the way he is now, he looks no different from someone who is jealous. Gia suddenly asked, do you love me? Sirius replied suspiciously, what do you mean? She still didn't back down from an answer. I mean exactly that. Do you really love me, Gia? Quietly watched his expression gradually change. It's not because of his fiancé's reputation, nor is it because he loves her, so why is he angry? Her lips twitched. Although she still hid the truth, at least she had never lied. The afternoon sun streamed through the carriage window. Gia's voice filled the space. I've already said it. My dream is to meet someone I love, live a peaceful life together, and grow old together. Sirius continued to look at her without a word. I've said all that, and yet you ask me to love you, Your Highness. Gia sat up straight and continued, I will not fall into a painful love. The carriage headed towards the Elliot residence. I want to meet someone who loves me, and only me, and then have children for that person and live happily ever after. That's enough. As soon as Gia's words fell, the atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became silent. So that person is not you. Instantly, a look of loss and grievance appeared in Sirius's eyes. Gia pressed her lips together tightly. She thought to herself, the fate between me and the crown prince is enough to end here. The carriage door slowly opened, and Gia stepped out. She said to herself, I've said this much, so even if only for the sake of his pride, he definitely won't approach me on his own anymore. Even so, Gia unconsciously clutched her skirt. So if he really doesn't approach me anymore, the lingering pain in my heart. Finally, she gradually relaxed and composed herself. The sky was getting dark. I've had enough. Gia looked up at the sky, surprised. What a brilliant sunset. Suddenly, Sirius's arm slowly reached out. He slowly hugged Gia from behind. Her pupils contracted. What does he mean by doing this? Gia said awkwardly, let go of me. She instantly became flustered. Seeing it was no use, Gia shouted, I said let go of me. She turned and gave Sirius a slap. His face gradually darkened, and a scratch mark appeared on his face. Sirius glanced at Gia, her face slightly red with anger. He unexpectedly covered his cheek, his tone somewhat aggrieved. I just hugged my fiancée for a moment and have to receive such a heavy response. If I wanted to do more, would I have to risk my life? Gia hurriedly explained, I absolutely had no intention of doing anything excessive to your highness. Sirius asked heavily, is it because of him? His voice grew smaller and smaller. Did he whisper sweet nothings in your ear? Gia frowned deeply and denied. Evan did not. Seemingly reaching his limit, Sirius suddenly shouted, Evan, it's always Evan. He made no effort to hide the disappointment in his words. I've been your fiancé for over 4 years, and I've only ever heard the word, Your Highness, from your lips, yet you call his name so easily. Sirius recalled old matters, his tone growing more and more accusatory. You've been like this from the beginning, not even that others would normally give me. A little bit of curiosity or a little bit of kindness. You couldn't be bothered to show. As he said the last sentence, his voice gradually became smaller. It's as if you never wanted to have anything to do with me. Sirius bitterly recalled Gia's bright smile from earlier, but it's different when she's with him. She smiled like that, never knowing what coldness was. At that time, he stood in the crowd, watching her quietly. That kind of smile is one she has never given me. Not even once. Sirius heavily remembered the scene of Evan holding her in his arms. Just like that. Every time I touch you, you always dodge, yet you obediently lean into someone else's arms. After speaking, he slowly approached, observing Gia's expression. He must be very special to you. What else could I think? She watched this scene, wondering to herself, what is going on? Gia looked at Sirius, her heart extremely confused. He once loved me, yet when I directly asked him if he loved me, he couldn't be bothered to answer, but now his behavior was no different from being jealous of Evan. Unexpectedly, he reached out to touch her. However, Gia raised her hand and shook his hand away. Sirius's hand hung in the air, tears welling in his eyes. You're always like this, no matter how hard I try. You don't let me get even an inch closer. He expressed his grievance. That kind of coldness is enough to drive a person mad, you know? Gia had a blank expression. So why are you acting now as if you're hurt by my rejection? The argument between the two still hadn't subsided. I really don't understand. Why are you doing this to me? Do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Gia looked at him in confusion. You feel hurt because your pride has been greatly offended. Sirius asked her in surprise, what? Gia replied with a hint of guilt. I mean, is it because someone your highness once considered a possession keeps slipping from your grasp, hurting your pride? Sirius flew into a rage again. Possession? You're mine? He clenched his fists and said sternly, I have never, not even once, thought of you as my possession. If you're just cold, I wouldn't feel so uneasy. Gia looked at him with a calm face. Do you know how the people around you see you? She answered slowly, do I have to know? Just as I thought, you never cease to disappoint me. Sirius unconsciously caressed a lock of Gia's hair in his hand, cold, ruthless. My fiancé is always like this, always drawing a line, showing sharp thorns, not letting anyone get close. You've never cared about the feelings of those you reject. As he said this, his voice lowered slightly. We've been engaged for 5 years, but until now, I am still just a stranger in your eyes. Sirius quietly kissed the soft hair of the person opposite him. What more do I have to do for you to be willing to open that cold wall and let me in? Suddenly, Gia's cheeks flushed red. She shyly pushed him away. In my past life, no matter what I did or said, you didn't care at all. Gia moved her lips, speaking thoughtfully. So why do you care about me now? What changed to make you so different from before? Why are you saying such things to me? No matter how I think about it, what your highness needs is not me, but just the reputation and status I possess. On the contrary, Sirius answered her without flinching. That's right, I coveted your support. The bloodline you possess, the first family, the wealth you have, and so on, everything was fascinating at first. I initially thought it would be enough, as long as you didn't get in my way. After saying that, he moved closer to Gia. Sirius gently caressed her cheek. But why did things turn out this way? His eyes were full of affection, looking at Gia like a gentle, silent rain. Without realizing it, I suddenly realized I'd started looking forward to the days I could see you. Sirius leaned down and gently patted the other's head. With you, I just want to smile like this forever. I've always wished for your gaze to follow only me and not go anywhere else. Instantly, her gaze flickered slightly. Just imagining you having children with another man and not me is enough to drive me mad. If this is really what people call love. Finally, Sirius also expressed himself honestly. Then yes, I love you. Gia's eyes widened in surprise. This confession that I craved so much in my past life. She looked into his eyes affectionately and asked herself, but should I trust the crown prince? The space between the two became quiet. What if it's all just a misunderstanding? Even 1,000 times, even if that confession was true love. Suddenly, Gia remembered a memory from her past life. Who can be sure that his heart won't change when he meets that woman? She slowly answered the other person, "You dare call this feeling love? No, this can never be love." Sirius consistently tried to persuade her. He unconsciously held her hand tightly. "What makes you so sure? What right do you have to know my heart?" In response, Gia coldly shook his hand away. "I don't trust you. Between you and me, there's never been any trust from the beginning." Sirius sighed silently. "Is this the answer you give to my confession?" Gia lowered her head slightly and said meaningfully, "What answer did you expect me to give?" She frowned deeply, not avoiding the answer. "Were you expecting me to shed tears in the face of your Highness's true feelings and say that I once loved you too? Is that it?" Sirius was provoked by Gia. He shouted, "Gia." She answered him coldly, "Please don't fantasize. From the beginning, my relationship with your Highness was just a contract bound by needs, not by the heart." Her words seemed to enrage him. There was never any emotion in it. "That's right. I forgot about that damn contract. Like father, like son. Indeed, you and your father are the same." Sirius gripped Gia's shoulder and said, "In that case, why did you have to bring up the Marquis? Wasn't it just a political marriage to consolidate each other's power? Or is there another contract between the Crown Prince and the Marquis that I don't know about? I don't care about that damn contract anymore." He revealed his heart again. "I just want you." Gia's cheeks gradually turned red. "Please, Gia, don't push me away anymore." Although a little moved, Gia still tried to ask, "Are you throwing a tantrum? You're forcing me to love you just because you fell in love with me first? Isn't that kind of trick only for children?" Sirius secretly smiled after hearing that. And if throwing a tantrum could keep your heart, his expression was as if he really wanted to do just that. "Gia, clench your hands." Although she had felt this way since the coming-of-age ceremony, the person before her no longer seemed to be the crown prince she once knew. Could it be that even if I say no, deep down I still can't let go of the person he was back then? Instantly, she seemed to see her haggard appearance from her past life. What I'm truly afraid of is not loving him. But when I love him, Gia thought continuously, if I love him again, will I lose myself again like I did back then? She still hadn't found the answer to that question. Her lips twitched, but just because of that vague possibility, I don't want to spend the rest of my life hiding from him. Let's give it a try. Sirius listened silently to every word. If my heart beats this fast every time I see him, and I still can't tell if this is love, then whether it's acting childishly like a kid or using schemes to entice me, you could try all sorts of methods. Gia placed her hand on her chest and said sincerely, "Please do everything you can to turn my heart to you." After a while, Gia placed a small box on the table. She sat in her chair, her mind still in a whirl. Everything was so chaotic then that I didn't even realize I'd lost the box. If Evan hadn't carefully kept it for her, it would have been long gone. My thoughts were a mess because of the Crown Prince's confession, and I was completely out of it, wasn't I? Gia's eyes flickered. Although I acted tough and told him he should try to entice her, honestly, she couldn't predict what he would do next. She remembered. That was the story of her past life. In another 2 years, it would be Irene's turn, and she would definitely appear. The fact that I don't like Irene is another matter. What makes me hesitate to see her is because I had committed a crime against her in the past. Back then, she was just like she is now, just an ordinary person who fell in love with the Crown Prince. Wanting to be with the person you love is the most natural thing. The imperial law not only allowed polygamy, but also accepted marriages between relatives of the 5th degree or more distant. The Crown Prince and she were 6th cousins, so legally, there was absolutely nothing preventing them from getting married. Thinking of this, Gia's expression gradually darkened. But that doesn't mean I wasn't troubled. At that time, she couldn't stop her from entering the imperial palace. After the emperor passed away, she was the only one still by his side, and it was only a matter of time before she was brought into the imperial palace. Everything happened as a matter of course. From that day on, she began to use the Empress's power to torment her, openly cutting the budget that should have been allocated to her palace. Making her lose face was as easy as turning over a hand. Although she was the daughter of a duke, she was clumsy and unfamiliar with palace etiquette, so much so that when faced with bullying, she didn't dare to fight back with a single word and only knew how to cry. A bitter feeling rose in Gia's heart. Strangely, the Crown Prince, who was already the emperor by then, never once stopped her, merely watching with a displeased expression or pretending not to see. Then he would quietly turn around, wipe away Irene's tears, and comfort her. She remembered Sirius's cold image from her past life. He could have warned the person who hurt his beloved girl. Thinking back now, it's really strange, but at that time, she was too brainless to even worry about such things. Due to his disregard, her actions became more and more excessive, and in the end, she finally crossed the line that should never have been crossed. Blinded by jealousy, she foolishly chose to use poison. Gia sat up straight on the sofa, lost in thought. At that time, I seemed to have lost my mind, being blind, extreme, and crazy. I never thought what I did to her was right, but even so, when I see Irene again, her gaze still hadn't left the gift box on the table. I don't intend to welcome her with open arms as if nothing ever happened either. I've already sent Evan to investigate, and now I can only wait. Gia felt a little tired and needed to get the medicine bottle beside her. Although his neck was also injured and must have been uncomfortable, he was still worried about me and even thoughtfully brought headache medicine. She unconsciously revealed a happy smile. It seems the Crown Prince didn't pursue charges against Evan. Gia was still deep in thought. That's right. Just as I have changed, the Crown Prince is no longer the person he used to be. Grandpa, Marquis Elliot, Anisha, and Evan too. She gently held the medicine bottle to her chest. Everything is so different from back then, so don't let the past scare you too much. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Colmeen. Ran immediately appeared with a brilliant smile. Sister. He threw himself into Gia's arms, hugging her tightly and not letting go. You have to dry your hair before going out. Gia slowly reached out and stroked Ran. You become even clingier as you've gotten older. Give me the towel. She gently dried Ran's hair. Don't you like it? Gia immediately denied. I like it. Gia sighed and instructed. Anyway, remember to wear a scarf before you come next time. What if you catch a cold? But I missed you so much, I couldn't wait. The atmosphere in the room became warm. Did you practice diligently again today? Yes. Master also said you've heard a lot about me. Ran looked at Gia with sparkling eyes. That's right. You're doing very well. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The timid appearance of him hiding in fear was no longer visible. Gia rubbed his head in satisfaction. I have a gift for you. A gift? She pointed to the gift box on the table, and Ran unconsciously followed her gaze. It's in that box. Open it and see. He slowly opened the box. Sister, this is... Inside the box, a wolf-shaped pendant shone with a dazzling light. This is the seal I'm giving you. A seal? Gia picked up the necklace and put it on Ran herself. I was supposed to give this to you at your coming-of-age ceremony, but I couldn't wait until then. She said softly, the 3 leaves represent happiness. I've always hoped you would be happy forever. Ran stared at her without blinking, his cheeks unconsciously turning red. My little puppy. Seeing him lower his head, Gia asked, do you like it? She unconsciously caressed his lips. This isn't quite right, is it? Gia pretended to scold him. I've already given you a gift, but I haven't heard you say thank you. I'm so sad. She rubbed Ran's round cheeks, her tone tinged with teasing. Hurry up and say thank you, you silly boy. He threw himself into Gia's arms and said emotionally, thank you, sister. She instructed him with satisfaction. This is something I prepared carefully for you, so you must use it until the day it's stamped on the name of the family head. Understand? Ran hesitated for a moment, but Gia also had her own thoughts. Of course, Ran was also well aware of his identity and status, and understood that becoming the head of the family was no easy task. She gently tapped Ran's forehead and advised, but you can't grow up like a flower in a greenhouse forever. If you keep frowning like that, your face will be full of wrinkles later. Suddenly, Gia shouted loudly, Ran Byon Elliot. Ran immediately responded, present. She said to him calmly, if inheriting the title is not what you want, then don't do it. Gia looked at Ran with sincere eyes. I've said it before, I just want you to live happily. She caressed his pendant. I taught you so many things not to force you to become the Marquis later. If you find something you truly want to do, I only hope I can help broaden the path you choose. Ran's eyes lit up as he listened to her every word. So, just do what you truly want to do. No matter which path you choose, I will always support you. Gia caressed his small face and said, no matter what others say, you are still my Ran. You know that, right? Ran suppressed his emotions and replied, yes. She slowly pulled him into her embrace. As long as you remember that fact, that's enough. Gia's gaze grew deep. All the urgent matters have been arranged. Maybe I can live quietly for a while. She quietly watched Ran, who was happily lost in thought. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just stay in the mansion. Not long after she had this thought, Gia was disturbed while she was slowly reading a book. Someone had come. Sirius was waiting for her, his smile like a blooming flower. Yes, His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived. Seeing his beloved, he smiled kindly and greeted her. "You are as radiant as ever today, Gia." Gia slowly bowed to the person before her. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The two began to talk. "Between you and me, there's no need for such polite greetings. Why are you here?" Sirius said with a touch of melancholy. "Isn't it too cold to ask about business right after we meet?" Gia's face darkened as she looked at his unpredictable attitude. He was furious yesterday, and today his attitude has completely reversed. Sirius said with a loving expression, "So it's true that the one who loves more is the loser. So if I say I came just because I wanted to see you, would that count as an answer?" Gia frowned tightly and asked, "Are you insane?" At this moment, she noticed the butler not far away. Oh no, the butler is still here. He was slowly placing a cup of tea on the table. Gia looked at the butler's face and couldn't help but think to herself, but his expression is as if he heard nothing. He's probably pretending not to know. She ordered softly, "You may leave." Sirius and Gia quietly watched him leave. Then Sirius spoke with a hint of complaint. "I never expected that just by coming to see my fiancé, I would be treated like a madman." Gia was blunt and said directly, "Please stop with the nonsense and get straight to the point." He slowly sat down on the sofa with an extremely friendly attitude. "Do you still not believe me? Don't just stand there, sit down." She followed suit and sat down, her expression still tense. "Actually, I came here because I wanted to see you. The moment I open my eyes, the first thing that comes to mind is your face. It seems I've truly fallen for you, to the point of no return." Sirius gently touched the scratch in front of her and said, "As for me escaping here to avoid those who keep asking about this wound, that's just an excuse." He complained softly, "Do you know how much trouble I'm in? They insist on holding the person who hurt me accountable for offending the royal family. I went to great lengths to suppress the matter to come here." Gia frowned and sighed. "It seems one's skin is thinner than I thought." "Not to be outdone," Sirius retorted, "and your strength is greater than I imagined." She quickly lowered her head and admitted her fault. "I did use a bit too much force." He chimed in with a brilliant smile. "That's why I thought I must be more careful next time." Sirius said, as if whining playfully, "People can be surprising sometimes. Did you do it on purpose?" She still replied sternly, "Do I need a reason?" The smile on Sirius's lips turned sly. "That's true. The one who needs to work hard to seduce you is me, not the other way around." His gaze never left Gia. "But it seems I'm becoming more and more addicted to you." Her eyes widened in surprise. Gia lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. "Is he seducing me? Since when did my whole body become so tense?" The sound of their conversation continued. "You're not moved yet? Then remember to practice more diligently before you come next time. After all, this alone isn't enough to move you. I'm immune to those tricks." Sirius mimicked her words to mock her. "Even so, it seems you're very confident in your appearance. You're truly a cunning snake." Gia pretended to be uninterested and retorted, "Did you come all this way just to say this nonsense?" He blinked, gave her a brilliant smile, and replied, "Impossible. Just as you said, didn't I come here to make you fall in love with me? Whether it's seduction or acting cute, I have to be able to see your face first to do it." Gia said, feigning annoyance, "So you're very free?" "I'm not free enough to sit around and chat leisurely with your highness." Seeing her displeasure, Sirius asked softly, "Why are you so cold to me? Did I do something wrong?" Gia lowered her eyelids, not showing any clear emotion. Unexpectedly, she said politely, "I don't dislike your highness." "If not, then?" Gia replied with a cold face, "It's just that your highness is an eyesore to me." Instantly, Sirius's mood worsened. In her past life, he had never disliked her like this. Gia's gaze was firm, as if she didn't want to say any more. Back then, she only knew how to demand love like an insatiable child, never thinking about what she should try to do for the person she loved. Even so, His Highness the Crown Prince still maintained a minimum of etiquette towards her, still treating her as he would the Empress of the Empire. Thinking of this, her mood sank unconsciously. It was just that he never loved her, so she didn't resent him, but to say she didn't care wasn't true either. Her gaze was fixed on the teacup on the table. Her heart still beat for him, just like before. It's just that she was no longer sure if these were present feelings or remnants of the past. Gia lowered her head and answered the person opposite her honestly. I don't know how to face your highness. Your highness makes me feel awkward and uncomfortable. For a moment, Sirius seemed captivated by her gaze. Then, unexpectedly, he burst out laughing. Ha! His cheeks flushed, half in comfort and half in self-mockery. Gia, at least this means I'm not so terrible that you can't stand me, right? Sirius let out a soft sigh, as if relieved. The scene changes. Gia was tightly clutching a piece of fabric in her hand. This dress, make it with this color fabric. Anasha's and her voices echoed back and forth. As for the hat, I think it would be more suitable to use the same type of fabric. What do you think, milady? Anything is fine. In 10 days, the royal hunting competition was to be held. This was one of the royal family's biggest annual events, to which members of the royal family and high-ranking nobles were invited. Although it wasn't entirely a formal hunt, but more of an entertaining outing, so not only men but also ladies would be present. Anasha looked at the list in her hand and greeted her with satisfaction. Because I've already had my coming-of-age ceremony, starting this year, I'm forced to participate in the competition as the Crown Prince's fiancé. I'm practically a member of the royal family anyway. I've already checked everything that needs to be prepared. Gia kindly invited her to stay. You've worked hard. Have a cup of tea before you go. Anasha picked up her teacup and took a sip. Unexpectedly, she exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, what kind of tea is this? The aroma is so captivating." Gia replied happily, "It's tea made from Raisha flowers. If you like it, I'll pack some for you to take back later." Anasha showed a surprised expression and repeated, "Raisha flowers?" She said loudly, "Aren't Raisha flowers the symbol of the crown princess? They're also forbidden to be grown casually." "Yes, they're indeed Raisha flowers." Anasha looked at Gia suspiciously. "How can something so precious be used to make tea?" She said in a natural tone, "It was a gift from His Majesty, so much that I don't feel bad using it to make tea." Gia pretended to be calm and reassured the person opposite her. "His Majesty has already given permission to use it for tea, so you can drink it without worry." Anasha smiled gently and replied, "Goodness, you're already so favored by His Majesty. To be so doted on even before marriage. I heard His Highness the Crown Prince often visits the Marquis's residence." Gia, on the other side, coughed lightly in embarrassment. "Who knows, but I heard something happened in the Western Territory." Suddenly, their conversation shifted in another direction. "Ah, yes, I heard it was a big deal, and Evan had to go to the Western Territory himself. I don't know what happened. It seemed very urgent, so I didn't hear clearly. Is the wound on your neck okay?" Gia's expression also became serious. "It's not as deep as it looks. I heard a highly skilled doctor treated it." "That's good, but what's happening in the Western Territory doesn't sound good at all. I hope it's nothing serious." Suddenly, Anasha's question caught Gia's attention. "But is His Highness the Crown Prince really as extremely jealous as the rumors say? It's hard to imagine someone as gentle as His Majesty doing something like that." She recalled the unpleasant scene that happened on the road before. The rumors from that day spread everywhere and were impossible to stop. Among them were even malicious slanders, suspecting that she and Evan were having an affair. Unconsciously, an awkward expression appeared on her face. The trading company had been emphasizing that it was just a public meeting between the former trading master's granddaughter and the current trading master. The Crown Prince personally explained that it was just a small misunderstanding caused by his excessive jealousy. Gia slowly placed her hand on her chest. "He even used this as an excuse to prove his close relationship with me, visiting my residence every day. Although I was dragged into a troublesome matter, to be honest, I don't really hate this situation." The sunlight shone through the window, very dazzling. "I don't know what the future holds, but for now, let's enjoy the present." Gia rubbed her chin in anticipation. How will he try to seduce her? Time passed quickly. The first day of the royal hunting competition. Gia looked around, certain in her heart. It must be time to start. I need to get ready. Suddenly, she accidentally bumped into a tree branch. However, a large hand protected her. Marquis Elliot appeared from behind and said, "Be careful." Gia turned around and replied softly, "Thank you, father." Marquis Elliot seemed dissatisfied and adjusted her hat with his own hands. "Humph." Gia helplessly touched his hand. "Not like that." She happily adjusted the part of the hat that had been pulled wrong. "This is the right way." Marquis Elliot still looked at Gia with a gentle gaze. "Is there anything else you want to say to me?" Hearing this, he said vaguely, "I." Just then, Gia noticed the Emperor in the distance. "The horn has sounded. It's probably about to start," she asked unconsciously. "Shouldn't you be by His Majesty's side? As a Prime Minister, you should probably accompany His Majesty." Instead, Marquis Elliot looked at her with a worried expression. "Will you be all right going alone?" Gia looked at him quietly, couldn't help but think, is father worried because she's going to her first hunting competition alone? Gia gave a gentle smile. "I didn't expect father to be so considerate. I'm fine, please don't worry." The place where the hunting competition was held was a rather high and steep mountain. Because it was directly ruled by the Emperor, the number of people allowed in and out was also limited. Thanks to this, the forest still maintained its dense appearance. Although there were also wild beasts in the forest, the fact that they dared to bring the noble ladies there indicated that the safety of the area had been guaranteed. Therefore, it was less of a real hunt and more of a banquet highlighted by a hunting game. The silence between father and daughter still hadn't ended. Although there was nothing to worry about, he still couldn't leave easily. Suddenly, a voice came from distance. "May I go with this young lady?" Duchess Seath smiled and greeted, "Long time no see, Marquis Elliot." Marquis Elliot replied politely from behind, "Yes, long time no see, Countess Seath." This woman, once known as the Grand Princess, was the Emperor's eldest daughter. Zia silently recalled memories from her past life. She was also one of the people I had a bad relationship with in my past life. Why is this person here? She silently sized up Duchess Seath. She was the one who raised the crown prince with her own hands after he lost his mother at a young age. For the her of the past, who only knew how to do as she pleased, she was the only one who dared to speak harsh but honest advice. Thinking of this, Gia sadly recalled her attitude towards her in her past life. However, she had considered Isabella's actions as overstepping her authority, interfering in matters that were not her business. She got angry, said what she did was against morals, and in turn insulted her without any scruples. She silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Countess was still very gentle with her up to now. She had even hand-knitted a scarf for her and apologized for not being able to attend her coming-of-age ceremony. Then Gia bent down and bowed to the person before her. Well, she should also receive her politely. "I am Byon Rosa Elliot." Duchess Seath was secretly pleased. "It seems this is the first time we've truly met, right? Please stop using those rigid titles and just call me by my name." Gia replied naturally, "It is my honor, Isabella. Just call me Byon." She looked at the Duchess Seath and couldn't help but think. Nobles who usually live near the border rarely attend such hunting competitions. As if guessing Gia's thoughts, she smiled and said, "Milady, are you surprised to see me here?" "A little, yes, I am a bit surprised." Duchess Seath said happily, "Haha. I once read in a poem and was looking forward to seeing Byon with my own eyes." That's right, the memory of an old letter suddenly came to mind. So that day is today. Duchess Seath gradually returned to the topic. "Anyway, may I accompany this young lady? The Marquis will surely be more at ease if she doesn't go alone." Gia looked back at Marquis Elliot. "I have no problem with it." After getting his permission, Duchess Seath extended her hand and beckoned. "All right, it seems we don't have much time. Let's get on the carriage first." Then she walked towards the carriage first. Marquis Elliot's arm reached out to Gia again. "I should call the maid over too." He didn't say anything more, but his arm was still not withdrawn. Gia's eyes widened in surprise. In the end, she responded to him with a familiar smile. The father and daughter walked towards the carriage. Gia stepped into the carriage step by step. Marquis Elliot reminded her one last time, "We will meet when we get there." She still responded to him with a smile. Suddenly, Gia heard the person beside her let out a gasp of admiration. "Goodness." Duchess Seath, sitting opposite her, covered her mouth and chuckled. "I never would have thought that the man once praised by the world as the cold-hearted prime minister could show such a kind and gentle side." "Zakavet hakwadi, ahem." Duchess Seath began to chat honestly. "I've been looking forward to meeting you, Byon." She replied politely, "It is my honor to meet you." Suddenly Duchess Seath laughed out loud and replied, "Oh my, that rigid tone sounds too distant. I don't like it." Gia thought to herself, her smile is really similar to His Highness the Crown Prince's. The carriage started to move slowly. "There's something I wanted to ask for a long time. I wonder if I may?" "Yes, please do." Duchess Seath asked bluntly, "Do you love the Crown Prince?" Gia answered hesitantly, I'm not sure what you mean. The smile on Duchess Seith's face became more pronounced. Perhaps I was a bit too blunt. She nodded and replied, I really didn't expect you to say something like that. Duchess Seith regained her dignified composure and said, although this may seem a bit nosy, please forgive me. That person is no different from a real son to me. The atmosphere in the carriage became serious. My mother passed away after giving birth to me. Did you know? Yes, I know. Through the Duchess's voice, her memories gradually surfaced. Empress Layla reached out and saved me when I was still in swaddling clothes. She was the former empress, the crown prince's mother. The Duchess said softly. Later, when the empress passed away, the young crown prince was suddenly left all alone in the palace. At that time, I said to myself, she recalled Sirius's image and couldn't help but continue. I want to protect this child as a way to repay her kindness. Duchess Seith suddenly sighed. I originally didn't plan to marry and just wanted to stay by His Highness the Crown Prince's side forever. If he hadn't earnestly urged me to marry, even if I went south to that person's territory, I would not have left the Crown Prince. My heart is still concerned for His Highness. She turned her head to look at the demure Gia sitting opposite her. So you will be the one to stay by His Highness's side in my place. It's you, Byon. I've always been curious about what kind of person you are. Then unexpectedly, Duchess Seith gave her a deep bow. She said sincerely, I sincerely apologize for testing you like that. Gia slowly replied, should I forgive you? Duchess Seith quietly shook her head and replied, I don't intend to force you to forgive me, nor force you to understand my thoughts. I just don't want to hide what I've done, because I really want to be on your side without any selfish motives. Even so, she couldn't help but be curious. But why don't you ask how I tested you? Instead, Gia replied calmly, I'm not curious at all. Duchess Seith was amused by her attitude, just as the rumors say indeed. No wonder His Highness would lose his mind over jealousy. Gia opened her mouth to deny, but rumors can't be trusted. Duchess Seith happily agreed, just like the rumors about you. She said softly, lately, I don't know if you're aware, but people have been talking about you. They say you are cold and cunning, that you drove out the entire family just to seize the Petchin family's fortune. And they say you also threw innocent servants and the wet nurse out onto the streets empty-handed. Duchess Seith said without hiding anything, and that you indulge yourself in pleasure with this man, and that, while leaving the crown prince aside. Unconsciously, Gia sighed softly. I knew the rumors would spread, but I didn't expect them to reach the south. Seeing this, Duchess Seith was a bit embarrassed. It's not that I believe that nonsense, but because it involves His Highness the Crown Prince and my son, I couldn't help but worry. I'm not the kind of person who can resist these things. She listened in surprise. What did you think when you saw the gift I sent with the letter? It seems that item is quite convenient for many uses. Soft sunlight streamed into the carriage window, because that is a multi-purpose scarf that ordinary women in the South also use as a shawl or a blanket to cover pillows. Oh, I see. Gia understood the subtlety of the design. Indeed, the scarf Isabella sent was of superior material, but its design was very simple. Compared to other nobles, they valued flamboyant style over practicality. That's why I like it so much. She thought with approval, it would be very inconvenient if it were embroidered with gold thread and set with many small pearls. Seeing Gia's reaction, Duchess Seith seemed to misunderstand. Are you uncomfortable with this commoner style design? She immediately spoke up to deny it. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Duchess Seith hurriedly said, no. In my opinion, this is a gift that you can use more comfortably. I sewed it stitch by stitch, always looking forward to the day I could meet you. Hearing Gia's question, Duchess Seith revealed a satisfied smile. So is this the test you were talking about, Isabella? She glanced slightly at Gia, not looking down on another's heart, just because their appearance wasn't splendid enough. Duchess Seith subconsciously sighed. I'm sure that being judged by that doesn't make me happy at all. To be honest, I'm sorry. Gia heard the meaning in her words. It sounded like an apology, but it also indicated that she did not regret it. She said with some hesitation, that's right, if I could go back to that time, I would still give you that gift again. The atmosphere in the carriage seemed to have eased a lot. I accept your apology, but only this once. I don't like one-sided tests at all. Of course, I'm relieved now. Duchess Seith said shyly. Although I pretended not to care, I was actually very worried about whether you would forgive me. The carriage was still speeding down the road, but besides that, there was one more question I hadn't heard the answer to. What is it? Duchess Seith repeated her initial question. Do you love the Crown Prince? A hint of hesitation had already appeared in Gia's eyes. I'm not sure if I love him yet. I don't even know myself. So how can I answer? Seeing her reaction, Duchess Seath understood, and she parted her lips to say, "You don't love him." Gia replied tactfully, "Is there love in a political marriage?" I trust you're not that naive. She knew very well in her heart that even though Isabella was now married and no longer a member of the royal family, she was still someone who had lived in that palace full of treacherous people for 30 years. Hearing this, Duchess Seath turned slightly to the side. She must also know the story behind her marriage to the crown prince. As you said, I'm not naive enough to look for love in a political marriage either. Suddenly, she hesitated, but Duchess Seath sat affectionately beside Gia and replied, "Even in a political marriage, love can still exist within it." She revealed her true feelings. If you can fall in love with the person you will spend the rest of your life with, what could be better than that? Gia still couldn't fully accept her meaning and replied, "Love cannot be achieved one-sidedly." Hearing this, Duchess Seath looked at her blankly. "Does His Highness not like you?" Gia immediately denied it. "Not at all." Duchess Seath held her hand and gently persuaded, "It's okay, even if you don't love him. You can start by being good friends first." She spoke of Sirius's pitiful situation. His Highness the Crown Prince is a very lonely person. He was made the heir apparent as soon as he was born. At this point, Duchess Seath couldn't suppress her emotions. Although he is protected by the Emperor, it has never been easy to fill that void. She advised Gia with all her sincerity, "I have absolutely no intention of forcing you. I only hope for one thing. Please don't push His Highness away." Hearing this, she pursed her lips slightly. "He is even more than you imagine. He truly treasures you." Duchess Seath narrated gently, "Did you know in the recent letters His Highness sent me, they were all stories about you?" She said bluntly, "That's why I wanted to see you even more. I wanted to meet the one who..." That walked into His Highness's heart. Gia's eyes flickered as she thought to herself, "I'm not entirely that person. It's not that I don't understand Isabella's heart. She sees the crown prince as her own son, so it's natural for her to feel affection for him." However, she clasped her hands tightly, seeming unable to let down her guard and accept her goodwill at this moment. Just then, Sirius appeared, interrupting the conversation between the two. "What interesting stories are you two planning to tell?" He smiled brightly at them, not even realizing the carriage had stopped. Duchess Seath sternly corrected Sirius. "It is very rude to interrupt a private conversation between ladies." He just smiled brightly and replied, "Sorry, sister." Sirius raised his hand to the two of them and said, "The carriage has been stopped here for a long time, but the two ladies still show no sign of coming out, so you'll have to learn how to be patient." Duchess Seath took his hand and stepped out first. "I don't recall anyone teaching me to have infinite patience," he replied with a smile. "A man in love no longer knows what fear is." A figure quietly emerged from a distance. "My lady." Duchess Seath immediately rushed into the other's arms. "Baron." Witnessing that scene, Gia couldn't help but comment in her heart. They are indeed a famously loving couple. Her hand was held tightly by Sirius. Gia raised her eyebrows and watched. She rushed into Sirius's wide embrace. Gia hurriedly pushed him away. "What is the meaning of this?" Sirius replied shamelessly, "Let's not lose to them either." Gia looked in surprise at the intimate scene between Duchess Seath and the Baron. What? The two people not far away made no effort to hide their affection. Witnessing this, Gia subconsciously frowned. "Please, I want to lose." Sirius replied, somewhat aggrieved. "Weren't you watching with envious eyes?" "No, you're mistaken." "Is that so? What a pity." Even so, he still held her in his arms and gave her a kiss. "You are truly beautiful today, my baby." Sirius looked at the person opposite him, his eyes curving slightly. "I actually wanted to kiss your lips, but there are too many people who can see today." Duchess Seath caught this scene and said sarcastically, "It seems we've accidentally interrupted something inconsequential." The Baron looked blankly from behind. "What?" Duchess Seath looked meaningfully at the two. "We shouldn't interfere with the love between a man and a woman." Suddenly, Sirius mentioned another matter. "If that's what you want, then I'm ready." In Gia's eyes, his smile was brighter than the sun for our wedding. In front of Duchess Seath and the Baron as witnesses, Gia was somewhat speechless. Unexpectedly, she reached out and grabbed Sirius's shoulder. My goodness, he was stunned by Gia's action. "Baby." Gia gently touched Sirius's ear, which was gradually turning red from embarrassment. She whispered softly in his ear, "Right now, my left foot is between your legs." At the same time, Jia blew a cold breath into Sirius's ear. What would happen if I lifted my knee a little more? Then her hand slid across his face. You may not realize it, but I never restrain myself when I'm angry. This is my only warning. Sirius's face flushed red from being teased. You. He cursed subconsciously, damn it. Duchess Seath saw that the situation was not good and called out from behind, Your Highness. She carefully instructed Sirius. Please take good care of baby. The Baron looked on suspiciously. His Highness is truly pitiful. Jia thought worriedly in her heart. Her voice was very soft. The Baron probably didn't hear the whole thing. She gradually fell into her own thoughts. No matter how bold I am, I don't want to be caught red-handed plotting to end the royal bloodline. Duchess Seath spoke up to break the deadlock. The atmosphere has become a bit awkward, but perhaps I should introduce myself, right? She introduced happily. This is my husband, Baron Lloyd Seath. Jia followed by curtsying to the Baron. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Byon Rosa Elliot. The pleasure is mine, Miss Elliot. He approached and observed her carefully. You look a lot like Marquis Elliot. The Baron recalled Marquis Elliot's stern image and couldn't help but tease. An eye for an eye. Jia blushed and said no more. You should say double in return. That's his style. After a while, the three of them returned to the main topic. In any case, it seemed there was no one left here, as the hunt had already begun. It started. The Baron nodded in agreement. It began as soon as His Majesty arrived. My father. Duchess Seath raised a hand to cover her laugh. He's still so passionate at this age. Then the two left intimately. We should get going too. Let me lead the way for you. Duchess Seath looked at her and proposed. Byon, would you like to join the hunt? Jia lowered her eyelids slightly, thinking she doesn't like hunting, nor does she intend to interfere with such a loving couple. She refused the two and left. It would be more fun if you two went together. Then please help me catch a double portion. I'm going to rest. Jia's hair fluttered inadvertently in the wind. Just by watching, one could feel the love between them. It's not that I'm jealous. Definitely not. As soon as she arrived, Jia sighed softly. The royal noble consort opposite her greeted her with a brilliant smile. Long time no see, Miss Elliot. Jia also returned the courtesy politely. Don't I see you often, Your Highness the Queen? Then she turned to bow to the Queen. Byon Rosa Elliot, it is an honor to meet Your Majesty the Queen. She replied shyly, Oh, you are welcome, miss. The sound of noisy whispers quietly arose. Jia glanced at the Queen's flustered face. According to etiquette, the Queen should respond to my greeting and invite me to sit. The closer the seat is to the host of the banquet, the higher the honor. She gradually became aware of the dark side. The farther the seat, the lower the status, and the only remaining chair was at the very end. Even so, Jia spoke up to ask the Queen, Your Majesty the Queen, where is my seat? Is it that hidden and distant place? Suddenly, another person abruptly interjected, Miss, don't you even know your own place? Jia glanced at the person, this woman. Bella looked at her with anticipation. I think she's one of the Crown Prince's concubines. Jia taunted her without hesitation. Perhaps because you've just been made a concubine, you're not yet familiar with court etiquette. You should learn more. Bella was immediately provoked by this taunt. What did you say? Jia silently recalled memories from her past life. Although she was the Crown Prince's concubine, she was only the daughter of a viscount. Even in her past life, she had once grabbed her hair in anger and then loudly reprimanded Jia. Not many people had the right to stop me back then. To talk about etiquette in front of me, are you? That rude young lady? She glanced at the other person contemptuously. Then or now, does she really think becoming the Crown Prince's concubine makes her more noble? Zasha go deep in pay. Nominally, she did belong to the royal family. But even so, she should know when to show off and when not to. She silently glanced at Countess Rustin behind her. A part of me just wants to grab her hair and pull it again, but in this situation, the price to pay would not be worth the tantrum. She also glanced at Jia, her face dark and unreadable. Jia said word by word, as if mocking the other party. You say, how dare you? That's a thoughtless thing to say. It seems you need to relearn the rules of speaking in the palace. Suddenly, her tone became unprecedentedly severe. A concubine like you. How dare you interrupt the conversation between Her Majesty the Queen and me without permission? Bella was provoked by Jia's overwhelming aura. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. Don't you realize that such behavior has offended the Queen? Jia, that silently calculated in her mind. Although the Queen's power was not strong, publicly humiliating the Queen was another matter. She secretly wanted to use the Queen's hand to teach the other party a lesson. Offending the Queen was offending the entire royal family. Then she turned to the queen and pleaded, "Isn't that so, Your Majesty the Queen?" Gia recalled her previous meeting with her. As a rule, Her Majesty the Queen should let this matter go. In fact, the former queen often said contemptuous things to her, and she also subconsciously followed the gaze. Indeed, the concubine's lack of experience was one reason, but witnessing the queen being slighted for years had made her more and more eloquent, to the point where she didn't realize she had crossed the line until now. Suddenly, the royal noble consort intervened from the side. That concubine has just entered the palace, so she is not familiar with court etiquette. She showed an aggrieved look to the queen. "It was due to my negligence. Please forgive her." The queen hurriedly waved her hand. Of course, of course. If she has just entered the palace, then you can't expect her to know everything." Then the royal noble consort turned to Bella and said sternly, "You should apologize to the queen." She was completely stunned by this move, but unexpectedly, the royal noble consort said sternly, "Concubine." A threat flashed in her eyes. "Apologize." Bella quietly bowed to the queen. "I apologize to you, Your Majesty the Queen." She waved her hand in a fluster. "It's all right. There's no crime in ignorance. It's understandable to make mistakes." Suddenly, the royal noble consort raised her head and pressed Gia. "I didn't expect Miss Elliot to be so knowledgeable about royal etiquette." She frowned as she listened to every word she said. "Soon you will enter the palace as the crown princess consort. It's only natural to know these things." The royal noble consort that repeated these 4 words through gritted teeth. Crown princess consort. Gia silently revealed a smile. "I have already had my coming-of-age ceremony, so that could happen at any time." She still replied, without admitting defeat, "Even so, this is still the crown prince's wedding, but will it happen so quickly?" Gia that covered her gradually reddening cheeks in feigned embarrassment. "I thought so too, but His Majesty has been insisting on holding the ceremony as early as tomorrow, which really leaves me at a loss." The royal noble consort still had no intention of letting Gia go. Even so, regardless of His Majesty's wishes, there are still rules and etiquette in the palace. "I trust you know at least that much." "Of course, I said that to His Majesty as well," she replied with a shy smile. "But as you know, royal noble consort, His Majesty's will is unyielding." "Meaning you're implying the Emperor is stubborn?" Listening to Gia's sarcasm, the royal noble consort bit her lip tightly. "How could I defy the Emperor's will?" "Please forgive me, royal noble consort." She covered her twisted face with her fan. "I see. If that is His Majesty's will, then you indeed have no choice but to obey." "I understand." Suddenly, the royal noble consort found a new topic and said, "Come to think of it, you've been standing all this time. Why don't you take a seat?" Gia followed up with a counter-question. "Then please tell me where my seat is." She glanced triumphantly at the last position. The royal noble consort said with feigned embarrassment, "Ah, there's only one seat left." Gia silently followed her gaze. What a pity this young lady couldn't arrive earlier. It's truly a shame. So she arranged for me to sit in the lowest position and acted as if it were her fault. Her answer made her laugh. "I didn't know the seats were arranged in order of arrival. You must have come very early, royal noble consort." "Of course, this is a royal event, after all." Gia walked towards her seat amidst the whispers of the crowd. In the end, everything went back to the plan they had arranged before her arrival. Her expression did not change, and a thought formed in her mind. The lowest seat is always reserved for the least important person at the banquet. For a high-ranking noble, being assigned to that position is already an insult. Gia seemed to imagine herself as a giant chess piece. "I came here expecting hostility. Unlike the battlefield, in this place I have no real faction by my side." Dot glanced at the people around her. Even those who could help me were averting their gazes, afraid of the royal noble consort. "The situation is even worse than I thought." Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Before, I was indifferent to the nobility, thinking I would never marry the crown prince. I miscalculated." Gia quickly imagined the royal noble consort's triumphant expression. "I thought they would at most treat me as if I didn't exist, but I didn't expect them to use such childish means to openly ostracize me." Suddenly, her face turned grim. Experiencing it directly made me realize how painful it is. Then Gia bowed to the queen. "It was my fault for being late. Please forgive me. Regret doesn't change anything. It's better to act now. I must create a place for myself, not far away." The royal noble consort watched her with a venomous gaze. Gia said softly, "I will arrive earlier next time, royal noble consort." The queen also nodded in agreement. "That's right. That would be better, miss." After that, Gia That walked slowly, step by step, to her seat. She pulled out the chair gracefully. Gia sat down leisurely without hesitation. She lowered her head and sighed softly. Miss Elliot looked awkward when she was standing just now, but now she's quite at ease. Yes, maybe that seat really suits her. Gia quickly composed herself and turned to greet Lavina. Hello, Lavina. Lavina replied shyly. Hello, miss. Gia began to open up and chat with her. Please take care of me while we're sitting together. Me too. She glanced at Lavina's reaction and smiled to herself. Seeing her reaction, it was clear she was not used to sitting near the lowest position. Gia slowly observed the other's face, a thought forming in her mind. Even so, this is indeed a bit unexpected. Being invited to the royal hunt is only granted to high-ranking nobles or those with connections to the royal family. It's rare for someone so naive to attend. Soon she continued to speak. May I ask your name? I am Byon Rosa Elliot. Lavina answered cautiously. My name is Lavina Estia, miss. The Estia family. Gia understood a part of it without changing her expression. That was the Viscount family belonging to the second prince's maternal line. So that's why she's here. She still greeted her kindly. So you are the young lady of the Estia family. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please call me Byon. May I call you by your name? The two began to chat very naturally. Asking for someone's name means wanting to become closer to that person. Gia secretly calculated in her heart. It's not easy to establish a foothold in a place influenced by the royal noble consort. The aristocratic factions and most of high society are already on her side. If I can't break them down from the inside, then I'll chip away at them from the outside. Gia glanced at Lavina with an innocent look. This innocent girl from the Estia family in front of me might be a good start. Soon Gia became familiar with her. Miss, may I call you by your name as well? Of course. Gia smiled involuntarily. You are really cute, Lavina. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded from a distance. Miss Elliot, are you ignoring me? Gia turned her gaze to the sullen-faced Bella. Gia asked slowly, are you talking to me? Bella said irritably, almost shouting, Miss, is there something wrong with your ears? She silently reminded her, that is very rude. Instead, Bella continued to scold rudely. If you're not deaf, then why can't you hear me? Gia said leisurely, as if nothing had happened. I didn't realize your words were directed at me. At a gathering like this, you need to be clear about who you're talking to. At this, Bella's face grew darker. That's basic etiquette. Gia's eyes sharpened. She scanned Countess Rustin with her eyes. Suddenly, Gia revealed a mysterious smile. Then she turned her attention to her side. Isn't that right, Countess Rustin? Countess Rustin's eyes remained serious. The Rustin family, one of the most influential families in the neutral faction. However, it wasn't their land or wealth that made them famous, but because of Countess Rustin. She was the perfect model of a noble lady. Her manners were impeccable, and she even personally taught etiquette to the royal princesses. She was respected throughout the empire. The more she thought, the brighter her smile became, enough to shake the queen's power. Thanks to that foolish concubine, she now had a reason to pull Countess Rustin into the conversation. Her gaze remained fixed on Countess Rustin. The nobles of the crown princess consort's faction would naturally gather around her, but it was also wise to attract the neutral faction. Gia slowly added, Countess Rustin, I've heard that your etiquette is considered the standard for all noble ladies. Would you be willing to share a few words? A glint appeared in Countess Rustin's eyes. The atmosphere in the room turned grim, and whispers began to rise. She was so arrogant just now, and look at her now. Seriously, someone who just entered society daring to lecture others. Harsh words were continuously directed at Gia. It's ridiculous. Even Countess Rustin has to remain silent. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to sit there. So shameless. Even so, she watched the woman's every breath. But she wasn't waiting for a lecture on etiquette. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a perfect arc. The Countess knew her intentions, which was why she was deliberately delaying. However, there was no need to hesitate any longer. The moment our eyes met, Countess Rustin, you already have enough reason to be on my side. Gia secretly recalled the queen's methods. Her younger brother was once engaged to the queen, only to be ruthlessly abandoned by her. He couldn't bear the humiliation and took his own life. With no heir, the family's legacy was transferred to a collateral branch, and they lost their status. She began to do her own calculations for Countess Rustin. For the Countess, the Queen was her entire family's mortal enemy. She sharpened her sword of revenge, waiting for an opportunity. In the past, that opportunity appeared when she became queen. By law, when a new emperor ascended the throne, the previous emperor's concubines were required to leave the palace. However, by custom, concubines of the royal noble consort rank were allowed to stay. That recalled the queen's influence in her past life. Even after the emperor's death, the queen refused to leave. Her influence was so great that no one dared to oppose her. She wanted to use Countess Rustin's hand to weaken the queen's faction. The time for Countess Rustin to act had finally come. She cited ancient texts and laws to argue for the queen's expulsion from the palace. Her reasoning was so convincing that even the scholars sided with her. As a result, the queen had no choice but to leave the palace in humiliation. Thinking of this, Gia slowly lowered her head, not showing any further emotion. From that moment on, the animosity between them was clear for all to see. She was the first to extend a hand to the Countess back then. First, she looked at the queen, who was giving her a sullen look, and couldn't help but think, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." A suppressed atmosphere filled the room. No matter how she looked at her, it was meaningless who she was no longer mattered to her. Rustin, Countess, seemed to have made a choice in her heart. She had no choice but to join forces with her. Unexpectedly, she smiled mysteriously. Countess Rustin glanced at the queen and replied concisely. As Miss Elliot said, when conversing at a gathering like this, it is basic courtesy to clearly identify who you are speaking to. Her deep voice made those present hesitate. There are some who can't even manage these basic courtesies and end up making grave mistakes. It's truly regrettable. After saying this, Countess Rustin couldn't help but look at Gia. She said no more, but her eyes said it all. Gia smiled with satisfaction. This is it, she thought. As if that wasn't enough, Countess Rustin added, "Even those who are extremely skilled in socializing often forget these basics. It's admirable that such a young lady can maintain such impeccable manners." Those present immediately chimed in. "That's right. No wonder she's the young lady of a prestigious family. Now I understand why His Majesty wants her as a daughter-in-law." Gia responded to the praise with a bow. "It is my honor." In an instant, the situation was reversed, and the scales tipped completely in her favor. For a moment, amidst the flattery, Countess Rustin looked at her in surprise. Truly impeccable manners. It seems you were taught by a very talented teacher, don't you agree? Gia gave a standard smile in greeting. "You flatter me, my lady. Compared to Countess Rustin, I am still lacking in many ways." She had to get her attention. It seemed that Gia and Countess Rustin had become kindred spirits. After all, every gesture of hers was just an imitation of her. She did not hide the curious look in her eyes. Her manners and etiquette were what she had taught her in a life she no longer remembered. In contrast, the queen's faction was at a disadvantage. As for the queen, their faces were very tense. Then they looked at her with hatred, especially the concubine who looked ready to kill. I let out a long sigh, subconsciously, unable to help but think they started it, not me. Then Gia suddenly raised her fan. A mocking smile expertly appeared in her eyes, and Bella's face gradually turned ashen with suppressed anger. Gia responded shyly to the compliments. "I've only practiced basic etiquette, so these praises embarrass me." The flattery continued unabated. Basic etiquette is the most important thing in everything. How could someone who can't even master the most basic etiquette be worthy of a noble title? The gloomy atmosphere in the room had not yet eased. That concubine had more enemies than I had imagined. A single opening was enough to turn into a flood that would sweep the entire room. When a noble faction chose to remain silent, the leadership shifted to the crown princess's faction and the neutral faction. Gia observed the situation, assessing it in her mind. The young ladies were afraid of losing face, so they didn't dare to speak up. It seemed they didn't dare to interject carelessly. Her gaze gradually became emotionless. For now, the initiative had fallen into the hands of the older ladies, but as time went on, the young ladies would eventually take their place. Gia slowly said to Lavanna, "I need to win their favor quickly. The Estia family is in the north, right?" She smiled brightly, trying to appear friendly. "I heard the north is famous for its silk and embroidery techniques. A friend of mine bought some northern silk and couldn't stop praising it." Gia pointed to the dress she was wearing and said, "This dress I'm wearing is also made from northern silk." Suddenly, Lavanna noticed a particular detail on her dress. She stammered, "So that's how it is." Lavanna slowly asked, "Is your dress from Louis Ha?" The others immediately started murmuring. Louis Ha is a very popular brand recently. I didn't expect you to be wearing a Louis Ha dress. Gia nodded without hiding it. Yes, this is a piece by Miss Mila. Miss Mila? Is she the one who used to be a designer at Shangri-La? She skillfully brought up another connection. She works at Louis Ha now. The dress I wore for my coming-of-age ceremony was also designed by her. The others were impressed upon hearing this. Oh my, now that you mention it, I remember. Were the dress and jewelry you wore that day also from Louis Ha? Gia immediately smiled at the person. That's right, Miss Nuella, you know me? The atmosphere in the room became less gloomy. Of course, didn't we greet each other at my coming-of-age ceremony? I didn't expect you to remember me. You had to greet so many people that day. Gia continued to converse with the other noble ladies. You also took the time to attend my banquet. The small talk continued. You seem much more composed than someone who just had their coming-of-age ceremony. Thank you, Baroness Vistel. Do you remember me? Of course, Marchioness Angrel. Everyone gradually became friendlier. No wonder His Highness fell in love with you. Me too. I think I'm about to be charmed by you. Countess Rustin also added in a low voice, me too. She made no secret of her fondness for Gia. The more I get to know you, the more I feel you have a strange charm. The others immediately chimed in. That's right. Speaking of which, isn't Louis Ha under the Pison Trading Company? Goodness, don't tell me the friend she mentioned is that rumored man. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut in. My goodness, is she introducing her lover under the guise of an acquaintance? Bella, concealing her sarcasm, looked at Gia and laughed. Miss Elliot is not yet married, so he cannot be called a lover. Apologize to Miss Elliot, Miss Mellon. Someone from the Queen's faction immediately chimed in. Hee, it seems I was mistaken. Please forgive me, Miss Elliot. Miss Mellon has little experience in social circles. You should be magnanimous and forgive her, right? Gia glanced at them and said slowly, I forgive you, Miss Mellon, but you should choose your words more carefully before you speak. Suddenly, Bella's words turned vicious, but you shouldn't push all the blame onto Miss Mellon. She seemed to be deliberately bringing up the gossip to mock her. Those rumors appear because it was Miss Elliot's own fault. She was caught with another man. Bella said in a reproachful tone, everyone be quiet and listen to her. Indeed, if you behave properly, surely no one would gossip like that. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Gia sat quietly, listening to her talk about her. If Miss Elliot hadn't behaved suspiciously, Bella asked, would these rumors even exist? Gia thought with a blank expression, a commendable effort, but the Queen Dowager frowned, clearly showing her embarrassment. A bad topic. Gia turned to look at her. Now I understand how the Queen Dowager felt. Bella was startled and raised her voice, shouting, what nonsense are you spouting? She returned a slight smile and retorted, back then, you must have felt the same way I do now, right? Bella seemed furious. How absurd. The Queen Dowager gritted her teeth and demanded Bella shut up. She turned to look at the Queen Dowager in surprise. She frowned and glared at Bella. Gia sighed, looking sad. I don't understand why those rumors always follow me. I can't express my feelings to everyone, so I truly feel it's very unfair and frustrating. She slowly stood up. It seems the rumors surrounding me have troubled everyone here. Gia placed a hand on her chest and said respectfully, I sincerely apologize. Countess Rustin stood up to defend her. How can this be Miss Elliot's fault? The real fault lies with those who spread the lies, as if those lies were the truth. She cast her gaze towards the frowning Queen Dowager opposite her. Isn't that right, Queen Dowager? She bit her lip, trying to restrain herself. The Queen Dowager's scandal happened over 30 years ago. Everyone else avoided looking at her. Now, only people of her generation still remember the truth. If that incident were brought up again, the one who would suffer the most would be the Queen Dowager. The Queen Dowager issued a command that surprised the black-haired girl. Those who spread false rumors about Miss Elliot must apologize immediately. Her next words sent Bella into a panic and temporarily withdraw from the social scene for a while. She whipped her head towards the Queen Dowager and stammered, Queen Dowager, but all she received was a cold gaze. The Queen Dowager remarked to Bella. She was stunned speechless. As a senior, Bella, your behavior is utterly shameful. Every word she spoke made her eyes widen. From now on, you are banned from social events for 1 year. Bella helplessly cried out her title, Your Majesty, but she didn't even glance at her. Bella looks exhausted. Take her out immediately. She pleaded incessantly, but to no avail. The guards came in. "Please forgive me, your majesty." They followed the order and took Bella out, even as she was still screaming your majesty. The other young ladies watched all this in silence. The Queen Dowager glanced at the others and demanded, "The rest of you must formally apologize to Miss Elliot." They didn't dare defy her demand and quickly stood up to bow and apologize to Gia. "We apologize to you, Miss Elliot. Please forgive us." Gia smiled brightly. "I will forgive you, but please remember, never be misled by baseless rumors again." They vowed, "We will remember." She shifted her gaze, looking at the Queen Dowager in the distance, thinking smugly, "From now on, anyone who wants to bring up those rumors in front of me will have to face the Queen Dowager first." Gia was secretly satisfied. The view outside was clear and peaceful. Everything ended more cleanly than she had imagined. The Queen Dowager tried to ease the atmosphere. "It seems His Majesty is about to return." Gia glanced at the Queen Dowager, who was also staring at her with a look that could devour her whole. The Queen Dowager stood up, looking at her with an awkward smile. "We should stand up." She ordered everyone stand up. The Queen Dowager's face darkened. "I underestimated you, miss." Gia smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. "You flatter me, your majesty." She issued a metaphorical warning. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. "I hope you don't become that nail," the Queen Dowager implied. Whether this young lady would become the nail or the hammer that strikes, it remained to be seen. Gia lifted her skirt and curtsied gracefully. "In any case, your warning," she finished her sentence, while the Queen Dowager's expression twisted. "I will keep it in mind." She made a promise that made Gia pause. "We'll see." With that, the Queen Dowager left. A lady approached and whispered, "I never thought I'd see a scene like this in my life." It was Marchioness Ongrel. She smiled gently, and Countess Rustin behind her nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Marchioness." Marchioness Ongrel expressed her regret. "I'd love to continue chatting with you, miss, but might not be convenient in this place." Gia smiled with understanding. "What a shame." She excitedly reached out and took her hand. "If you have the chance, please be sure to visit the Ongrel residence. I'm sure we can become good friends." She completely agreed. "If I'm invited, I would be delighted to visit, Marchioness." The Baroness next to her also welcomed her warmly. "The doors of the Viscounty are also always open for you, miss." "Zazipli Cheflin Tangju Badon," Countess Rustin praised. "You are truly an extraordinary person. That's why you're so charming." She placed a hand on her chest, her expression full of anticipation. "Will you accept my invitation?" Gia agreed without hesitation. "I would be honored." Countess Rustin smiled faintly. Finally, she asked to leave. "Well then, we'll take our leave first. See you again, Miss Elliot." She responded politely. "I also look forward to seeing you all again soon." The view outside was serene, and so were Gia's thoughts. "I expected this, but..." She sighed, massaging her tired shoulders. "After a battle of wits like that, I'm completely exhausted." Gia strolled on the green grass. "I don't want to go back to the crowd right now. I need a quiet place just for myself." Her gaze fell on a horse. Gia reached out and stroked the horse's head, and it seemed to enjoy it very much. She smiled gently. "You must be lonely by yourself, too." She turned to the groom behind her. "Can you bring this child over?" He recognized who she was. "It's Miss Elliot, isn't it?" Gia asked curiously. "Who are you?" "Where's the Elliot stable master?" He introduced himself. "I am Ryan, a keeper of the royal stables, and this is Jackson." Ryan revealed a reason that surprised her. The Marquis's horse was injured, so he stepped away for a moment. She continued to gather information. "What about the Marquis?" "He didn't hide it. He is safe. The horse seems to have just been scratched by a branch while moving." Gia breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing nothing serious happened. She suddenly widened her eyes, realizing something. "Wait, why do I feel relieved hearing that the Marquis is safe?" A faint smile blossomed on Gia's lips. "Have I unknowingly started to think of the Marquis as family?" That feeling wasn't bad. She mounted the horse and informed Ryan. "I'll be back in an hour." The horse began to trot. Even on horseback, the path here was well maintained. "Maybe in the future, I should ask His Majesty for permission to come here alone with Lan." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, catching Gia's attention. "Bi." In the distance, Sirius was riding a horse, galloping towards her, his face flushed. Gia was stunned. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Sirius shouted, "Bi, get off the horse, quickly." Suddenly, the horse she was riding lost its direction. Gia gripped the reins tightly. The horse ran wildly, sending her into a complete panic. Why is this horse acting so strangely? The horse galloped non-stop through the forest. Gia was filled with deep regret, struggling. I should have been more open-hearted. I should have been better to them. Sirius's shouts came from a distance as he chased after her. Gia turned to look at Sirius. Sirius, he's come to save me. She recalled the time she had sent him away, even though she had rejected him like that before. Back then, Sirius was as lost as an abandoned child. Gia didn't even spare him a glance. Now she was suffering. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have accepted him sooner. I shouldn't have been so cold. She remembered Sirius's face, etched with pain. Back in reality, Gia couldn't see his expression now. Would he be sad about my death? Suddenly, the horse's reins suddenly snapped. At that time, would he regret my death? The hand that was tightly gripping the reins gradually loosened. Sirius's voice still echoed. Bi. Gia gradually fell from the horse. She closed her eyes. A slight smile appeared on her face, but a tear slid from the corner of her eye. Why am I thinking about such useless things at a time like this? Fortunately, Sirius appeared in time and reached out to catch Gia. A dull thud echoed in the forest. Gia slowly opened her eyes, doubting herself. Doesn't it hurt? She was startled when she saw she was lying on top of Sirius. He smiled gently, reached out to stroke Gia's head, and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" She quickly replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Hearing this, Sirius smiled in relief. Thank goodness. He clearly expressed his relief. Really, I thought something had happened to you. Gia buried her head, listening to Sirius's heartbeat, and blushed. This heartbeat belonged to the Crown Prince. Her hands gripped his clothes tightly. Or is it mine? Sirius revealed. My heart almost stopped. Gia's eyes widened, and her face turned even redder. Every time I see him, my heart beats faster, but never like this. The two of them lay like that for a long time. She whispered, "I'm fine." He replied to her, "I know." Gia started to get up. A considerable amount of time had passed. Sirius sighed. Gia straightened up to check herself. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries. Sirius was still lying on the ground. He looked at her and smiled. She asked him curiously, "Aren't you going to get up?" Sirius smiled brightly and complimented her. "Even looking up at you like this, you are still very beautiful. Can I look a little longer?" Gia ignored him. She turned to leave. "If you're still in the mood to joke, then you must be really fine." The sky was gradually darkening. Gia determined their goal. The sun had set. We have to find the others quickly. However, she didn't know the direction, but I don't even know where I am. Sirius started to sit up. He called her softly, I wait. Gia turned to look at him, her eyes wide with surprise. Sirius was clutching his side in pain. Gia quickly moved closer, her voice trembling. "Are you really not hurt?" She cried out in worry, while Sirius gritted his teeth. "Your Highness." Suddenly, he hugged her tightly, smiling brightly as if nothing had happened. "It seems you know how to worry about me, too." Zabulusetsly. She looked up at Sirius. "Are you lying?" He smiled faintly, but his expression wasn't good. "If I didn't act this way, I was afraid you'd abandon me." She easily noticed something was wrong. His complexion wasn't good at all, and he was even breaking out in a cold sweat. The arms Sirius had around Gia began to tremble. She fell into thought. When I fell from the horse, he shielded me and also rolled on the ground. It's impossible for him not to be injured, but he's still trying to hide it from me. She decided to pretend not to know for now and started to play along. "You're taking the joke too far." Gia looked up at Sirius. He replied, his eyes full of love. "A joke? Haven't you realized I've always been serious about you?" Gia was silent for a long time. Sirius's hand began to move. He pulled her closer, face to face. "What would happen if I kissed you right now?" Sirius was happy, but Gia was not. She looked at him doubtfully. "You're still teasing me at a time like this?" Gia remembered their past life, where they were completely estranged. Recalling our past life, he has really changed. A slight smile appeared on her face. Gia smiled brightly, ready to play along. "If you insist on experiencing my warning firsthand, I'd be happy to oblige." Sirius also showed an indulgent smile. He let her go and started to sit up. "Still the same cold fiancé, I see." Sirius stood up and held out his hand to Gia. "Are you going to refuse this too?" She smiled happily and took his hand. Their hands touched. Gia admitted to herself, "I can't keep pushing him away. I've decided not to run away anymore. It's time to admit my feelings." Sirius looked at her and revealed, "Seeing you safe and sound, I'm truly relieved." Gia was probably enjoying this moment. Because of me, she affirmed to herself, "I've fallen in love with him." But that doesn't mean I'm not scared. When Irons appears again, I can't help but worry that the tragedy will repeat itself. Gia looked at Sirius, who was gazing at her gently. She thought, but he's no longer the same man from last time. She suddenly remembered her past life. Back then, he never looked at me with such gentle eyes. He never risked his life for me, nor did he ever hold me in such a warm embrace. I want to give my heart another chance, even if I have to trade everything for it. Even so, Gia certainly knew now was not the time to tell him. So she spoke up to remind him, "We shouldn't stay here, Your Highness." The weather was getting worse, with dark clouds gathering. The sky looked ominous. Sirius reached out to call his horse. "I understand, but there's no sign of the horse. It seems my horse has run far away." He proposed a plan. "For now, we must leave this forest. Can you walk?" Gia answered immediately, "Of course. Even if I can't, it doesn't change anything." He nodded, not surprised. I figured you'd say that." She asked him back, "What about you, Your Highness? Are you okay?" Sirius took Gia's hand. "In this situation, what other choice do I have?" He led her, walking by her side. "Don't worry, I won't collapse and leave you behind." Suddenly, the scene changes. But despite what he said, Gia was actually shouting Sirius's name in a panic. "Your Highness!" Night fell, and a heavy rain poured down. Gia and Sirius were still trapped in the forest. He noticed it's too much to keep walking. He took off his cloak and draped it over her. "Wait here for a moment." Gia asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Sirius reached out and lowered her hand. "I'm just going to find a place to shelter from the rain." She warned, "It's too dangerous." He instructed her carefully, "Please stay here until the rain stops. It doesn't look like it will stop soon. If we stay like this until morning, we'll both be exhausted." Gia replied, "Then I'll go with you." Sirius softly called her name, B.I. He rested his head against her forehead. "In a situation like this, just hearing you say you're worried about me makes my heart pound. Maybe I'm really crazy for you." Gia said bluntly, "Wandering in the mountains in a storm like this is what's crazy." Sirius reassured her, "It's okay. I'm stronger than you think." He gave her a light kiss on the forehead, which surprised her and made her blush. "So trust me and wait for me here, B.I." Sirius smiled confidently, even though a hand was reaching for him. "Although, I really want to kiss you right now. Now is not the time." That hand was Gia's. She grabbed his clothes and pulled him closer. For a moment, their lips almost touched. She threatened, "If you're not back in an hour, I will never let you off." Then Gia boldly kissed Sirius, surprising him and making his face flush red. Gia let him go, a bright smile on her lips. "I'm the type of person who repays all debts with interest." Sirius's face was so red, it looked like it was smoking. She asked doubtfully, "Aren't you leaving yet?" "An hour passes faster than you think." He turned his head away helplessly. "You're really..." Finally, Sirius started to move. "I'll be back." 1 hour, Gia reminded him, "Don't be late." Sirius walked away quickly. Now Gia was alone. She began to recall her past life. "This never happened in our past life." Gia's cheeks flushed red. It felt strange and vague, but not unpleasant. She sat down. "I've been left alone like this in the middle of the night." Gia tilted her head and smiled contentedly. "But I don't feel lonely at all." She just sat on her tree and waited. Gia wondered how much time had passed. A familiar footstep appeared. "Your Highness?" Sirius returned, a bright smile on his lips. "It hasn't been an hour yet, right?" Gia looked up at him. "It looks like it has." He held out his hand to her. "I found a place to shelter from the rain. So, can you forgive me this time?" She took his hand. "I'll decide after I see it for myself. I'm actually a little nervous." Sirius led Gia to the shelter. The two walked together peacefully. Zabaluset Sili. In that moment, I realized my heart was beating faster. Outside, the rain hadn't stopped. Gia was sitting in a cave. She remembered what Sirius had told her earlier. "It's too cold. Go inside and wait for me." She thought, "What is His Highness doing? Why isn't he back yet?" A fly suddenly flew near Gia. She swatted at it with a blank expression. "Even the cave is this dirty." Gia started to clean the cave. "The only thing I can use is a piece of cloth torn from my dress." But it was finally done. The whole cave seemed to be glowing. She reached up to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "At least it's clean enough to sit in." A familiar figure appeared, catching Gia's attention. Sirius returned, holding a few things in his hands. Gia immediately recognized what they were. It was a rock fruit. A rock fruit is a common fruit that grows in temperate climates and is available year-round. They are large, but the edible part is very small, and the skin is hard and difficult to handle. Gia stared at the fruit. This is a low-value fruit with no taste at all. Did he just pick them because there were so many around? Finally, She asked, "What are you going to do with it?" Sirius replied with a confident smile, "Watch this." With a swift movement, the knife pierced the fruit. The fruit was quickly split in half. To Gia's surprise, he peeled the Iraq fruit so easily. She looked at him in astonishment. With just a small folding knife, it didn't look like his first time doing this at all. Sirius reached in and took out the flesh. He gave a portion to Gia and kept a portion for himself. It doesn't taste good, but it's rich in energy. It's better to eat this now than nothing at all. Gia took it and started eating. It seemed she didn't like it much. Sirius asked naively, "It's bland, isn't it?" Gia thought, "It seems His Highness is too familiar with this." Sirius took the remaining part of the Iraq fruit. Really, he struck a stone with his knife to start a fire, using the leftover peel to start a fire. Gia witnessed everything, completely stunned. Even with a flint, it's not easy to start a fire in the rain. How did he think of using the inner peel of the Iraq fruit? She looked at Sirius. He looked more like an experienced hunter than a crown prince. Gia remembered their previous conversation, where he had said, "When the prey runs, the hunter's instinct is to chase. I'm a pretty good hunter myself, so it's best not to provoke me." She figured out the reason. Is this what he meant by calling himself a good hunter? But Gia was completely curious. How could a crown prince who had always lived comfortably in the palace learn such survival skills? Finally, she spoke up. "It seems you've been camping quite a few times." Sirius asked back, "Is that strange?" She replied, "Not strange, just unexpected." He started cutting the Iraq fruit again. Then he asked, "So what kind of person do you think I am?" Sirius handed her the fruit flesh. A prince who's been spoiled since childhood? He continued his question, or a selfish person who only thinks of himself? Gia frowned slightly and replied, "I've never thought you were a selfish person." Sirius guessed, but maybe you once thought I was spoiled." She raised a hand to cover her mouth. He continued, "Well, you're not wrong." Sirius also confirmed, "In any case, a crown prince is taught from birth that he must be treated as royalty." Gia replied, "I see. So that means you don't think you're spoiled." He reached up and touched his neck. "There are quite a few people who want to buy my neck off. If I remain naive, wouldn't that be dangerous?" Hearing this, Gia quickly asked, "Have you faced threats to your life?" Sirius asked back, "What do you think?" A thought flashed through her mind, stunning Gia. The crown prince is a lonely person. The crown prince is always surrounded by people, but most of them only love his status and appearance. As our eyes met, I never thought he would be someone who felt so lonely. Gia blamed herself. If I had ever considered his situation, maybe things wouldn't have ended so tragically. She started to notice Sirius's hands. Those scarred hands didn't look like the hands of a pampered royal at all. Only now do I truly understand what his life has been like. Gia called out softly, "Sirius." Sirius glanced at her gently. "You must have had a hard time." She suddenly asked a question that stunned him. "Are you immune to poison?" Gia continued expressionlessly. "I once heard that it's effective to build up resistance by taking small doses of a drug." Sirius's eyes widened as he asked why, and she continued to ramble on, making him feel as if he had entered another world. "Of course, it's very dangerous if the dosage is miscalculated, but if you're careful enough, you won't have to worry about being poisoned anymore." Gia became more and more engrossed as she spoke. Having a group of assassins under your command would also be very useful. Those with high skills might be expensive, but money can easily solve that problem. Finally, Sirius couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. Gia didn't understand. "Why? Was something I just said funny?" He asked with a laugh. "You're really a special person. Where did you hear all this stuff?" Her expression darkened. "Nowhere in particular." Sirius pressed on. "So these are your own ideas?" Gia answered honestly. "It's a story about people obsessed with power that repeats itself throughout history." He revealed a fact. "You know, you have a knack for driving people crazy." She retorted, "Do I?" Sirius reached out to stroke her hair, his cheeks flushing red again. "How infatuated do you think I am with you?" Suddenly, Gia realized something she had never noticed before. A small space, two adults very close to each other, soaking wet. At this thought, Gia suddenly blushed. This could easily lead to a scandal. Of course, I know the crown prince isn't the type to cause a scandal. Her gaze began to observe the Sirius in front of her again, but when I look at that face, without a trace of desire, and for some reason, that makes me feel. Suddenly, Gia pouted, looking a little uncomfortable. A soft sound drew Sirius's attention. It was Gia, taking off her clothes. He stammered in confusion. No. Gia showed no signs of stopping. Did I do something wrong, Your Highness? Sirius stammered even more. That's... She continued to undress while his face turned bright red. Stop it right now. Finally, Gia threw her clothes on the ground, making Sirius's face turn completely red. He shut his eyes tightly, his face redder than a tomato. Put your clothes back on. She was very satisfied and amused by his expression. That's the cutest expression I've ever seen. Gia moved closer and reached out to touch Sirius. Maybe I should tease him a little more. She touched his cheek alluringly and asked, Aren't you going to open your eyes? Sirius está trembling. No. If you do this here. Gia was very pleased with that expression. At this rate, his face was going to explode. Finally, she said something that made him dare to peek. All right, the teasing ends here. Gia sat properly in front of him, a faint smile on her face. Sirius stared at her blankly. So it was just a joke? She retorted, That's right. Aren't you happy? He reached up to touch his head and sighed. If you tease me 2 more times, I'm afraid I won't live to see tomorrow. She replied, I know. Gia's clothes were spread on the ground to dry. She also reminded Sirius, Your Highness, you should dry your clothes too. He didn't answer, just stared at her, which confused her. Your Highness? Sirius then asked, You know I'm a man, right? Gia answered immediately. Of course I know. He asked, Then you still dare to provoke me? She retorted, If I provoke you, will you give in? He reached up to wipe his lips. Can't you see I'm already completely captivated by you? Gia really wasn't sure. Sirius's hand began to move. What should I do to make you understand my heart? Gia asked naively. How would I know Your Highness's heart? He moved closer to her. I can't just take it out and show it to you, can I? Really, what should I do? Gia tried to change the subject. Before Your Highness thinks about that, shouldn't you dry your clothes first? Sirius reached out and lifted her chin. You're always trying to slip away, aren't you? His fingers touched her lips, maintaining a distance that was enough to drive him mad. She thought, His Highness's hand. Gia suddenly realized something was wrong. No, his whole body was too hot. She was about to remind Sirius, Your Highness, your body. He immediately interrupted her. Sis. His entire face was flushed red as he cupped her face with both hands and pleaded, Call me sis. Gia's eyes widened in surprise. His body temperature was alarmingly high. It must be from the shock of falling off the horse combined with being in the rain for too long. She reached out and grabbed Sirius's wrist. He had been acting so normal that she hadn't realized how bad his condition was. She finally spoke. Your Highness's hand is alarmingly hot, and the rest of your body too. Sirius interrupted Gia. Call my name. No, This made her angry, and she shouted, Is calling her name that important right now? After being yelled at by her, Sirius froze. Gia frowned, burning with anger. You're in this state, and you still say it doesn't hurt? Are you planning to endure it until you collapse? Sirius frowned, a pitiful look on his face. You still won't call my name. He looked sullen, like a child. Gia was both helpless and confused. What's wrong? Is your name cursed or something? Looking at that face, which resembled a lost child's, when Gia called out his other name, Sis, Sirius suddenly rushed forward and hugged her. That's enough. As he hugged her, she was too shocked to speak. Sirius slowly began to speak. No one has ever called me that. Gia listened as he confessed. Sis, that's the nickname my mother gave me, but no one uses it. The more Sirius spoke, the tighter he hugged her. I wanted to hear that name from you. His nickname was called out again. Sis. Zabaluset Sly. She didn't know His Highness had such an intimate name. In her past life, no one had ever called him that. Her hand rested gently on his back. Even Lady Dacia, the Duke's daughter, the one he once loved, only called him by his real name. How am I supposed to understand all this? Gia hugged Sirius back, enjoying the feeling. Does this mean his love for me now surpasses even the feelings he once had for the Duke's daughter? Then she confirmed to herself, This time, I have a feeling I will never lose him again. She softly called his name, Sis. He said hurriedly, Just a little longer like this. No, Gia said worriedly, Your body is too hot. We have to do something. Sirius didn't care at all. It's fine. She shouted angrily. Sis. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment. It's fine. This injury isn't fatal. She was surprised. You call this fine? Sirius opened his eyes, his cheeks growing redder. Do you know how happy I am right now? Then he buried his head in the crook of Gia's neck. Every time my name comes from your lips, my heart feels ticklish. How do I explain it? An indescribable emotion welled up in Gia's heart. He was always so strong, but seeing him this sick made her worry, yet a strange warmth rose in her heart. I shouldn't be feeling this way. She gently pushed Sirius away and expressed her feelings. If that's what you want, then I'll call you by your name forever, but please take care of your body first. I am worried. He seemed surprised. You said you're worried about me? Gia didn't deny it. That's right. Is there a problem? Sirius lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Gia looked at him in confusion. His temperature was rising again, his face. She reached out her hand. Your temperature is rising again. His eyes widened. His face flushed from the high fever. See, got gasho the. Finally, he voiced his thoughts. I thought you hated me. Gia was surprised. He continued to explain. I thought that no matter what happened to me, you wouldn't care. She pressed again. What did you just say? Sirius brought her hand to his lips. Even if your concern is just basic courtesy, I still like seeing you worry about me. Gia turned her head away shyly. I don't hate you. He asked in surprise again. What? She repeated what she had just said. I don't hate you, sis. I've never hated you from the very beginning. He seemed to want to say something more, but Gia cut him off, making Sirius's eyes widen in surprise. So, if you dare to die now, I will never forgive you. She seemed to understand what he wanted to say. You want to ask, right? If I don't hate you, then why do I still reject you? Her expression now was a mix of a fluttering heart, shyness, and embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed red. But I can't say it now. If I confess now, my flushed face and wildly beating heart. Sirius smiled gently. I can't die yet. He stated his intention. I still have to get revenge on the Empress for putting you in danger. Gia quickly retorted. Revenge on the Empress? The two of them recalled what happened that afternoon, when the horse Gia was riding suddenly went wild. Sirius revealed that the horse going wild was no accident. That's right, the reins were cut. She didn't hide it. I know. Sirius apologized. I'm sorry, it was my negligence. I suspected the Empress would try to harm you, but I didn't expect her to show such blatant malice. He recalled the moment during the break when he saw someone shoot a poison dart from a distance. I couldn't find you, so I went looking for you. Just then, I saw someone shoot a poison dart at your horse. The person's face was very familiar, but I couldn't stop him in time. He speculated that the person was connected to the Empress. He's one of the Empress's people. Gia then replied, I doubt it was her. Sirius asked curiously, why do you think that? She offered her speculation. The Empress wouldn't use such a crude method. You should know that. He gradually came to agree. That's right, this kind of thing is too vulgar compared to what she's done before. But that person is definitely one of her people, Gia concluded. It must be someone else who can control her subordinates. Sirius quickly asked, do you have any guesses as to who? She began to speculate. The most likely person was. An image of Bella appeared metaphorically, hinting at her speculation. The Grand Prince's concubine. Sirius frowned slightly, trying to recall his concubines, but he has several concubines. Gia said bluntly, I'm talking about the one he brought in recently. His expression tightened slightly. The woman from the family known for being prolific, right? Sirius turned his face away and sighed. That's right, she's the type who would definitely do these things. Gia was stunned. Did something happen with her? He glanced at her, then looked away as if avoiding something. No. Gia naturally didn't believe him, staring at Sirius with a suspicious expression. He smiled brightly. Don't look at me like that. It's nothing serious. He wondered, but why do you think it was her? She didn't hide it. She started the trouble first, so I just trampled on her pride a little. Hearing this, he was stunned. What? To put it simply, she won't be appearing in high society for the next year. Sirius imagined a scene. If she were there, it would have been an interesting show. What a shame. She revealed that the scene was not pleasant at all. Then she voiced her thoughts. But I think you're trying to avoid the main topic. He feigned innocence, replying naively, I don't know what you're talking about. The two fell silent. Gia stared at Sirius. His face flushed red. He was pretending that everything was fine, but his condition was clearly worsening. In the quiet and warm atmosphere, her thoughts continued to turn. I know why he's hiding his injuries from me. It's because I'm the only one he can rely on, so he's trying to act strong. Gia frowned in dissatisfaction. I appreciate that he doesn't want to worry me, but I don't like how he always bears things alone like this. Just as Cece is always my pillar of support, I want to be his pillar too. Gia suddenly demanded, take off your clothes. This startled Sirius. What? She gave her reason. Wearing wet clothes will only make your condition worse. She roughly grabbed his shirt. Take it off. Sirius stammered shyly, trying to stop Gia. Wait. No, But she paid no mind, still focused on her goal. If we keep this up, the clothes will rip. Or should I just rip them off for you? His face flushed bright red, and he looked at her shyly. Do I really have to take it off? I'm so embarrassed. Gia frowned seriously. It's better than getting sicker. I understand. Sirius became dejected. So you really don't see me as a man? She asked helplessly. Is that important right now? He answered without hesitation. Of course it's important. Sirius reached out and twirled a lock of Gia's hair, smiling gently. I want to be the only man in your eyes. No, Gia thought to herself. If we keep avoiding it, nothing will change. She asked seriously, then what do I have to do for you to willingly? Now take off your clothes? Sirius smiled naively. Let me think. Maybe if you promise to marry me, then I'll consider it. Gia gave her answer immediately. Fine. He couldn't believe it and asked her again. What? Yeah. With a serious expression, clearly stated her thoughts. I said I'll marry you, sis. So now, as promised, take off your clothes. The shirt was quickly taken off. Sirius protested, but not strongly. Wait a minute. He ran a hand through his hair, smiling helplessly. All right, that was certainly sobering. Gia asked a question. Did you like it? Sirius admitted. It was thrilling. Gia replied. I'm glad you think so. Her hand moved gently over his chest. It's good to be strong. Gia suggested, but for now, you should focus on recovering. Sirius closed his eyes, revealing his desire. I only want to show you my best side. Gia immediately refuted. Foolish pride won't help your recovery. He opened his eyes and stared at her blankly as she draped her cloak over him. Pride? Gia asked, her expression unchanging, or should I call it recklessness? Sirius said sadly, that's too harsh. It was raining heavily outside. She reminded him, then get well soon, and I'll judge you more fairly. He burst out laughing. Haha, I will. Gia looked out the window, her worry evident. For now, we're just buying time. The rescue team will probably find us soon. Sirius gently placed his hand on hers to reassure her. I left a sign outside. They'll come when the sun rises. Don't worry too much. No, Gia was a little surprised, despite how exhausted he was. Then she replied, I'm not too worried. In contrast to her, Sirius could still smile brightly. Maybe you're not worried, but just thinking of the Marquis searching for you, swinging his sword like the Grim Reaper, makes my heart pound out of my chest. That won't happen. He commented, your indifference is charming, but sometimes it's also cruel. Gia was confused. What do you mean? Sirius, his face flushed, watched Gia with a gaze that was both gentle and helpless. The Marquis and we both live at the mercy of your whims. Marquis Elliot was soaked in the rainy night. He leaned against a large tree in the forest, softly calling Gia's name, Byon. Marquis Elliot shed tears. Where are you? Fragments of memory suddenly surfaced. It was also on a rainy day, a scene of Marquis Elliot standing in the rain earlier, with Rand standing behind him. He was silent, not saying a word, his hands clenched tightly. Marquis Elliot's expression was always so cold. Back in the present, he covered his face with his hands in anguish. I've never been good at expressing my feelings to my daughter. Marquis Elliot reproached himself. Why do I always realize a person's value only after I've lost them? Suddenly, a guard came running in a hurry. My lord, he reported to him, making his eyes widen in surprise. We found a mark left by His Highness the Crown Prince. The rain poured down, and Marquis Elliot silently sent a message to Gia. Byon, wherever you are, please be safe. He rushed out into the rain, vowing to himself, no matter the cost, I will find you.